Morning. My name is Linda Ignatz, and I'm the Executive Director for the Global Seal of Biliteracy. Good morning. My name is Linda Ignatz, and I'm the Executive Director for the Global Seal of Biliteracy. I want to take this opportunity to welcome each of you to Global C.R.E.D 2020. This inaugural event is designed to welcome all of our language learners around the world of any age to level up and leverage their language skills for the future. No matter where you are or what language you're learning, we hope to provide you with both information and inspiration to use your language skills in order to earn a seal of biliteracy and to connect you with resources that will enable you to leverage your bilingualism for future opportunities. Our website and our free downloadable app include a scheduler with a live broadcast. You can also click on any of the 5 tracks and find on-demand presentations with that audience in mind that are available at any time during the 48 hours of Global C.R.E.D. Please take time to visit our exhibitor hall during the 48 hours and check out the incredible language learning trips offered in our short cameo offerings by language learners that have found success in different languages that they've learned through a variety of experiences. If you're participating today, you've joined over 1,700 and counting from 58 different countries around the world. And they all are celebrating the value of being a bilingual. Let your friends know that you're here today by giving us a shout out on social media. Tag us with Global C.R.E.D 20 And we think it would be really cool if you'd post a video of yourself speaking the language that you're learning and introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from and let the world know that you're proud to be learning languages. If you know other bilinguals, please share this website with us, with them, and let them know how fun it is to learn a language. Today, there are an incredible amount of sessions that you can participate in, both live, for example. You can learn about careers if you're learning Arabic. You can hear how to level up from Nora Jones. We have an incredible session that you will leave inspired on communicating with language with Sheng Yao. You'll hear about how the Miami Marlins are learning to be bilingual. You'll learn about how to connect your classroom with Global Connect and Akash Patel. You'll hear about the billion, I think, dollar problem in the healthcare industry related to language. And you'll hear from Indiana University's interesting and engaging bilingual program that they have to offer. And last but not least, you're going to hear some incredible economic data related to the seal of biliteracy. So I hope you'll engage in not just the live stream, but explore the over 100 different sessions that are available in our on-demand programming. So with that, I'm going to leave you to enjoy an incredible offering of events. And again, don't forget to post and let everyone know that you're here at Global C.R.E.D 20. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for being here. We're very excited to do the very first session of the inaugural Global C.R.E.D conference. Thank you, Linda, for that great introduction. Thank you for joining us for today's career readiness panel. Today we'll be speaking with 4 different panelists that use Arabic in a variety of different roles. My name is Omar Tarabishi, and I am the program officer for Arabic language programs at Qatar Foundation International. A little bit about Qatar Foundation International: we do work in 3 different program areas: connected communities, Arab societies and cultures, as well as Arabic language. QFI is a member of Qatar Foundation for education, science, and community development. And part of our mission is to foster global competency and create a greater understanding through the exploration of Arab societies and cultures, as well as Arabic language. I'm joined by 4 fantastic panelists today, and when we were approached by Global CRED about possibly doing a session on Arabic, we thought, why not hear from Arabic speakers themselves, those that have learned the language, taken the language, studied it in school and in higher ed, and in different programs, such as study abroad programs and summer programs. And they represent a variety of different roles, some of them teachers, some of them entrepreneurs, some of them who have done even previous roles using their Arabic language skills. So I want to just do some small introductions and have them introduce themselves. We'll start with Sara Rangwala.
Hi, my name is Sara Rangwala. I am a high school Arabic teacher, and I've also worked with foundations that support refugees in our community in the US and St. Louis specifically.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, we have Emily Zuniga. Emily?
Hi, my name is Emily Zuniga. I was a professor of Arabic, and I am currently working as the Arabic language expert for Duolingo.
Next, we have Jordan Gersler-Holton.
Hi, my name is Jordan Gersler-Holton. I currently live in Luxembourg, and I work for a small NGO here called Touchpoints. We mainly help refugees in Luxembourg start their own businesses. So I speak Arabic every day and work mostly with, I work from Arabs from all over, Syrians, Iraqis, Palestinians. And I'm also a founder of playling.com. It's a website, check it out. It's a tool for learning Arabic. Basically, you have a bunch of content from YouTube, and you can click on different words and see interactive captioning.
Thanks a lot, Jordan. And last but not least, we have Haley Smith.
Hello. I'm Haley Smith. I am the founder and director of Lifting Hands International. It is an international nonprofit organization that provides humanitarian aid to refugees, both at home and abroad. I also taught Arabic at Boston Latin Academy for a couple of years. It's near and dear to my heart.
Thanks a lot, Haley. Thank you for joining us, to the 4 of you. Really, we're really excited to speak with you and to give an opportunity for language learners to hear from you and your journey and your Arabic language, experience going from beginning to end. What we'll be doing today, I sent the panelists about 7 questions to kind of think about. So we'll be going through those questions today. We will be monitoring the comments. So if you do have any questions that we hopefully will have time for at the end, we'd love to pose those questions to our panelists as well. Of course, time permitting. So I guess to start us off, really take us back to the very beginning. What first tempted you to take an Arabic language course? And then what was the moment you realized that you'd be striving towards a high level of fluency? How did you know that you're going to continue until you possibly get to advanced high or superior level or a higher level of fluency? Emily, I wanted to start with you.
Sure. Happy to answer this question. So I was born and raised in southern France, where there is a fairly large community of people from North Africa or of North African origin. And so for me, growing up, I had a number of friends in school whose parents were typically either from Morocco or from Algeria or from Tunisia. And so I was very aware of some of the most salient aspects of North African culture. When I got to college, this is like years and years later, I was a linguistics major, and I was asked to register for some non-Indo-European languages. And so I thought about the options that I had, and I tried Swahili at first. It was fun, but the university I was at had a really solid Arabic program, and I ended up taking Arabic, thinking of my friends, especially my friends from middle school, and having that interest in mind, and it opened up a whole new world to me, frankly. And when I decided that I was going to be fluent, at the end of my undergrad, I had 2 years of Arabic, and I had done a short study abroad in Jordan, and one of my old professors reached out and said, hey, there's this scholarship opportunity for grad school. You should look into it. When I decided to apply for grad school in Arabic linguistics is when I decided, I'm going to do this thing. Because I kind of had a love-hate relationship with Arabic where I really liked it, but I found it more difficult than some other languages I had succeeded at before. And so I related it to my experience with German, where I love German, but I also don't feel super comfortable with it. And that day is when I said, I'm gonna become something in Arabic. I'm gonna do something with this language.
And actually, we didn't go over this. How many languages do all of you speak? Emily, how many languages?
I speak a number of them. It's always tricky to define what fluency really is, because things vary. It depends on how much you've been practicing a language. But I have been highly proficient and certainly fluent in 7 languages over the course of my lifetime. I grew up monolingual, but yeah, I speak. So French is my native language, English, Arabic, Greek, modern Greek, Italian, Portuguese, Spanish. Those are the 7. And then I have a strong intermediate degree of proficiency in Turkish, as well as beginner proficiency in a number of other languages, Hebrew, Maltese, and some more that I'm leaving out.
Wow. Jordan, actually, I wanted to turn it over to you since you created playling.com and you're really in there with the different dialects and the different types of Arabic. Also, and you're living in Luxembourg. Are you proficient in some other languages as well?
Yeah, I mean, I also use French a lot at work in Luxembourg. It's mostly French is probably the dominant language, although there's a few national languages. And I also, I studied in Israel. I spent about a year and a half in Israel. I studied Hebrew in college, so I speak Hebrew, although it's a bit rusty now, and in Italian as well. I also spent a year in Italy.
For Sarah and Haley, I wanted to ask you as well, how did you start your Arabic journey? What really inspired that? Take us back to the beginning, before that first class. What made you take the first class? Maybe Sarah, you can start.
Sure. I wanted to learn French really bad in high school, and I just was awful at it. So when I got to college, I think I also, like Emily said, grew up monolingual to a certain degree, and I really wanted to study and learn another language well. And so when I got to college, I thought maybe let's do a 180 and try something really different. And I signed up for Arabic, and then it just went from there. I really liked it.
And do you speak any other language other than Arabic and English?
I agree, again, with Emily that proficiency is kind of difficult to measure, but I really enjoy learning languages. And so I've been learning to different degrees, Persian, Spanish, Hindi, and Urdu.
Very nice, very nice. Haley, take us back. I know that you were a teacher in Boston for quite some time before starting Lifting Hands International.
Yeah, I discovered Arabic the last year of my college experience. And so I ended up staying in college for a little longer. It was one of those situations where I was a little bit lost. I'm not going to lie. I was majoring in English because I just didn't know what else to do. And I love literature and I love travel and things like that. And I just thought it would be a good match. But by the time I was a senior in college, I had zero passion for my major. And I decided to, I don't know, I was feeling really lost, not just academically, but personally too. So actually one day I was feeling pretty depressed, I'm not gonna lie. And so this was a long time ago, I'm good now. But I went to the library with the sole purpose of just being distracted, finding a book and just sitting down and just learning a foreign alphabet. I thought that would be a good distraction.
Yeah.
So I went to the language section and I just picked a book out, and it happened to be an Arabic book, how to learn the Arabic alphabet. And so I sat down and I learned the alphabet, how to write it. I mean, that very day. I spent hours doing it, and it just captured my imagination. And I just knew from the second I opened the book and was perusing it, I just knew that this was going to be a part of my life. It's kind of like falling in love. It was like love at first sight. Like, ooh, like if you see someone like, ooh, that person's going to be a part of my life. It was the same with the language. I've never experienced anything like that before or since. And so I ended up staying another year at college, and half of that was in Morocco. And so I learned a little bit of the Moroccan dialect, which is useful if you're in Morocco. But it was a wonderful experience. It set me on like a trajectory that just catapulted me out of my dark place and into just the most amazing journey. So yeah, I ended up, it's crazy. I got a master's degree in Middle Eastern studies, and then I moved to Egypt by myself and just wandered around the city for 4 months and met people and just practiced Egyptian Arabic until I ran out of money. And then I came home and became a teacher for a couple of years before I ended up teaching Arabic. And so I taught Arabic for a couple of years and loved it, and just wanted to come and be closer to my family. And so I moved closer to my family only to start a nonprofit and just travel for most of the time for the last 5 years. But it's been amazing. I use Arabic a lot, and I work with a lot of Syrians when I'm in Jordan, but I also work mostly with Yazidi refugees. So Yazidis are like they're not Christian or Muslim, but they're a monotheistic ethnic minority from the north part of Iraq. And they experienced a genocide in 2014, and lots of them have made it to Greece, where they're just living in camps for years on end until they get resettled and join a diaspora, probably in Germany or the Netherlands. So I've learned a little bit of Kermanji. It's a dialect of Kurdish, and it's really hard, but it's fun. Yeah, that's my journey so far.
That's really great to hear. I didn't know it was that spontaneous of just pulling a book off the shelf and just diving right in. But hey, that's one way. That's one way to do it. That's really great. And as a natural transition, you mentioned that you talked about studying abroad in Morocco, moving to Egypt, and I know that Sarah and Jordan also have studied abroad as well. But I wanted to ask you all, maybe starting with Haley, you. So what aspect do you think is most important to you in the language learning journey? I know that many aspects are important, but if we're talking like a book, teacher, culture, grammar, studying abroad, speaking practice, what is if you had to pick one, what's the most important aspect for that language learning journey for you? Go ahead, Haley.
Oh my goodness, this is such a good question. You have to find what helps you. And I mean, I've been speaking Arabic for years, and obviously it takes a lot to become fluent. And I've resisted, for a number of years, I resisted becoming fluent because whenever I tried to study or read the news or something, I just got really discouraged. Like, I don't know this vocab, and like, it just makes me feel stupid. And so I would just avoid it. But then I knew that I absorbed a lot of Arabic if I'm around people or if I'm listening to stuff. And so I discovered that just listening and being around people and just talking is like, it elevated my fluency big time. And even now I'm taking a break. So I'm actually in the States for a couple of months, and I've just been watching Jordanian comedies all day long. And so my mom will be cooking in the kitchen and I'll be like, but I listen to them and I understand it. Whereas if I were to be sitting all day and studying bbcarabic.co.uk, I wouldn't pick anything up. And so you just have to find what you love and really go for it.
That's right. Listening, for sure, surrounding yourself, listening, shows, things that are going to, naturally kind of spark joy and make you smile and make you actually get connected with something that's positive. That's really true. Sarah, Emily, Jordan, please feel free to chime in. What aspect do you think really is something that captures that Arabic language, that keeps you there and that helps you excel? Good, Sarah.
I would agree 100% with Haley. Immersion for me really helped. And I think that's important too, because immersion helps you learn not just the language, but how it's used. And with Arabic specifically, I think that's very important. The nuances of the language, the body language, all of that's really important.
Emily, Jordan?
I would say yes. So to echo what Haley and Sarah have said, of course, immersion has been a really important element of my journey in becoming proficient in Arabic. I will say, however, that it's so personal and it is so based on your own preferences and abilities and your emotional state. And so immersion has sometimes been really overwhelming for me. And in an effort to find some grounding, I have found it useful. Two things that are really important to me is finding a person, finding somebody who is some sort of anchor for you. So it could be a teacher, it could be a friend, it could be someone who is native to the target culture, so say Arabic culture, that you can create some form of bond with, some form of relationship with. That has been really helpful to me, both in terms of language acquisition and also in terms of cultural acquisition. And the second thing for me that's really important in my language learning journey is an opportunity to spend some time abroad and to really gain a different understanding of the culture.
Yeah, certainly being in the environment, seeing it around you, hearing it around you, of course, that's certainly true. Jordan, we do have one comment. Could someone share the link to the website that Jordan mentioned? I believe that's Play-a-Link.
Yes, correct. Where do I share it in the chat, or I mean?
We can share it in the chat, and perhaps someone on the admin team can share it in the comments. That's playalink.com. My next question I wanted to direct towards Sarah and Emily, and even Haley. I know Haley was a teacher in the past. If you could change one thing about current Arabic education, what would it be? Emily, if we could start with you.
Sure. So thank you for that question. So as I mentioned before, I have a PhD in Arabic, and I was a professor of Arabic. I also had I've had a chance to work with a number of different study abroad programs over the years. I served as the director of the University of Utah Study Abroad in Alexandria, Egypt, back in 2008. Director of the Critical Language Scholarship Study Abroad in Amman, Jordan, 2010. And I was also an academic consultant for Arabic Flagship for their year abroad in Morocco just last year. And one thing that I've noticed, even in those programs that take students abroad and that really provide them with a really good structure in terms of language and cultural learning, what I've noticed is that students abroad tend to not learn quite as much about the culture as you might like to think. And so it takes a strong sort of programmatic intervention for students to actually acquire any culture and make any kind of progress on that sort of journey from I'm a monolingual, monocultural person to I have learned what it means to function well in two or multiple different cultures. What anthropologists call cultural relativism. That journey is a long one, and it is not linear. It's a crazy one, and it's got spirals and ups and downs and a lot of work on processing both positive and negative cultural experiences that you have with the target culture. And so I would say the main thing I would change in language education is a much, much greater focus on that journey of self-discovery, that journey of understanding one's culture in order to be able to understand a foreign culture, instead of just focusing on the language or doing culture in like, here's a snippet. Arabs in the Gulf like to do this. Well, instead of that, let's reframe this in a complete cultural journey in which language is an important element.
Yeah, no, I think that's really important. Sarah, I don't know if you wanted to chime in.
Oh, I absolutely do. I can't speak to language education in other countries because I've only really taught or experienced it here in the US. But I think in general in the United States, our language education does not focus on speaking at all. And which is, for many of us, the primary way that we communicate. And so it doesn't make sense that we're filling out worksheets and verb conjugation because it doesn't help us actually practice and achieve fluency in speaking. And that's actually one of the reasons I studied French for 5 or 6 years, and I cannot really form a sentence. And so I think that there needs to be a larger focus on speaking in the classroom. And I also find in this country, we focus very much on grammar in general, again, in language education, but especially in standard Arabic. That doesn't, for me, if you're ultimately, your goal in achieving fluency is a large part of that is speaking. I find that the heavy focus on grammar, especially in standard Arabic, is really daunting and really off-putting oftentimes to students as well. And that just kind of gets in the way again of achieving fluency and really, I think, showing students what all there is to learn, not just about the culture, I'm sorry, not just about the language, but the different communities in which Arabic is spoken.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a really great point. I mean, we've heard this story, time and time again. The Arabic student that travels abroad and starts to speak Fusha, and because they put in so much time and so much effort in the book and they memorize the grammar, but what about speaking practice? There's no speak, and it turns out, we don't even speak using Fusha. So some more speaking practice certainly is needed. Haley, I don't know if you wanted to chime in on this question as well.
I think in my own experience, I think that, there's, especially in the United States, with the uphill battle of overcoming stereotypes and of many cultures, not just Arab culture. When I taught Arabic, I made sure that the room was decorated in all kinds of really cool things, and traditional stuff and also modern stuff, just to show them like they're the same as you. I spent a summer in Jordan making little movies about teenagers there, and I would show them to my students and they'd be like, oh my gosh, like they like the same things I do. Yes, yes, they do. And it kind of, like, that whole thing has translated to, like, my job, for example. I spend a lot of time with refugees, and obviously they're the same as us. And I feel like, with fundraising and awareness and running a nonprofit, I find that most of my job is to humanize humans, which doesn't feel very good at all. I constantly have to remind people, like, they're the same as us. But I think if that starts in Arabic education, you can overcome that. Even my own experience when I first went to Morocco, it was like, I'm embarrassed to say this, but yeah, I lived in this old neighborhood in Fez, Morocco. And it was like, oh, everything's so old and so cool. And it was like Disneyland. But in reality, people who live there are living in abject poverty. And even I would look at the little trash donkeys, because they put the trash on donkeys, and I'd be like, that's so cute. But in reality, that guy who's doing that is probably trying desperately to make ends meet. And so by the end of the study abroad, I was living with a couple, like a Moroccan couple. By the end, it was like, oh, they're the same as me. And yeah, that's definitely the number one thing that has made the most impact in my work, is sitting down with refugees and talking to them. And they aren't used to someone coming in who looks like me, who speaks Arabic. And they're not used to telling their stories. And so oftentimes when we're in Jordan, going from camp to camp, little tiny camps, distributing goats for milk, we'll sit in their tents, and especially the women will be like, I have to tell you my story, please. And it's because they haven't been able to tell their story. And so we'll be sitting there drinking tea, and they'll be telling me about all these horrific things that happened to them, and also good things that happened to them, because they're very positive and resilient people in general. But that's what makes the difference, is sitting there together and knowing that they're my brothers and sisters, and being able to tell them, you are my sister. It's life-changing for me, and hopefully it changes their day and gives them something to smile about.
Yeah, I think really, even in education, letting young students know that that the people abroad, the people in the Arab world, also have the same interests. And I mean, there's been a number of different movies and films that have come out, documentaries even, very specific interests, like skateboarders in Jordan, surfers in Palestine, female car drifters, like streetcar drifting, racing, things that people here will open their eyes and say, oh wait, well, I love surfing. I didn't know they love to surf there. Oh, I don't know they like to drift cars there. And that's it, making that connection between the Arab world and the West. That there are connections, there are similarities, and That's important. That's important to do, certainly in the classroom. To go to the next question, I wanted to talk about, let's say, students they studied Arabic, they want to include their Arabic skills on the resume. How do you show your Arabic skills on the resume in hopes that you would get something or get a position for in the workplace? How can students include the Arabic skills on their resume? Sarah, maybe we can start with you.
Sorry, I had to unmute. I think there's a lot of, especially for students coming from the US, there's a lot of solid programs out there, like Middlebury, Fulbright, CASA, that look good on resumes, to be honest. And I think also working or living abroad is also always helpful, but highlighting the fact that you have, like many of us have talked about, been involved in the community that you've lived in whatever capacity, I think is also really helpful, because it shows, again, that you not only know the language, but you have a deep understanding of the people that you've lived or studied with.
I wanted to ask just a question in general to the four panelists here. Are there any, I know that there's ACTFL, ILR levels and standards and numbers and ratings. Do you include that on the resume for our young listeners, for our young learners, when they take a certified OPI and they get a certain score? Is that something that they can include on the resume and that perhaps employers will recognize? Emily, I saw that you unmuted.
I would say absolutely. Include anything on the resume that can show your proficiency in any way. So if you have taken an OPI and you're not ashamed of your score, then include it on the resume. If you have studied abroad, include it on the resume. If you have invested of your time or money to get private tutoring, include it on the resume. And I would say, to go back to Omar's last question about how to sort of showcase your proficiency on a resume. One thing that I've really liked when I've seen applications or have been on boards to either pick students for scholarships or give a former student an opportunity for employment, one thing that really speaks to me is a video. And there's a number of different, the resume is sort of like typically just sort of a piece of paper or a PDF doc that you can glimpse at. What I've appreciated is a link that would take me to either a YouTube video or a website or anything, a different kind of medium that portrays the applicant through like a little snippet where they either perform a language function or present original research, depending on the kind of program that you've been through. I'm not suggesting that you have to do your own research and make a video of yourself presenting it, but say if you were in a cohort of Arabic flagship and you did the year abroad, the capstone year abroad in Morocco, and your final year presentation was recorded, I would include that for job applications for scholarships, because it's a powerful way for the employer to get to know you and understand what you can perform for them in the target language.
I think that's a really good point, Emily. That kind of makes me think of at the end of my first year studying Arabic, always the final project was a skit. And some of the groups went above and beyond and made like short films, like 45 minutes with harakat and i'rab, and like everything was they subtitled it. I mean, really at that point, yeah, if you have something such high quality, and you're really proud of it, of course, include it. That this is my final project for this class, or intermediate, advanced, beginner, whatever. But to prove and to show your Arabic skills, that's true. Including a link to YouTube, to something that you filmed, something that you submitted as a final project, and you're proud of it. That's a really good point. To go to the next question, I wanted to ask. So let's say you've graduated with an Arabic degree. You're applying to jobs, but you're getting no luck. How can you keep up your Arabic skills while waiting for the right employment opportunity? So you're out of school, you're no longer studying it formally. What are some great ways to keep up? I know we mentioned Playling, we talked about Playling. Are there any other ways that students can keep up their high level of Arabic skills while they're waiting, while they're kind of passing the time? I wanted to start with Sarah.
I would say that I've used a number of different organizations, and there's a few out there that connect language learners with people who are in different countries as refugees, which is often helpful because sometimes that can be one of the only sources of income that they receive. And so Netkelem is one that offers people an opportunity to learn Arabic or French, or I think Spanish and Persian are among their offerings as well. But if you're in the United States, and I imagine a number of other countries as well, we have a number of people who have come over here as refugees as well. And if that is something, that genuinely interests you, building community or connections with people who have come here as refugees, I think that there are, a lot of organizations in different cities that you can get involved in. But I also think it's very important to make sure that your interest is genuine, because I do know that, there have been a number of students and people that I've worked with that kind of reach out to people who are here as refugees solely to gain from them and to, learn Arabic from them, and not actually help build community. And I think in the United States, that's especially important because our government, unfortunately, does not offer a lot of support for people who come here as refugees. And so oftentimes becoming a part of the community wherever they are is difficult, and sometimes they find themselves isolated. And so that can be a really mutually beneficial relationship, again, if that's something that's genuinely interesting to you.
I think that's a really good point. Netakalem, we work, Qatar Foundation International works closely also with Netakalem. We provide opportunities for students to, even classrooms to have a displaced person or a refugee speak and be kind of like, what's the word, beamed in, via Skype or Zoom and speak to the students and give them an opportunity to really share. Haley, you mentioned it earlier. I mean, you're surrounding yourself with Jordanian dialect shows, and you're laughing, and I think that's also another thing, just to mention that we watch a lot of Netflix now. We do a lot of, we spend a lot of time on streaming. Take a look at Netflix, because there are a lot of Arab series and a lot of Arabic movies that have been put on Netflix and other streaming services. If you're looking to improve your listening skills, maybe work on another dialect, there are avenues there, things that we're doing every day anyways in English. Well, why not put on Arabic subtitles? Why not, listen to it or watch it in Arabic? Those are opportunities. There are opportunities here and there as well. Did anyone else want to chime in on that question? What are some ways that students can kind of keep up their Arabic skills while applying, while looking for jobs? Haley, I know you unmuted.
Yeah, I have to admit that there was a period of time that I didn't keep it up and a lot of it had to do with like feeling stupid. Whenever I tried to do it, I felt like I just didn't feel very smart. It wasn't sticking, and so I just stopped, which I obviously regret, and I've made up for it, luckily. But at the same time, I took advantage. I was doing my master's at the time in Middle Eastern Studies, not Arabic, Middle East, just different aspects. And learning history, watching films, like the good films, like the artists, the, what do you call it? The directors that are really famous for these beautiful films that have so much meaning. I took advantage of that. So I learned a lot of history of the Arab world and a lot of films and things like that, poetry translated into English. But that also helped when I started like really trying to like get my Arabic better again. I had that foundation where I could connect with people, and I would mention this movie, or I'd mention some explorer from the 1500s or something, and that would help us connect. So I actually had something to talk about, and they were very impressed that I knew that stuff. So don't leave that out either.
I wanted to mention, of course, I've experienced this as well, graduating from it with an Arabic degree, but still looking for that first work opportunity. And that coming from a heritage-speaking family, I forced, and it was a change, to speak to my parents in Arabic. I've always spoken to them in English, but I forced myself. I just came back from Egypt. I need to use my Arabic. I need to use my skills, and also my friends. So the friends that participated in that program that returned to the U.S., it's very easy to get back into the habit of speaking to them in English, but no, I would force myself to speak in Arabic and use the words and try to circumvent and get around that one word that I keep missing, that I keep forgetting. I'll eventually just describe it so well that they know what I'm talking about. And that's another skill. That's another way to keep up those Arabic skills, is put yourself in a position to keep using it, whether it's with speakers, whether it's with other language learners. And to give a quick shout out to Jordan and Playling, and when I was first introduced to Jordan and took a look at that website, I really spent a long time jumping from video to video and almost going down the rabbit hole of even some dialects that I'm not familiar with, starting with some beginner level videos to just get exposure and just to hear maybe some similarities between dialects, or to pick out the words, the key words that are, oh, well, that's different in this dialect. Well, I didn't know that. And to kind of go from there. So really being proactive, taking a look online, using your resources and using those who are around you to keep up those Arabic skills. You know, that language learning is a lifelong journey. You're never complete. You never have the check mark that you're done. There's always something new to learn. And specifically with Arabic, with the different dialects and the different regions, there's always something that can be learned. There's always something that can be improved upon. The next question I wanted to take it to, I wanted to ask, with starting with Jordan and Sarah, what was the hardest aspect of language for you during your studies? What was the hardest part to wrap your head? I know for me, certainly it was grammar. Coming from a heritage-speaking household, I always float to Egyptian dialect, and when I get to Fusha, I get really mixed up with the rules and the regulations and the different grammar and the nahu and the harakat, the i'rab. So for Sarah and Jordan, maybe Jordan, you can start us off. What was the toughest part of Arabic for you?
Yeah, for me, I wouldn't say it was so much the grammar. Well, I mean, the grammar is difficult, but a lot of the MSA grammar, when I first started learning it, I kind of approached it unconventionally. I didn't start learning in a course. I started learning on my own with an Iraqi, and then I found an Iraqi tutor, and we were meeting, and then I started traveling. I was in Morocco, and then I was in the West Bank, and then I was 4 years in Egypt. And all that time, I kind of, I'd already studied other languages before that. I really knew that I wanted to achieve a kind of proficiency, and I wasn't interested in this kind of, at the time, I didn't even feel like it was important to really absorb a lot of the MSA grammar stuff that I saw in the textbooks. I would just skip over that. There's no test for me. I wasn't in college anymore, so it didn't really matter. So I found, the most difficult thing about it was really pronunciation for me, especially among the different, because I moved so much between different dialects constantly. My own way of speaking changed over time. It was a constant kind of mix of different things going on, and I would sort of second guess myself and get confused about the vowels, and sometimes I was right about both versions. It's just I didn't remember which went with which, or maybe one I just made up and the other one was, So there was that constant ambiguity, which I even still experience, to be honest with you. I deal with Arabs from all over. So it's really a constant juggling game about how I'm going to speak to make myself understood, and you see them themselves adjusting their own speech as well to what they suspect I would more easily understand.
That's very true. That's very, very true. Sarah, I don't know if you wanted to chime in.
I think initially the hardest part was just speaking. Like I said, even in college when I was learning Arabic, we barely spoke in the classroom. And so getting over that obstacle of just lack of self-confidence in my language was really difficult. And Omar, like you said earlier, when I stayed abroad in Egypt, and when I first got there, I stayed at a cheap hotel. And so nobody around me spoke English, and nobody understood what I was saying because I was speaking in modern standard Arabic the whole time because I hadn't started learning any dialects. And that was really the first couple of days I was in Egypt. I cried myself to bed every night because I couldn't find food. I just didn't know where to go. I was in the middle of Cairo. I had no idea where I was, and nobody could understand me. And that just made it even more difficult. I was like, I've been studying this language for 3 years. Nobody knows what I'm saying. what have I been doing? Who gave me A's? Because they really misled me into thinking I knew this language, but I really don't. Once I got over that, it's incredible. I feel so much more confident attempting in the other languages that I'm learning as well. And that's a really great feeling because, I mean, I think with anything, you really have to put yourself out there and practice until you get better. But languages, for sure, you don't just start speaking one day. It comes with practice. And I think with Arabic especially, that can be daunting once you realize all the dialects that exist, and often sometimes the very large differences that exist between them. And for my students as well, that's often really challenging once they discover that, okay, I can speak well in my teacher's class, but once I meet Arabs, like when they go out on the street, when I was teaching in Boston, there were a lot of Moroccans, and I taught Egyptian Arabic. And some students would come back and they would be like, what are you teaching me? Nobody, I don't understand what anybody is saying to me. But I think that, you pick it up over time and you really, especially with Arabic, you stay the course. And it helped to remind myself that, sometimes Arabs from different regions don't have the smoothest communication either. So it's not just me. And it's also with Arabic too, because the Arabic-speaking world is located in between all of these different continents and civilizations and cultures and communities. You start to notice the way that the different languages and dialects converge. And that is really cool. Like that, I mean, I personally find the way languages and history have interacted over time super neat. And so it's become less of a daunting thing where I'm like, why don't I understand people, to why don't I understand people? Like what was it about history that has changed this language? And that's really, really fun to learn about.
That's certainly true. I don't know if I wanted to give the opportunity for anyone else to chime in before we get to our last and final question. We have a lot of language learners that are learning Arabic that haven't started learning Arabic. So this last question is kind of just when you get into school, you have the opportunity of taking French, taking Spanish, and some other critical languages that might be in school. Okay, maybe Mandarin, maybe even Korean. Why should students take Arabic, or why should they continue taking Arabic? And I'm going to start with Haley.
Like I mentioned before, bridging the gap between the culture gap, showing people that you're willing to learn about their culture and their language is huge. Like I can't emphasize that enough. I have met thousands of people displaced by war, and I haven't spoken to all of them, right? But I've spoken to several. And again, like the connection that they're able to speak in their own language and tell the story in their own language is huge for them. And oftentimes, like they'll cry and they'll hug me and they'll just be like, thank you for listening. Like if someone's hugging you and crying and thanking you for listening, that's indicative that they're not getting enough of that. And I think like even just as when I was a teacher in Boston, like my students were amazing. But like, yeah, at the beginning, a lot of them just didn't know why they were in there. They were kind of like, well, I don't know, I didn't want to take Spanish. And so there was that kind of, there was that gap. They just didn't understand what they were getting into. But by the end, they were really connected to the language and to the teenagers they met on a little YouTube channel that I had made. Yeah, that's like, I can't emphasize that enough. It makes people feel so happy. Like even in the States, during Ramadan, I was walking somewhere in Arizona and I passed by Mahajaba. She was a lady wearing a hijab. So I figured she's probably fasting. And so I said, Ramadan Kareem. And she stopped and she's like, thank you. Like no one has ever wished me that. Or just I was at the gym once and I saw someone there who I could tell that she was an Arabic speaker. I could just tell. Anyway, I talked to her, just said, hey, like, it turns out that she was a Syrian refugee and was just really happy to talk to me. And and because I'd lived in the Middle East and had that exposure to culture, stopping someone on the street and talking to them is not weird for them. And so I think a lot of times I would never stop like someone else who's working out and be like, "Hey, are you from Louisiana?" Or like, I would never do something like that. But because I know that you can, they're so open and so friendly that like it kind of throws them off at first because they're not used to it when they live in the American culture and people aren't so friendly. Just little things like that. I think it just makes people's days, like, you know, it's a way to help people. It's a way to make people feel better, and it's all based on language. So that's my plug.
No, certainly. And we have a couple comments here. You know, thank you for sharing humanity of language, really connecting with another person and, you know, speaking to them in their language, showing that you understand, they're welcome, and that's certainly important. Sarah, Emily, Jordan, I wanted to open it up to you as well. Why, if a student has the choice between, let's say, three, you know, Emily, you speak French, Jordan, you speak French, but if they have the option between taking French, Spanish, Mandarin, Arabic, why should they choose Arabic? What can you say to that? Go ahead, Emily.
Thank you. Maybe this isn't the answer you're looking for. I think they don't have to take Arabic, first of all. I just want to point out the fact that everybody's life experience priorities are unique and different. And I think you should make the choice that makes the most sense to you and do the thing that excites you the most, that brings the most happiness and the most connectivity to your life. And if that's not Arabic, then that's okay. I do think, though, that learning a foreign language is absolutely critical in anyone's life journey. And of course, I'm not speaking in a social vacuum. Like I was trained as a sociolinguist, and I'm a hyper polyglot. Like obviously learning and teaching language is really important to me. And that's probably why I say these things. I don't know that everyone in the world would agree with me. But I remember reading in a book years ago. This isn't a whole lot of information. I can dig out the reference if needed. But I remember reading about the experience of a high school German teacher who was teaching German in the Midwest somewhere in a really small town, far from everything, where people tended to just kind of stay in the hometown for the rest of their life and find work there. And the teacher was talking about an experience she had speaking with some parents of her high school German students. And the parents were saying, well, why should my kid even take your class? Why does that even matter? They're not ever going to leave this town. Why would they need to speak German? And she said, because your kid is never going to leave this town, that is exactly why they should take German. Because this is their only opportunity to open themselves up to the world and to learn about different worldviews through their study of this language and this culture. And so I think this is true for everyone in the world. The more we are open to learning languages and learning about other people's cultures, the richer our life can be, and the richer in terms of connectivity as well, and relationships. And I will say that in spite of the fact that this is my general view of things, you don't have to do Arabic. Personally, my connection to Arabic is very personal, and it comes mostly from the year that I spent in Damascus as a CASA student. The relationship I have with some of my old Syrian friends are some of the most joyful and beautiful friendships that I have had a chance to develop in my life. So for me, it's that connection to Syrian culture, and in particular, the culture of Damascus, that just draws me back over and over. And so to anyone who's curious about that, if some of our listeners are curious, get out there, get into the culture, and see if you're not completely won over by the warmth and hospitality of most Arabs. And I'm not saying all Arabs have to be hospitable and kind. It's not their duty. I don't want to make this, sort of positive stereotype a burden to them. However, it is true that it is a cultural tendency that is found among many Arabs.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, Emily. Sarah, Jordan, if you know, Sarah, you are teaching Arabic. If a student asks you, why should I continue or why should I start? What do you have to give what do you have to give them?
I, like Haley, actually had a lot of students. I taught, the last high school I taught at was, we only offered Spanish and Arabic, and everybody wanted to take Spanish because they wanted an easy A, because there's this perception about Arabic that it's really difficult. And so that is, something I encountered a lot. Students were put in my class because there was no space in the Spanish class. And I think, to speak to something Emily said earlier about learning about your own culture and who you are, I think that happened a lot in my classroom. One of the first things we talk about in the first week is this idea of Arabic being written backwards, and we have a conversation about what the connotations of the word backwards mean, especially in in the United States, of our perception and our exposure to Arabs. And so, through that conversation, students just start to learn about themselves, their own perceptions, their own usage of the language that is their mother tongue. And then we go on, I think, like Emily said, any language you want to learn, I think language learning is so important. But Arabic, I've seen in a lot of the students that I've had in the United States, just kind of flips their worldview 180. To Haley's point, there are so many, we're all humans, there's so many similarities and we don't see that. But there's also so many ways of doing things that, in the United States, we definitely have a lot of people and a lot of cultures and a lot of worlds represented here, but there's a tendency to kind of gravitate towards the dominant culture. You want to seem as American as possible. And so things like the different ways that you can greet each other in the Arab world, in the US, you shake hands, and my students are really, sometimes, to be honest, off-put at the idea of kissing or getting that close to people physically. But I think the important thing is, especially here in the United States, there are multiple ways of doing things and saying things and just being, and you learn that from learning any language. Because you're not just learning the language, you're learning about that community of people.
I think that's very, very appropriate for the global cred. All languages really, just opening up more than just Arabic, that's this natural progression that we're having towards a more global and interconnected world. What the likelihood of you running into someone who speaks another languages from a different culture, who's perhaps an immigrant, perhaps someone not born in the U.S. coming from abroad, is increasing. And even to take it one step further, once graduating, your percentage of working in a multicultural workforce or a diverse company or diverse organization increases. And so the ability, with another language, with the understanding of partial or another culture, that connection can happen. And just to speak to Haley's point, of course, the humanity of it, to connect with another human being in their own language and to understand and to be able to relate is certainly appreciated. Jordan, I just wanted to give you also an opportunity if you wanted to chime in for that last question.
Yeah, related to the choice of languages, that's the question, right? Yeah. Yeah, for me, I always, all of the languages I ever learned, except for French, because I started learning that in high school, because you had to choose between French and Spanish, so I chose French. But all the rest I chose because I had a very specific goal in mind, and that goal was to actually go to these places and live with these people. And so for me to, in the back of my mind, is like, if I wanted to fully experience that, and then I needed to speak their language. And so, but also, I mean, I understand other people come across it in different ways. And Haley's story about just pulling a random book out and just seeing the words, obviously, that was just love for the language itself. It wasn't a means to an end. It was an end in and of itself, which is interesting. People approach, I suppose, have different motivations for learning languages. But for me, it was always a means. It wasn't an end in itself. I mean, there are things that I appreciate about Arabic as being beautiful and whatnot, but But it's all, I mean, it's not enough to, I think, counteract the suffering associated with spending years of of hard work, learning it, if it was just for that and not for the more important thing for me, which is really the people and the culture and the society.
Yeah, that's great. We do have about 4 minutes left. I wanted to open it up to comments to see if anything, if there's any questions for our panelists. We do have a couple more minutes. I know there was, of course, there was a comment. I wanted to mention this. Include, students that do obtain the seal of biliteracy. Of course, include that on your resume. Put that down. Once you have that, that certainly looks great on your resume to employers for future, job and work opportunities. And I mentioned the ACTFL ILR scale, but there's also different scales. There's also, I think there's a specific one in Europe. I know that there's certain tests for different languages. Of course, including that, showing your scores, showing links, like Emily mentioned, to something you're really proud of, something that's really impressive. That really helps for employers to get an idea of what you can do in that language, depending on this specific position. Maybe just to sign off, I'm not seeing any questions come through. Just to sign off, I was thinking perhaps we could just hear 1 or 2 sentences from each of you in Arabic to just encourage the learners, just maybe a quick message to learners who are either taking the language or thinking of taking the language. Some reinforcement, some encouragement. Maybe Jordan, I see you're unmuted. Can you start us off?
ايوه انا مبسوط انه انتوا جيتوا هون عشان تسمعونا، وانا بتمنى لكم كل التوفيق، وشيل حيلكم اتعلموا كتير عربي عشان بعدين يعني تروحوا تعيشوا وتسافروا بشكل اوسط وتستمتع من الجو ومن الناس.
Shukran, Jordan. Sarah, maybe you could chime in.
I'll share my favorite expression in Egyptian, which is الكلاب في بطني بتحوحو, which means that the dogs in my stomach are barking because I am hungry, which is true for me almost always, but especially right now. And I thought it was actually funny when I learned that phrase. I started saying it a lot because I was constantly eating when I was in Egypt, and just in general as well. But one of my female Egyptian friends took me aside and she was like, you should say I think it was asafir fi batni bitsusu, because that's, more than like, which I thought was hilarious. There's an expression for both males and females, but kalab are definitely, I think, a little bit more apt because I can never be eating enough, it feels like.
Emily and Haley, maybe quickly. I know that we just have a minute left. Go ahead, Emily.
طيب بدي أشجعكم شباب على إنه تسافروا وتتعلموا وتستمروا بالتعمق بهاللغة وبهالثقافة، وأكيد أمامكم فرص كتيرة وغنية جدا منشان تستمروا على هذا الطريق، وهي يعني فعلا تجربة حلوة، وإن شاء الله تستمتعوا فيها وتضلوا تتعرفوا على ناس وتأكلوا كمان من هالأكل العربي المتنوع الممتاز اللي غير حياتي.
Shukran, Emily. And Haley, you can just end us here.
العربية دمرتني. It destroys me. أنا أموت العربي. I love Arabic so much. It destroys me and I die for it.
Shukran, Haley. Shukran. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for today's career panel. And really, we hope that you enjoy the rest of the Global CRED conference today for day 1 and day 2. Please don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions or follow-up questions with any of our lovely panelists or myself. And thank you, Linda, and thank you also to the Global CRED team for having us. Thank you so much. Ma salama.
Thank you. Ma salama.
Hello, everyone. It is a delight to be speaking with you, and I'm looking forward to hearing what you've got to share. My name is Nora Jones, and I am an educator by background of French, Spanish, Russian, Latin, when I can get to it, and a daughter of an immigrant father from Croatia. It has played tremendously into my life to be sensitive to the idea that language and culture changes lives. And as an educator, I certainly have been taking a look at how we learn languages and how we learn cultures in a way that really provides us for power. So it's my pleasure to have you here today. Looking forward, again, as I say, to your sharing. And we can put the screen up now, if you would please, our dear administrator. Taking a look at the Level Up for Game Changer Language Insights. And here's my point, my dear friends, that I am excited to be able to say that when we understand the nature of language, how language works, then we get a chance to be able to work with language better. So I'm looking at what is it that you've already found out about language that you're working with? What is it that you discover today? And how then, when you step back, can you step forward? We're going to be taking a look at 4 truths, 3 steps, 3 gifts. I like counting and stuff like that. But the idea is that through backing up, looking at these items that underlay everything we work with, that we end up with increasing impact of language and culture studies in our lives and joy. So let's get to it. Looking forward to seeing what you can share. First of all, let's start with the 4 language truths that I'd like to share with you today. Again, back up so that you can think about is how do you learn? How do you, if you are a teacher, how do you teach? And if you're here as an administrator, how can you help to support the language learning that's going on in your school or schools because of these truths? Okay, so here we go. But we start with you. Now you can use this in the comment box, okay? I want to see what you're up to. Let me know. There's a quick quiz, all right? So I'm looking for you to provide an answer. This is a little bit of a quiz. So here's your first one. Ready? Are you ready? Okay, ready to write the answers. Language has been spoken for, fill in the blank, years. Go ahead and write it in. Let's see what you got. Language has been spoken for how long do you think? Think carefully. I'm going to do a little humming. Do, 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 dum, dum, dum. I didn't do the Jeopardy hum. I should have. Okay. Language has been spoken for, well, 150,000 years. We know that humans have been using language then to get each other's attention, protect each other, for 150,000 years. And I see some guesses, and that's really neat because I see underguessing, but you see it's been around for a tremendously long time. Well understood. Nobody put millions of years here, so that's okay too. 150,000, most linguists agree, all right? Okay, now here's another question. You ready? Language has been written for blank number of years. Okay, think about that. We know that language has been spoken for approximately 150,000 years, according to the best linguists. How about written? Well, let's see what you guessed, because the answer is yes, very close. Very good, guys. 6,000. Again, some linguists will have themselves gigantic fistfights over this, but actually, the proportionality is where I'm going with here. Do you see how we have been speaking language for significantly longer than we've been writing it? So, what's that truth then going to do? Let's take a look. Yes, congratulations to those of you that came right on the money or very close to it. Here's a first item about language. When we sign up for language, or if you again are an administrator or a teacher, you know that sometimes students sign up language. We all have this tendency to feel like we are in for, and we are, by the way, for an exciting adventure. It's going to feel very stimulating. We're going to be conquerors of the language and the culture. For the most part, we can hardly wait to get started. Okay, we feel heroic when we get going. However, once we get into it, we recognize that language is actually kind of more scary often. We need to understand that we, or potentially one of our classmates or our students that started out by looking like they were all available and excited, all of a sudden experience it as potentially a drop off a major waterfall, something that kind of takes your breath away, drowns you at the bottom, that you have to try to figure out how to get out from underneath. So the first thing is to recognize that language is challenging in ways that we may not be prepared for, okay? And to be patient about that. Second is, we often think of language as a solo journey climbing to a peak, and that we will actually reach that peak. That peak will be there and we can conquer it. And when we conquer it, it's all done, okay? But in fact, what we discover is that language is more of a slow journey. We go around bends. We can't really see the top or the end or the destination finally. And it's pretty calm for the most part, just floating along. Now, recognize, I think this picture is beautiful too. Moreover, one thing to notice, and we'll chat about it again, is that you're not doing it by yourself. There are a variety of companions traveling with you. All right, here's another thing that we tend to think about language. We tend to think about language as something we discover. Now, this is getting to be a bigger one here, my friends. We tend to think of language as being a part of a repository of facts, information, expressions, vocabulary, and if we study it, we'll discover it, and then we can take the pot and go home. Language is not a discovery. It's an invention. It's an invention. Language is being built every day by the speakers of the language, including you if you're studying it, including you if you are teaching it. Language is being built lexical item by lexical item, that is to say, word by word, vocabulary piece by vocabulary piece, primarily. We put grammar in as mortar to keep the building from falling down ultimately when it gets big enough, but it is being built day by day. It is being created. It may or may not turn out to be a full-fledged house or even beautiful when it's finished, although we're going to give it a try, and you'll notice something else again. It is not being built alone. Language is not a discovery. So if you have material or you have an idea in your mind that you are going to finish learning a language at some point, actually, no. This is going to be an ongoing building you're creating, and you get to create along with every other speaker of this language. That's exciting. Language is alive. It's alive. And when we keep that in mind, both as educators and as students, now we've got an exciting adventure to go on. Today, by the way, you will only understand about 10% of what I'm saying. All the rest of it will actually be lost to you, but you'll get the gist of it. So I have a lot of language so you can pick up some, and that's something to bring hope to your learning. All right, number 4. Yes, we are creating language every time we use it. Very nicely said, Michelle. Number 4, and this is a real biggie, and this one I want you to challenge yourself with. Take it home with you. Hold it tight and think about it a lot as a student, as a teacher, and also as an administrator. We think of language as written. You've already taken the quiz. You've already seen that actually writing is a convention that was established not that long ago. But because we are highly literate people here today, we think of language often as an aspect of literacy, that is to say, written form. We pick up a textbook. We hand people pieces of paper. We begin to read off of things. Well, it can be literate. But there are things to watch out for because language, as we've seen already by the quiz, is primarily an object of the body. Now, the first body piece I'm going to show you here today is about the ear, because I believe that many of the people that are participating today and will continue to participate in this particular wonderful global event are going to be folks that have the ability to hear to at least some extent. And language has strongly been about the body and especially about the ear. And so what I'm challenging you today is to realize that this truth is that language is about the ear. Language is about the way the body works rather than about literacy can really be a breakthrough. So for example, if you are a student and you understand that language is sound, if you step back and listen to it, you're going to have breakthroughs. You're going to have breakthroughs that even sometimes the way that it's instructed to you or that books present it, you can disagree with, okay? And go for it, by the way. For example, one of the workshops I want to give one day is there's no such thing as irregular. Why would people that are dependent on understanding each other by voice make their lives miserable with irregularity? And I don't, well, you know what I mean. Irregular verbs, irregular actions, irregular spellings. They don't do that. What they have is history of the voice. So, for example, if you happen to be studying, say, Spanish, and you recognize that verbal impact on certain vowels splits them, then you understand that contar becomes cuento. It's natural. You don't have to worry about the spelling. If you are in French and they're like, no, you must add an E after the C because we have commençons, we have to use a C.R.E.D. No. It is about the sound being retained. And you see, when native speakers work with sound, they do things like we know in languages that include, say, subjunctive, where a vowel switch signals whether something is possible or impossible, probable or fact. This switch of sound from present tense to future tense means that when we look and we see there is nothing actually that's irregular, there is nothing that is unpredictable, really, if we know that language is sound and we also recognize that there's a history in words. Sometimes things like, say, the English, for example, I go, you go in the present tense, I went, you went. In the past tense, it's not irregular, it's just two different verbs. One was selected for the present tense, one was selected for the past tense, but they're the same background of what they mean. Listening brings that all out, and that truth can change everything. If you are a teacher, okay, be sure to recognize this, to step back and contact me because I have all sorts of tools for that, okay? That's fun. Now, I do want to make sure that I say that, again, language is primarily not written, right? But I also want to make sure that a shout out to those who are participating in American Sign Language or other sign languages around the globe. If the person is not able to hear completely or at all, the body then is the full expression. And one more reason why I think it's very important that we take a look at this is that literacy can be a block to some people to being able to succeed. If that happens to you or to a peer or to one of your students, take a look at how language is sound, language is the body, can change everything. So built together, you create it, you are the creator, and its language is alive. It's a journey. It's going to be scary every once in a while, and you won't always feel as if you are the conqueror, and especially language is sound. All right, so let's take a little bit more about this truth here as we go forward. Remember, I'm going to make a bigger point here about literacy. Remember, only few people were able to read way back when. Therefore, everybody that was talking pretty much was interested in being able to make sense out of sound. Now, when the printing press was developed, and we're glad it was, then literacy became a key part of our lives. However, if we're not careful, and sometimes we weren't, we turned then the language into a literacy contest. And it makes sense that we did so because a lot of the learning in the United States, anyway, was about Latin, a language that was no longer spoken. And it became part of the way that we teach now modern languages in the United States. Other cultures and countries around the world, I know, don't have that same particular approach. But whenever we take a look and we're like, are we making it so that it's difficult to understand the patterns of language, the joy of language, how language is a verbal treat, how you know how spellings work because it's a listening? So take a look into that. Because, my friends, and I wonder if this relates to you, you can tell me in the comments. And certainly teachers can take a look at this with great interest, I believe, because literally, if you scan our brains, you will find that our brains react to peer exclusion like it's going to be death-defying. Literally, at the neural level, we perceive social rejection as a threat to existence. When we're in a class or when we're watching students and people say, I feel like I'm going to die, I'd rather die than get up and talk, neurologically, they mean it. Okay. Now, it happens to come from a National Geographic article, this quote, back in 2011 when they had done neurological work with the teenage brain. But the fact is that because language is about our identity, because it's about our community, we do perceive anything that threatens us to be dangerous to our lives. Okay, which is one reason why I keep going to language is sound, to the patience, the creativity, and the risk taking. That's all part of those truths. Okay, so doesn't this child that I'm showing today look a little scary? Yes, indeed, because the first thing that we need to do when we go into a classroom, teachers, that students need to do when they go into the classroom, they need to know they're going to survive. Survive. Comprehensible input is one way of saying helping students to feel like they can begin to understand, but I'm going to make it an even bigger picture. What are we doing in a classroom that allows ourselves, our students, to be able to feel that they're going to survive the class? I don't mean going out of the language. I mean actually staying in the language, but making it so that it is incremental, fun, and about the ear. Because once we know we can survive, even just a little bit, just the first day, then we go to our next stage of what we want to see happen. We want to belong. Language is part of our identity, you know. When you were a kiddo, you cried for your caretaker, hoping that they would feed you. And once you realized that you were likely to be fed, you needed to belong to at least someone in a family unit, some kind of a unit that gave you some identity and belonging. Same thing goes on in class. Once we realize we can survive and not die from that neurological disaster, then we want to make connections with our peers through this language gently and carefully. And only once we have done that connection can we feel comfortable about becoming competent. A lot of times, I speak for myself as a learner for just a moment. I would go into a classroom as someone that had success in other subject areas, let's say, and I expected some success in language, and I got confused quickly, and somebody put something in front of me I couldn't read, and I felt overwhelmed, and I could feel my neurological tension. So first I needed to feel like I could survive and like I could belong in that course with other people. Only then could I discern whether or not I was going to care about whether I conjugated a verb correctly or made a phrase correctly. Because these three parts are part of the basic human need. Survival is the base. I've made it bigger letters, more bold. We must survive, then we can belong, then we can become competent. So if we're students, we want to make sure that we take a look at the language truths of it's going to be a little scary, but hang in there and create. Okay, we're going to listen carefully. And educators here, please give everybody a chance to hear and receive and survive, because then you can connect people to belong and they can grow those connections, because that's what language is about, our identity and our community. And only then will we care about being competent. Let's not rush. So the first aspect of the truth, those 4 truths of language, are that we then become competent only if we take these steps and recognize that, again, language is alive and that we are co-creating gently, gently. Okay? All right. So what do you think so far? Do you realize that when you go into a classroom that you have all that you need, because whether you're in a language that's going to be signed or whether you're in a language that's going to be heard and spoken, you have the equipment that you need. There is no one that should be left out. Here's another thing too. When we look at language classes, administrators and educators, please let students in. If these are organized in such a way that the reality of language is a spoken phenomenon, a language is an invention that is ongoing, that communication will never be perfect, that communication is designed to belong, not to be competent. You see, it's 2 separate steps. That if we can organize our courses this way from the very beginning of the first day of the first year and onward, that we have an opportunity to make it accessible to all students. I suspect that every one of us as educators has a story about a young person that had been kept out of a language course. And when they came in, they had an energy and an interest in achieving, and they had to struggle harder because of some of the disabilities that they were working with, the challenges they were working with over the years, but they had that energy. And if we apply the principles of listening, lexical, creation, communication is to make community, then we have everyone is able to belong. We also set the stage where we can say that there are certain literacy levels that people can achieve, and that's wonderful. Congratulations. But that in languages, the literacy levels are not going to drive whether or not you're actually going to be able to make use of this language in your life. It just won't. It's the community that you're building. Okay? This is so important to not feel left out. All right. Those 4 truths are absolute basics. You can see how adamant I feel about them because I feel so many people have been left out. So let's talk about the 3 steps to communication because they're based on what we've just experienced. The 3 steps to communication. I'm a bear of very little brain, much like Pooh, the story from England. Okay, I like 3 things. I can remember them. The 3 steps, many of us will recognize. We call them All right. Well, that was fascinating. I got cut off. Can you hear me now? Oh, good. I am so glad. Am I back to you, my friends? Yay, good. Excellent. Okay, well, that wasn't me. I actually went out of my way to have a very strong internet, and that didn't turn out well. Let's talk about then how this connects. Notice interpretive. Thank you. Thank you for welcoming me back. Notice that interpretive is at the bottom. It's at the base. It's at the foundation. Interpretive is as we were when we were first trying to survive. This is one reason why folks talk about comprehensible input. 'Tis true. But remember that it is about the whole experience of the culture as well as the language. And it's about being patient with sound, especially reading, writing too. But interpretive is the basis. It also is the way that we organize, a way that we even approach life. Because what we're doing is when we wake up in the morning, we keep ourselves quiet for just a moment. And then the first thing we do is, I would suspect I'm not alone in this, pick up our phones or something else where we can engage in the interpretive experience, right? Then we begin to interact with others, which is connected to the belonging, my friends. Interpretive is survival. Then interpersonal is the belonging, and that's why it goes in that order. And only then do we present. Okay, this is the order in which life goes. So again, let's take a normal kind of a day, and this is what happens in the classroom too. One of the workshops that I'd like to give is that every day is an IPA. Every day is an integration of these. Every day we pick up a phone, and let's say that I look at something and I see a wonderful thing on my phone. I read or I listen to, say, a YouTube or something like that, that's a gorgeous thing about something beautiful that has happened in the world, something that's, say, supported young people or refugees. Okay, I read that. I look at the video that is associated with it. And then the first thing I do is I go find somebody to talk about with it. I go to my husband, I go to one of my children, and I talk about this. Look what I found. It's so beautiful. Let me share it with you. And then the person that's there looks at it with me and says, I love that. And here is what I saw about it too. Or I disagree with this. Doesn't always have to be always happy, right? The fact is that the first thing we do in life is we bring ourselves in our context, our life skill, right into receiving something, and then we want to share it because we belong. Language is about communication. Then we may have the opportunity to talk about that with some folks. We may stand in front of people and chat about it. Indeed, we may present it to them like, I read this, let me show you this. That may happen. It's important to have the aspects of that. And the fascinating idea is, it's interesting, Michelle writes down about the isolated communication modes. See, when they're integrated as an experience, read something short, listen to something short, experience something visual short, then think, what did I just experience? And then turn and talk about it with one other person, or maybe with two. What did you see? What did you smell? What did you hear? What did you just touch with your eyes closed? What did you read? What did you watch? Just short. If it's in context, we have something to share and be about. Then we can talk about, or draw about, or do a drama about. Remember, language is about the body, what we learned. But the first two, the receiving and the sharing, that's the key. So have hope with that. Look for that if you're a student. And if you're an instructor, spend time thinking, how can we spend 5 to 10 minutes, the best 5 to 10 minutes? You know, one of the things we do is we go very fast through a lot of things. Find something key, take a moment, make sure that's in the context. You can use the same tool in different contexts. Use the context of yourself or of the learner, and then move through. This is integrated. So these 3 steps are key. And that makes language real. All right. Now I have 3 language gifts. And I know that we're coming closer, especially with the time. The 3 gifts are, again, they're a very small brain. I've got 3: affirm, engage, and invite. These are critical for educators to give to students. They're critical for students to give to their peers. They're critical for folks to be able to take care of each other. And, Sophie has just written about hesitating because of fear of missing up. See, what's nice about the language truths and about what I'm about to share with this affirmation is that messing up becomes part of the joy of creation, because the only thing that messes up, really, if we're paying attention to it, my friends, is when the communication doesn't happen. And you know what happens when communication doesn't happen? The person goes, "Could you repeat that? I don't understand." And we do it again. That's it. Now, here are these 3 parts, these gifts psychologically you can give to people. Here's what we do when we affirm, engage, and invite. I call them 3 principles. Affirmation comes like this. Let's say that, well, my personal experience was I was a brand new teacher. 3 people, 3 from the Department of Education came into my room, and I was talking the best I could because I was brand new and I was trying this and I was having fun. And at the end of the hour, we had my planning period, and the first thing they said was, "You spent so much time in the language." They affirmed that I was doing something good. I felt built up. It's like if you are working in your language in the classroom, that the first thing that your teacher coach does is say, you had an especially strong control of that word we were looking at yesterday. Doesn't have to be 10 vocabulary words, 3 verbs, and a partridge in a pear tree. Just an affirmation of something real, something concrete first. Then the next is to engage. Engage. Bring the learner in. What did you perceive that you did well? Do you see anything that you would feel might be improved? In the case of my story, they asked me then what I thought, and I described what I thought went well. And then they asked me, as part of engagement, that's number 2, how much language did your students speak? Oh my! It turned out not very much when I realized it in front of them. But they didn't hit me over the head with me. They engaged me in a conversation in which that point was brought out. Okay? And then you invite. You invite to go on to do the next thing. Okay? To make sure that they invite to go to the next stage. It does not have to be a vast new thing, something that goes on to the next step. Much like if we were doing piano, we'd say, do a little bit more with, say, providing a little bit more nouns about this context next time. Let's give it a try. Let's try a new scenario. And remember that the scenario should be newish, should be part of a scaffold, a ladder up, and not just let's go repair what we got wrong. Okay? In these ways, one takes ownership of learning indeed. Context drives everything, as you are saying. Remembering that there's risk. The cameo that I made was about making a fool of myself, around the world, okay? And you see, I have survived to talk about it. So will you, if you are a learner. So will your students, if they are finding that they are messing up in a classroom. Because remember, first we have to survive, then we need to belong, then we can become competent, to be patient, to take time, to recognize that we're all co-creators of language. So those 4 truths, remember, language is sound is huge. That will help you, okay? And that we are talking about co-creating, inventing, taking risks. We're talking about interpersonal after the interpretive, and only then the presentational, and affirm folks, engage them, and invite them. These particular truths and gifts will bring great impact and joy, as I have experienced in my life. So how about that? What are some of the things that you would like to share now? You've been sharing some beautiful stuff here. It's been great to don't worry about making the mistakes. We do worry about making the mistakes, don't we? Because it's part of feeling like we're dying. And that's helpful to know for ourselves. It's helpful to know for teachers, okay? That we do feel as if we're dying. So don't be surprised on that. And that's my offering for today. Looking to see if I have any more on. I keep having trouble getting my my cute little there we go. I appreciate so much that you are here. I hope that per the opener that you will find that joy, that enthusiasm, and thank you so, so much for being here. Thank you for commenting to each other. That was wonderful to see, and have a great rest of this wonderful conference. I know I am planning on it. Take care now.
Hello, welcome to our session. Let's communicate through language and music. I am Shuhan Wang, president of ELE Consulting International, and also project director for Chinese Early Language and Immersion Network at Asia Society. I'm also one of the board of advisors for Global Seal of Biliteracy. That is the organization that organize, offer this conference. So welcome. Today we are very honored to have two very special guests. One is Professor Xiang Gao, and the other is Professor Alan Goodson. I'll introduce them shortly. But before we begin, I would like to kind of just go over the format of today's session with you. During the first half of this session, I will chat with Professor Gao about his interdisciplinary work that brings language, music, arts, and cultures together. And then I will invite Professor Goodson to join us, and then together we'll talk about their latest musical theater production, Shanghai Sonatas, that is based on a piece of history that is not widely known to the world. So there are two other things I'd like to kind of go over, because some of the materials that we're showing today does not have copyright protection. Therefore, we respectfully ask you, please do not record it. And also, if you have questions or comments, please leave them in the chat. And if we don't have time to go to them, we will answer them via email later. So at this point, please join me to welcome Professor Xiang Gao.
Hi, Shuhan.
Hi, Xiang. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. It's so wonderful to have you join us, And before I ask you any questions, let me introduce you to the audience a little bit. So, Professor Xiang Gao, he is a world famous violin soloist. He's a professor. He's also a composer and producer of numerous concerts and musicals. He is the trustee's distinguished professor of music at the University of Delaware. He is also widely recognized as one of the most successful musician, educator, and also producer of his generation. And he's also the founding director of the widely highly acclaimed concert series called Master Players Concerts at the University of Delaware. And in 2014, he received the Governor's Award for his contributions to the arts. So, Xiang, welcome again.
Thank you. I appreciate all your kind words. I don't know who you're talking about, but I'm honored to be here.
Oh, you're too modest. Yeah. And my first question to you actually is that from your perspective as a professional musician, what do you think the interrelationship between language, arts and culture, and music?
Sure. I'm a big supporter and fan of your profession. Because I'm a beneficiary of bilingualism myself. I came to the States to study music, spoke no English. Now I have to say, through many years of research, language and music both have tones, rises and falls, rhythm, dynamics, articulations, colors, phrasing, styles, expressions, and even emotions, right? It's so human. And the connection between music, language, and culture can be heard very easily in many styles of music. In my case, mostly classical instrumental music. For example, French composers wrote a lot of beautiful music during the 19th, 20th century. And you could hear the long and smooth melodic lines that reflect the characteristics, the character of the French language. I don't speak French, but all these sound in French language, you could hear that in the French music, and the simple and yet colorful harmonic structure of many pieces. They really connect us directly with the French of the Impressionism. In the even more obvious repertoire, Shuhan, of French art songs, the literature, many times poems from France, culture, the literature and culture in the lyrics is always perfectly coupled with the music composition to bring the creativity from, say, France, one country, to the entire world's music audience. If you listen to the French art songs of the 19th century, late 19th century, particularly by people like C.R.E.D, Liszt, Debussy, Duparc, you will know exactly what I mean to find amazing language, culture, and literature content expressively delivered musically.
That is so poetically explained. And thank you, because you really helped me to deepen my knowledge about how to listen to music, and also thinking about the connections between language and literature and music altogether. So Xiang, I know that you are a musician by training, but you're really an educator at heart, and you have said many, many times that one of the missions in life for you is to use your musical talents to engage people for social dialogue and also educational advancement worldwide. And so that's really very noble. And I do remember a few years ago, I was surprised but honored that you asked me to host one of your iMusic concert series. And from that particular collection, that production, I have learned a lot, and I really appreciate the powerful ways that language and culture and the music can be combined. And for particularly on that part, on that one, can you explain to us how did you conceptualize it, and how did you bring it into a concrete concert?
Sure. All my music projects have something to do with promoting cultural exchange and serve as a vehicle to connect people. I love connecting people. That's my life's work. This multimedia concert production, iMusic, is a series of interdisciplinary presentations. And this particular one, iMusic 6, is on languages of the world. And it was designed for language educators worldwide to join us, as I believe language education is an important part of cultural understanding and exchange, right? And then music is a natural and inspiring tool to help motivate language learners. I've spoken to so many people, and they all agree with me. Music is the magical tool for language education. So this production brought together faculty members, students, faculty, and even staff from many departments on our University of Delaware campus, from language, linguistics, to English, to many other, music department and dance. So during the concert, before each piece of music was played, the audience heard students from different departments narrate selected literature chosen by their language professors in the language of their own studies. So there were about 10 languages of music and music from one culture, from 10 different cultures performed. So that production was well received, and I'm really happy to say is ready to be presented elsewhere as well.
Yeah, I remember that. And also, that was a celebration of a study abroad, that UD had 100 years of study abroad history. So that's really powerful, because you bring people and resources, not just on campus, but also in the local community. That created a lot of excitement. So I'm sure that our audience must be eager to hear some of the music from that particular concert. Do you have a sample for us?
Yeah, I do actually.
Yeah. Would you, before you play it, can you give us a little bit background about what we'll be hearing?
Sure. This piece is from the Russian repertoire of classical music. I selected a very melodic composition called Vocalise by Sergei Rachmaninoff, who was really a giant composer, you know, pianist, composer, conductor. He was really considered one of the last major leading composers of Russian classical music, romantic period. The literature accompanying the piece is an excerpt from Dr. Zhivago, written by Boris Pasternak. And in this sweeping epic tale of love, struggle, and war was set between the Russian Revolution in 1905 and the World War II. So let me play this for you. I hope you enjoy this.
О, какая это была любовь! Вольная, небывалая. Ни на что не похожая. Они думали, как другие напевают. Они любили друг друга не из неизбежности, не опаленной страстью, как это нужно изображать. Они любили друг друга, потому что так хотели все кругом. Земля под ними, небо над их головами, облака и деревья.
Wow, fantastic. This is indeed very moving. I understand that Vocalise was written to resemble human voices singing. And then with the narration and the piano, it's almost like a three people having intense conversation. That's very beautiful and emotional. So how about Chinese music and its connection with the Chinese language and culture?
Yes, there's another piece I want to share with everybody. Just by the way, I want to share with the audience, the reason we recorded this for you is because we want you to hear the best audio quality, because Wi-Fi could be either way, right? Anyways, so this piece of music I selected is going to be paired with one of the most celebrated Chinese poets of all time, Su Shi, one of his important works. Su Shi was a scholar, poet, artist, and calligrapher, and a government official of the Song dynasty in the 11th century of China. One of his most famous poems, 水调歌头, Thinking of You. He wrote this poem for his brother who lived far away from him, and is most appropriate, I think, for our relatives afar during this pandemic. And this poem is actually memorized and recited by almost every school child in China and Taiwan or any other Chinese speaking regions in the world. A Chinese music composition, Enchanted Evening by Liu Tianhua, an erhu master, expresses the poem beautifully, I think. As you might have known, Chinese music is very programmatic. It tells a story in which there is a narrative that invites the audience, you, to imagine and interpret from its title. So let me play this Enchanted Evening for you, and I hope you enjoy this piece of music and thinking of your relatives living far away from you.
明月几时把酒问青天，不知天上宫阙，今夕是何年。人有悲欢离合，月有阴晴圆缺，此事古难全。但愿人长久，千里共婵娟。
Wow. 但愿人长久，千里共婵娟. This piece is so fitting because under the pandemic, we can't really see our relatives or friends as much as we want to. But the idea that we share the same moon and we share the same universe, it's very comforting. Thank you for bringing it to us. So I understand that in recent years that you also have produced some different projects. That's very, very interesting. Can you tell us about one of them?
Sure. This next music video was created and to promote our shared love for our planet and our wonderful national parks. The only thing I think the pandemic's good for is that we were really giving the planet a huge break. But anyways, I composed some of my own music and then arranged some classical music excerpts to make this into a soundtrack, like a film music, and then engage a young poet to work with me to create some American English poetic thought And I thought this also has direct connection to the language education, to the promoting language and culture. I think during this tough time, it's really great to have music help us to appreciate what our amazing country, the United States, is about. The national park movement 100 plus years ago had an incredibly positive impact on the entire planet. Regardless of people's diverse political, religious, and cultural backgrounds, I think really our common goal should be protecting the planet. And then because we inherited this from our ancestors, and we also borrow this from our children and grandchildren. I filmed this in the Arches National Park in the United States, Utah, and Canyonland National Park, and also a state park called Dead Horse Point in Utah. I hope you enjoy this journey with me, and even virtually, let's go to the national parks and be recharged.
Wow, what a traveler's story. And thank you for bearing your soul with us. And also, while watching it, you could also feel the soul of nature came through from music and images, So thank you. What a gift. And you're very creative. So speaking of soul and creativity, I actually would like to turn our attention to our next segment and have Ellen come to join us and talk about your newest production, Shanghai Sonatas, that is based on a piece of history that is not widely known to the world. So at this moment, I would like to invite Professor Alan Goodson.
Hello,
Hi, Alan.
Hi, greetings from LA. Very good to be with you.
How are you today?
I'm well, thank you. Yeah, I'm well.
Wonderful. Thank you for coming on our show. Sorry for keeping you waiting.
Not a problem.
Yeah, and at this point, let me just say a few words to introduce Professor Goodson. He's highly accomplished playwright, lyricist, translator, actor, and director. Wow. And, as a playwright, his plays have been performed in many theaters worldwide. And he has translated plays and lyric from German, Hungarian, Swedish into English, and you also create your own poems and lyrics, that, and as an actor, you have participated in many shows and plays and also movies. And as a director, you have worked mainly in the theaters in Vienna and working on a wide repertoire from clown theater all the way to chamber opera. Wow, that's very impressive. Thank you again for joining us.
Sure.
And so why don't we just start, by having you tell us a little bit about the story of Shanghai Sonatas.
Well, we're telling the story of Jewish musicians who escaped the Holocaust by fleeing to Shanghai. In the late 1930s, Jews were desperately trying to flee from Nazi Germany and Austria, but no country would grant them visas. The only place they could go in the whole world without a visa was Shanghai. And eventually, almost 20,000 made it there, who were then forced into a ghetto by the Japanese occupation army in 1943. And Shanghai Sonatas is based in part on the memoirs of the survivors of the Shanghai ghetto. These German and Austrian Jews changed the history of classical music in China. Today, there are over 60 million classical musicians and students in China, from China, or of Chinese descent.
Wow, I have no idea that their influence on Chinese classical music is so widespread and
Yeah.
deep. Wow. So, Xiang, can you tell us a little bit about how did that come, how did you conceptualize it and how did you realize it?
Yes, about 4 years ago, I started this new journey. I was born and raised in China. I'm third generation in my family of classical musicians. Never asked this question, how did Chinese start learning Western classical music? And then about 4 years ago, I went to the Shanghai um, city with a group of friends visiting historical sites, and a group of Jewish Americans took me to the local Shanghai Jewish Refugee Museum. And I had no idea, and obviously a lot of them did. And the director, Mr. Chen, at the time, he is still the director, said, I don't usually see Chinese people here, and what are you doing? Because I usually see people from all over the world. They're mostly Jewish people pointing at the names on the wall. They must be related to these survivors um, um, or so on. And then I told him I'm a violinist from China, now living in the United States, composing, producing, performing, and teaching. He said, you got to do some research. There are about 200 plus of Europe's leading classical musicians among those 20,000 Jews. And he connected me with some amazing scholars, researchers, and I started this new journey and realized that classical music in China came from that period. And then I found a very fine lyricist whose name is Joyce Hill Stoner. I have worked on quite a few musical theater productions with her. I'm, during my free time, if I have any, I'm a songwriter. And then Joyce, of course, jumped onto this opportunity. And then we found Alan through his New York City agent, because he had already written plays involving international Jewish history and classical music specifically. And he teaches, music appreciation in his college, and plus his language skills, in German, Yiddish, Hungarian, even Swedish, so even Finnish, I think. So I think this show has a lot to do with language education and promoting cultures and different languages.
Wow. So, both the story of Shanghai Sonatas and also the story of the creative process are very, very fascinating. Xiang, at this point, why don't you play a trailer for us so we can first get a sense of what Shanghai Sonatas is about?
Sure. I have a 3-minute short trailer to give you the storyline and from a recent workshop performance. For those of you who are not in musical theater field, you're very lucky. Workshop performance is usually presented with no projection art, no set, no props. It's meant for us, the creators, to get feedbacks from the professionals and also to get true reaction from a live audience. So then we, the creators, can continue to perfect the show. We've spent 3.5 years on this show now, and we're entering the final phase, the final 6 months of the show. So let's watch this trailer. I hope you enjoy it.
Soon we'll go through yesterday's door. Soon when we can turn the clock back, we'll be like we were before. With my violin each day, always on course, that's how I made it here. They would command the violin make music. We see the rise of her son. Maybe tomorrow we'll cross that garden bridge, a bridge that leaves behind no tears, a bridge that cross our fears. Maybe tomorrow we'll cross that garden bridge, guided across that Liberation, 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 it is true, we are free, liberation, salvation, salvation, we can walk to very place we like to be. We can never turn the clock back. Life as we have known it is gone. Now I've learned my heritage. This is my ancestry. My teacher's teacher's teacher was a Jewish refugee.
Wow, that's quite an accomplishment. Congratulations on the fruit of your hard work to both of you. And I realized actually, I went to the show in February. I realized how lucky we were right before the shutdown by the pandemic, you know. And while I was watching the musical, I just had the feeling that we were in a Broadway show. And then I heard people crying or cheering around me, you know, because as the story unfolded, you know, they were really involved as well. So, you know, my question to you, Alan, as the playwright of this musical, can you name a song that is kind of representative, that speaks of this human experiences that transcend language, culture, people's background, time, and space?
Well, sure. I guess a good example is the opening number called Year of the Underdog. In this song, we meet some of the Jewish characters and hear about their escape from Europe. And we meet some of the Chinese characters who are being oppressed by the Japanese and learn how they become friends and find the upside of the downside. It's a turn on the phrase, the year of the dog, because they're all part of the year of the underdog, and they can make the best of it by coming together as friends. So.
Yeah, if I may add, as a matter of fact, we also use many different styles of music in the show, including Chinese traditional music, Western classical music, Jewish klezmer music, American musical theater, big band jazz. All those styles were popular in the cosmopolitan city of Shanghai in the 1930s and 1940s. So each genre helps us to actually express the worlds of diverse characters in the show. So let's hear a selection from this song, Year of the Underdog, and at the end you hear, you know, L'chaim, to life, and Ganbei, dry your glass, sort of saying in both languages.
I taught law, I taught art,
mice and the walls that crawl with mice. Do you know what year 1949 is in China? Isn't every year supposed to be some kind of animal? It's the year of the tiger. Oh. I was hoping it would be the year of the dog. I had to leave mine behind in Germany. I miss him.
You don't need to miss him. We all live like dogs now.
And the Japanese are the tigers.
Devouring all of us. Japanese at our door and all new rules. We're no longer safe in our homes or schools.
They're at each jump, they're at each stand. We're prisoners here while we're in our own land.
Now I work in a mine, I would handle railroad lines. Now we take what we can get.
Now we sleep in the streets and we beg for what we eat. Each day's a roulette to avoid a bayonet.
That must mean that this is the year of the underdog. We're all underdogs now.
It's the year of the underdog. If we can just survive,
now we got little friends and family. We're glad to be alive.
Teach violin.
I have a class you could be in.
That'll be where I belong.
we have food we'll give you.
I can make us all a stew.
Then we'll play mahjong and we'll all break into song. Inside of the underdog, we'll live another day. Now we've got new friends and family. Toast for Harlem and Bombay.
What a spirited song to bring us back to Shanghai in the 30s and 40s.
Yeah.
So, Ellen, what is your other favorite song of the show?
I think it's probably a song called Turn the Clock Back, because in that song, the audience knows that life will never again be like it was before for the Jews, but the characters don't know that yet. So it has such a heart-wrenching, bittersweet quality to it. Their hope is sweet, but their tragedy will be bitter. And I think the music and the lyrics do a beautiful job expressing this.
Let's hear a portion of this song. It's my absolute favorite song of the whole show.
The last letter from my daughter in Vienna says that they burned down all the synagogues and no one dares to go out anymore. I haven't heard anything since.
I haven't heard a thing from my mother or brothers in months. And nothing from my family in Munich either.
Don't worry. We didn't come to Shanghai to stay forever. This is all going to blow over in a year and we'll be back with our friends and families.
I hope you're right, Sam.
Sure I am, honey. Soon when we can turn the clock back, soon we'll go through yesterday's storm. Soon when we can turn the clock back, we'll be like we were before.
Soon we can turn the clock back. Soon we'll go through yesterday's storm. Soon when we can turn the clock back, we'll be like we were before. My hair and clothes were up to date. I spent summers by the sea, had tea on the balcony. We'd walk in the park and dine after dark. The world belonged to me.
I'd drink good beer and laugh and sing all the songs I could compose, staying up till the buzz would blow.
Our cares were all gone, we'd eat lots of food
And learn the latest dance.
Leo and I played many duets. We were in demand and ended. When it's mended, we'll be back in our own land.
I'll play again in Vienna. I start at a concert hall. There'll be me in the orchestra. for the impossible. Turn the clock back.
We'll go through yesterday's troubles. When we can turn the clock back,
We'll be like we were before.
Sound, wow, that was quite a song. And I do remember, and okay. So anyway, I'll come back to here and now. And in the musical, you know, sometimes a song is played over, especially the theme song being played over and over at different times and different setting to dramatize the sort of story or the emotions. So how did you use reprises in this musical?
Yes, we use many reprises. In this particular case, we use Turn the Clock Back, the song, as reprises many times as well. One of the saddest moments of the entire show is the reprise of this song, which now is called We Can Never Turn the Clock Back. Here, the American and Chinese armies had just liberated the city of Shanghai from the occupying Japanese army. But the Jews could not celebrate because the liberation to them was actually not that much. They just realized the horrible news of the Holocaust from the International Red Cross. And this realization dashed all their hopes of turning back the clock. And as they sang, now we can never turn the clock back. I hope you will enjoy this, and I still cry every time I hear this.
After everything we've been through, maybe we shouldn't have left at all. Even in a concentration camp, at least we would have had food. And we wouldn't have had to endure this horrible climate.
The Red Cross is putting up lists.
Lists of what?
Survivors.
Survivors of the war?
Jewish survivors, I suppose.
What? How can they list all the Jews?
That's it from our town? This must be a mistake. We had 5,000 Jews.
My mother had 4 brothers and 3 sisters. What's happened to all of them? And their children.
We had over 80 people in our family at the last reunion. Where are their names?
Where are their names? Where are their names?
Where are my classmates from the Jewish school? We had a soccer team. We were very close. Where are they?
My daughter. Where's my daughter and her baby girl?
I don't see my parents' names.
My sister and her family.
Where are their names? Where are their names?
All around his son, I wouldn't let him leave.
My brother.
My uncle.
All the cousins. Our friends.
See anyone you know?
No.
No one.
No one.
We've been living in paradise.
6 million.
That's what they're saying. 6 million.
Walls and walls of names have been defaced. Worlds and worlds of light have been erased.
So what is there to go back to?
And where do we go back to? If not home.
It's not home anymore. We can never turn the clock back. Now our lives can never feel whole. We can never turn the clock back. Every we can never turn the
as we have known it is gone. We can never turn the clock back. Somehow we must all move on.
It's so sad. There's but I also feel that there is a sense of hope, a glimpse of hope there in the song, because what uplifts people's spirit is a sense of hope that has to be there, and that lifts people, and it's beautifully and eloquently expressed through the language. By the way, I think the actors are fantastic. They have to be able to sing and dance and play violin as well. So, what do you think, Xiang?
Yeah, I agree. Shuhan, you and I both know the word music also means happiness in the Chinese language. So I would like to continue my path, to promote cultural understanding and exchange between China and other parts of the world. I'd love to join many of you in the audience to do the same. The Jewish refugee in Shanghai and the Chinese people, they really came from completely different cultural, political, and religious backgrounds. They couldn't even understand each other. Language education was a vital turning point at that point. But they could be unified through music during wartime 75 years ago. Today, as we face the pandemic and various social tensions, I think we will be able to do it again and again. Let's work together and bring more music and language to the world, and especially to the children. I watched some of the sessions earlier. There's some inspiring educators out there. I think it's really great that you're all doing what you're doing, and I appreciate the opportunity to share our art with you and our interconnections with you. And I also believe the social, emotional needs can be met partially through music and language for our children. They have to learn language and have some enjoyment, some inspiration.
Yeah, I can't agree with you more. Xiang, as I said, I really feel that this musical should be on Broadway. So can you talk about your vision of how to bring this musical to the next level?
Well, I think awareness is important. We need people to know about this. And as a nonprofit project, we're raising funds and worldwide and hope to launch an international tour of the performances starting in 2021 after the pandemic. We also hope to make this into a Broadway production soon after that. And if you guys know anyone who might support us, please have them contact me at the University of Delaware. We also work with other partners like symphony orchestras, concert presenting organizations, local theaters, schools, universities, institutions, and museums to offer performances, conferences, exhibitions, symposiums, and school partnerships to talk about this part of the history and to talk about music. Wherever you are, in wherever part of the world you are from, you see so many Chinese musicians, classical musicians. I hope this show connects the dot for you. And the goal is also to promote world peace through the untold stories of Holocaust refugees in Shanghai. And so we will not repeat the horrible mistakes over and over again as humans. I'd love to work with many of you in the audience, bring workshops, concerts, and even school events to your areas.
That is well said. Yeah, I see many possibilities for the musical, not just for the performance in the concert hall, but also as educational materials in the classroom. Yeah. So before we present the audience our finale for the for this program, I would like to thank our audience for joining us, and also just have some sort of summarizing the message that we have in this session is that the world has given us, incredible, invaluable linguistic and cultural heritages. And usually they are right in our backyard. And so I hope that you can see from Xiang and Alan's work that inspire you to seek your different resources in your area and collaborate with them and make language and music education part of our general education and make it even better, because it's not just for enrichment, but could be also entertainment, and yet, bring us to another level of hope and so forth. So, Alan and Xiang, in particular, I would like to thank you for your participation. You are truly, truly special. Would you like to say a few words of encouragement to our audience before we close? And Alan?
Well, I just like to thank you all for coming, and I hope you'll come to our next workshop performance of Shanghai Sonatas in 2021, if it's somewhere in your area. And we're looking forward to sharing the next version of the show with all of you. So thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Shuhan and Alan, also, I want to thank you for being here and all the audience. I personally hope the session has inspired you to find new ways to connect language studies with culture. I love what you do, and I'm happy to find ways to collaborate with all of you. At this point, I'd like to play the last song from our musical. It's called Prisms of Sound. And please visit shanghaisonatas.com for more information. I'm on the faculty of the School of Music, University of Delaware. Feel free to contact me. It's easy to remember we're the alma mater of the president-elect in the United States, Joe Biden. So I'm not political, but at least that's easier for you to remember how to find me. I hope the unifying power of music in this finale performance will bring you and your families some joy, hope, and peace during this holiday season. Thank you very much.
Some surround and some divide. There are intervals of sound and intervals of time sublime. Let us float on sounds, not dissonance, but harmonies that carry us together in a time. A wave we can ride, a song that doesn't cease, a song that brings us unity and peace. Where you belong. Everyone is welcome in a world of song. In a tide of music, we'll all be swept along. We're in tune together in our world of song. Yesterday's horror starting to fade, but night gives us sorrows to feel. Music will bless our tomorrows as time and skies let us feel. Colors of music, colors of song, carry our merits along. Prisms can take every color, all colors can blend and belong. Life would all feel wrong. How would I continue if I
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good
Hi, my
afternoon.
name is Emily Glass, and I'm the education coordinator here with the Miami Marlins. I'm here today with our lead teacher, Mela Mejia, who I'll let introduce herself in a second. And we're here to tell you all about our bilingual player development and education program.
Hi everyone, like Emily just said, my name is Pamela Mejia and I'm the lead teacher for the Miami Marlins, and I'm happy to have all of you here, and I hope you enjoy our presentation.
So we're looking forward to pivoting, I guess, away from music and to baseball, a different type of entertainment today, and discussing how we help develop championship caliber players that are bilingual here in Miami and throughout our minor league system. I want to invite you all to right away. Please feel free to put any comments, questions in the chat, so that after the session ends, we'll be ready to answer any questions you have. We want this to be as much of a conversation as we can. So a bit of an overview of what we'll walk you through today. I'll lead off and I'll tell you a little bit about our mission and our goal of being the first bilingual professional sports organization in the world. I'll tell you a little bit of a background about our program, and then Pamela's going to dive deep and tell you more about our approach to education, how we serve players and students of different backgrounds, and our benefits of our program. Okay, so first I'll invite you all to take a look at this photo here. This photo is with one of our educators, Colleen Mitchell, and she's leading a captain's camp class in spring training of 2019. And in this photo, we have a few of our top draft picks and some of our coaches too. And everyone is gathered around the table during a Spanish class, and you can see we have students engaged in different ways, some focused on paper study tools and some utilizing Google Translate to help make sure the class flows on. But this is really a nice snapshot of what we do. We teach Spanish and English to all of our players in the minor leagues throughout our professional baseball team. And our mission is to support and guide the cognitive, emotional, and professional development of Miami Marlins who are dedicated and prepared to guide their own self-improvement and the betterment of their community. So key for our work is we teach Spanish and English to empower our players to thrive in a globalized world and to serve one another, their coaches, and our whole organization. So that's a little bit about what we do. If there's any Spanish speakers out there, nuestra meta es apoyamos y guiamos el desarrollo cognitivo, emocional, profesional de los Miami Marlins, que están dedicados y preparados para guiar su propia superación personal y el mejoramiento de nuestros Miami Marlins, el sur de Florida y la comunidad global. So a little bit more about what we do and the theories behind it. This right here is a snapshot of our player development complex in Jupiter. And this sign, I want you and our audience to focus on the right two columns, the education and the life skills piece. This sign is in our clubhouse, and our players walk by it every day, and it's also in our offices. Our staff and front office employees walk by it every day, and it's the key standards of what we do on the field, in the weight room, in the classroom, in meeting rooms, in workshops, and everything. So we're all very focused on each of these, and each of us are focused on them in different ways. And today we're talking specifically about our bilingual education program. And as we're focusing on the right two columns of this slide, the education and life skills columns, our bilingual education system is really the glue that holds all of our standards together. It of course affects our ability to communicate, our communication skills, as you'll see at the top. It also affects our identity formation as players strive to become bilingual. It affects their values and self-awareness, their ability to think critically, their cultural development as young men in Miami Marlins that are ready to win, compete, and serve their communities. And it's the glue as they become professionals. So professionalism, professional development are key to what we do, and our bilingual education program is something we're very proud of and ready to tell you a little bit more about. These are a few more of our values that we want to share with you. And it's how, pedagogically, it's really how we motivate our players. Some of our players ask us, why do I have to learn English? And other of our players ask us, well, why do I have to learn Spanish? And we explain it to them through different ways, as different times, as all great teachers do. But today I want to mention a little bit more about service and excellence to kind of share and before Pamela goes deeper into our language program. We tell our players that our goal is to be the first bilingual sports organization because we are here to serve one another. We tell our players that we act that what we do is in their best interest, and it's to serve them and ensure that we're delivering what they need at different moments in time. And we expect our players to also serve one another and serve their staff members as well. I won't walk through this whole thing today, but I will mention that we believe that to be the first professional based sports team that is bilingual will be an excellent feat. And we strive to develop championship caliber players and people that are ready to achieve excellence. And we really believe that that type of excellence will be diverse. I think we all see and believe here in this room of bilingual educators that our future is a diverse one, and that to thrive in a globalized world, the more diversity we have, the richer the conversation, the richer the player development is, at least for us with the Miami Marlins. So that's kind of how we frame our program for our players. And that's a little bit of what we're about. And now I'll let Pamela go a little bit deeper for us. Oh, Pamela, you're on mute.
I'm sorry for that technology. Thank you very much, Emily, for that intro. And with that in mind, I'm very excited to talk to you a little bit about our program overview. And we are very thankful and grateful to be invited to this specific conference, because sometimes it's a challenge for us to teach languages in a setting that is not specifically a school, right? But it's very interesting, the outcomes that we have with our program and the successes that we've been able to achieve. So first of all, I want to start with that at the Miami Marlins, we have an increasingly Latino players population. That's why we proudly call ourselves the team of the Americas. Right now, at the moment, 95 of our players out of 214 players are from Latin American countries like Dominican Republic, like Cuba, Puerto Rico, Venezuela, Colombia, all over Latin America. We have players. And our main goal for these players are easier their transition, sorry for the typo over there, and a better adaptation to a new culture. A lot of our players haven't been outside their countries before traveling for the first time to our complex in Jupiter, Florida. And a lot of them also, they don't have the same level of education as a regular American player as well. And how do we do that? The tools that we provide them is offering English and Spanish classes. I'm going to go to that in a second. Life skills and services. And then obviously with the English classes, we want to ensure communication and understanding, not just of coaches and on the understanding of teaching and coaches, but also understanding of the team players, all the team members, and to be able to be part of their community that they are living at the moment as well. But with the Spanish education, what are we looking for? We believe that teaching Spanish to the American teammates provides the Latino players with the opportunity to feel welcome and to feel to kind of like to gain trust in their teammates and to feel identified, like, oh, it's not just me learning English, but it's also them learning my language in order to understand me. So that just changed everything. That just changed their perspective. They just feel more comfortable overall. And then also life skills, we provide them with tools to thrive, like I said, outside the field. Most of them, they're living by themselves or with other teammates or at the hotel or in other houses. And they need those specific life skills to just have a regular life like you and I. In service program, we encourage them to actively participate in community service of their preference. So that's another system that we do. They choose and identify what they like to serve the community, and we encourage that very much in our team as well. We can go to the next slide now. Okay. So now let's talk about our approach to education. First of all, we believe that we need to have a student-teacher relationship. It's necessary for our job. What we do is essential. Teachers and coaches are not just teachers and coaches for the players. Most of the time, there are extended families for them as well. Most of them, they don't have their families here with us in Florida, or they have it out of the country if they are Latino, and if they are Americans, they have it out of the States. So it is essential for us to gain their trust in order for us to do our job in the best way we can. Second, we believe in holistic education, social and linguistic development. We like to prepare our students to meet the challenges of living in a new culture with a new language as well, and to meet all the classroom expectations and all the playing expectations as well, right? Inclusion and diversity. Our students, they all come from different backgrounds, not just from different countries, sometimes from different states as well. And they all have different levels of education, but we use all these different backgrounds to learn more about each other and incorporate it to our learning and to promote diversity. That's when we come to learning style. We use the VARC learning style test to identify the different styles or preferred learning styles that each of our players have, just for us to do a better job. We believe that applying different learning strategies in a classroom is just going to help us to reach our learning goal overall. Guys, if you have any question, feel free to write it down in the comment section, and at the end, we'll just answer all the questions as well. With this slide, I want to start with looking at the pictures a little bit. We have 3 different pictures in this slide. The first one on the left, we were having a meeting in the morning, and you can see over there in the pictures, we have a mix of Latino players and American players. And I was so proud of that picture. I remember I took that picture, and I was so proud because they were actually able to understand each other, to communicate. And what you see in that picture is an integrated locker room. And before we started this program, the locker room was completely divided. The Spanish speakers and the English speakers, there was like no integration whatsoever. But since we started this program, you can see the locker room more integrated, and people just talk to each other and they know each other. And even when they are during the off season, they keep texting each other and communicating and reaching each other. And that makes us proud as a teacher that the work that we're doing is actually having an impact. So besides that, the next pictures, we have two other team two players of our team as well. It's not just in the pictures they are friends. Like that picture, I took it because I was going outside just to sit outside and watch the game, and I saw those 2 talking, and I was like, can I take a picture of you guys just for posterity and memory? But it's amazing. And then the last picture on the right, it's a class that we had. It's an integrated class as well, English and Spanish. Sometimes we do that in our classroom. We just do an integrated classroom where we teach English and Spanish at the same time. And we use the same players to teach each other, to sometimes even when we're having presentation, we use players that have an advanced level of English to translate in English what we are listening. So with that in mind, let's talk about the benefits that this program have for not just our players, but our team and our community in Miami. First of all, the program improves relationship and communication among players, coaches, and teammates. Also improve team performance because having a better communication, improve performance, and bring players closer together. And obviously, when you bring people together, they get to know each other more deeply and they have a better performance on the field. Also, it helps with a faster adaptation to the culture. Players adapt faster to our organization and the new culture of the new country they are living at the time. Players perform with more confidence, having a better grasp of the language, improve communication and relationship, like I say, among teammates. And this provides them with a more stable mental health and helps them to perform with more confidence on the field. So you see how everything connects. If they perform better, the team has a better performance and a better overall achievement. And even though this is the minor league system, but when the minor league system is going on the right way, that's just the future of the major league system as well. And then creates empathy among the team. So like I wanted to say with that is to create empathy and understanding among players and coaches when each part are learning the other people language. So what I'm trying to say with that, it's when the English speakers players are learning Spanish and the Spanish speakers players are learning English. It's just bring empathy. Like everyone is going through the same thing. Everyone is learning. It's like an unified effort from the team to get better and to understand each other better. Please feel free to have to ask any question that you guys have. Emily, I think we do have some questions. I don't know if you want to take on that.
Sure. Well, first I'll say to the Braves fan out there, Nick, you should absolutely be a Marlins fan. We do have a question that says, have other teams or the league itself look to your program as a model for other teams or the league as a whole? And I guess I'll answer that and say that player education has become a priority for the league, especially within the last 10 to 15 years. And there are many teams that have phenomenal player education programs. The fact that our player education program is bilingual, that we do English and Spanish education, is a bit unique, and it is about who we are in Miami as one of the most diverse cities in the U.S. And there are many other teams that do player education, and some that have had some Spanish programs as well. So I hope that answers your question, Nick. That's the main question I see so far. If any others arise, please let us know, because we still have we allotted some time for questions.
Mm-hmm. I saw the Don here says that I love how this building on neuro sessions as an excellent model on how language build community. And that's completely right, Don. Like that's what we have seen in our team. Like I said, before the program, it was just a divided office locker room, and I wanted to share with you guys because we have take this not just the players, it's beyond the players. We also teach our staff as well. Staff are taking Spanish classes and English classes as well. So we have seen that different as well. When we started having the Spanish class for staff, the office just became like one. We were like gathering at one specific time to everyone learn Spanish, and from different departments, analytics, player development, like everyone from each department, scouts, and we were just learning the same thing. That just gave us like a sense of unity in the front staff also. As well, the staff is able to communicate with the players. I know from our analytics department. That's one of the big barriers that they have. Analytics sometimes is difficult to explain or translate to players, and learning Spanish have helped them to kind of just cut that barrier a little bit, that it was before. And it's just like, it's been so beneficial for our team overall, not just players, but staff members as well. And when we started kind of small, and then we have been expanding, because we have seen the benefits that this program have. And like Emily said, a lot of other teams also have language programs as well in their teams.
Yeah, I want to say we're going to give you guys an opportunity to hear directly from our players. I believe our fantastic AV tech team has a video queued up that we can play, and you guys continue asking questions. But yeah, that's correct. There are many teams that have similar programs, and I would just say that our program has grown really rapidly because of the support from our leadership and ownership group from the very beginning. A few years ago. So if Hunter, if you have the video ready, I think now would be great.
Hey guys, here I'm Victor Mesa Jr. I'm a professional player for the Miami Marlins. I want to talk to you guys about the importance of learning English or Spanish, depending on your nationality, but that's helped me a lot on my career. Like 2 years ago, I didn't know anything when I become a baseball player, professional baseball player for the Marlins, and I work really hard uh, inside and outside the field. So that's why I learned. Today I can say that I speak both language. And my advice for you guys is like, try. That's gonna help you a lot for your family, your career, your designs, to talk to your coaches, to your teammates, and for your future on this country. Okay, that's my advice.
Me llamo Nick Reddy o Nick Listo. Yo jugué en Batavia el año pasado y soy un segundo teniente en la Fuerza de Aérea. Estudio español en escuela secundaria y ahora con mis profesoras en el programa de lengua de los Miami Marlins. Nosotros estudiamos vocabulario de béisbol, pero más importante cómo comunicar con los compañeros. Comunicación es muy importante porque mis compañeros y yo podemos jugar efectivamente y entender ambos lenguas, español y inglés. Lejos de play, español es importante para aprender nuestras vidas de mis compañeros. Entonces podemos ser amigos. Podemos comunicar con fanáticos de otros países o eso no hablan inglés. Tú nunca sabes quién tú puedes cuando tú entiendes dos lenguas. Estoy muy orgulloso que yo estudio español.
La comunicación es muy importante en el béisbol. La comunicación es lenguaje. Aprender español con esta organización me ayudó a comprender mejor a mis compañeros. También el español me ha ayudado a entender el béisbol desde su perspectiva. Los equipos que se comunican bien tienen buena química, tienden a estar más concentrados y ganar. Es divertido aprender español o inglés con los Marlins y es muy beneficioso. Es una habilidad para la vida que todos deberían tener.
Well, I hope you enjoy our video, and you just heard from our players how they are so happy to be in our program. And I don't know if we have more time, Emily, but as I see that Linda is asking, how would you see this program apply to another kind of businesses or community organization?
Yeah, I think we have 10 more minutes for questions. So Yeah, I see that question from Linda. How would you see this applied to another kind of business or community? Pamela, would you want to take that, or you want me to?
Yeah, I can just give some ideas, right? First of all, if the community or the business is in a population that in a community that has a growing population of Spanish speakers, I will definitely encourage the organizations to do, because just get you closer to your clientele, to your audience, let's say. And it doesn't just like help you to communicate, but it just help you to understand their point of view, their struggles, and it's just going to help you overall to serve them better. But if you are not in a community that is prominent with the Spanish speakers, but you want to implement a study of a second language, I will also encourage this, because we know, all the teachers, learning a second language is just help your brain to get better. And when you give that, as we know, the brain has plasticity. And when we train our brain to learn something new, like a new language, it's just going to make you better at learning something else in your work related. So it's just going to be better for you. So yes, I encourage everyone to have a second language program.
Yeah. I think that's a great answer, Pamela, and I would totally agree. I think in other industries or organizations, language education can be so helpful. Originally, I'm from California, and Pamela's from the Dominican Republic, so I think we both have a unique perspective about how important it is to learn a new language and the benefits that could have. So I think the one way I would see it applied to other programs or organizations is through self-study, like Pamela recommended. Like this year, our minor league season was cut short due to the pandemic, but we supported our players and guided their own self-study. And I think that self-study can help any type of industry and any type of organization. So I see another question. Are other teams in baseball or other sports offering similar programming? So I would, in response to your question, David, yes, many other baseball teams offer similar programming, especially English language education throughout baseball. And I'm not as much sure about other sports and other professional sports. I know that the NFL, the National Football League, is a leading organization in terms of their professional development of their athletes. But language education is not as big for them. Pamela, are you aware of soccer teams or other sports teams offering something similar?
No, I'm actually not aware, just like you said.
I think this is it's quite unique to baseball, although perhaps there are other sports that do some. Great question from Bonnie. What pushback, if any, did you experience in the beginning?
Well, like Emily said at the beginning, first of all, when we started this program, players sometimes think, I'm just here to play ball, right? I'm not here to enroll in a class or just learn again, and most of our Latino players, they have quit school to play. That's another part of our program as well. We offer them formal education to finish their high school with us. But yes, sometimes when I'll have to say, when everything is started, they were kind of reluctant. Like, I don't want to study. I just want to play ball. The same with the Americans, was like, why do I need to learn Spanish if I'm living in United States? Like, it didn't make sense for them. But now I'll have to say, and Emily can corroborate this, everyone knows that this is part of the culture. Everyone knows that if you're assigned by the Marlins, you are going to take English or Spanish classes. One of the things that I always share with people is, in one of my Spanish classes, I had two students that I've never seen in my life for the first time. This was after the draft. And then I approached them. I was like, "Hey guys, welcome to our class." I present I introduced myself. My name is Pamela. What are your names? And then I asked them, "Why are you guys here in the class? Like, did someone tell you to come over here? Did Emily tell you to?" And they were like, "No, we just knew that the Miami Marlins have a Spanish class, and we just knew that we have to come over here and take classes." So that was like a big wow for me. I was like, "Oh, we are actually making an impact here at the team." Let's see. Other question: has this had an effect with?
Yeah, I guess I'll take that question. Roger's question: has this had an effect with free agent signing? And I will say that the emphasis that we put on development and our bilingual education program has had a big impact with our international signees and with some free agents possibly as well. But when parents throughout the Americas know about our education program, that we will re-enroll players in the formal education and support them in becoming bilingual, it has had a great impact on signing some of those players in that market.
Have you had, I'm just reading this question from Nick. Have you had any feedback from coaches as to the impact of the player team as a whole? Well, Emil, I don't know if you want to take on this, but I have to say, like, all the coaches all the time just tell us, guys, you're doing an amazing job. I never seen, and some of the coaches, they come from other teams sometimes, and they say, I haven't seen a program like this. What you are doing with the players, it's something amazing. And they see they're using the English to communicate with us. And they say, we see them talking to each other, or they're using the Spanish to communicate with the other teammates as well. I don't know if you want to add something, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, I would echo what you said, Pamela. I think that the coaches see the impact on the dugout, in the dugout, on the field, and on the bus rides, and they've been very supportive and grateful. And I think that is what sets our program apart and is what is unique about it. We don't only teach our players, we also teach our staff, our front office personnel, our analytics personnel, and that type of investment in our program from everybody in the organization is I think what makes it so unique. And to the previous question about pushback, that's what's helped create the culture. Is players don't only see their teammates in classes, they see front office people learning Spanish, and they see everybody doing it and pulling in the same direction. So more about coaches. Yeah, I mean, one of our AAA manager, Keith Johnson, he's been extremely supportive of our program. We had some very young players at AAA in the past few seasons, so we got to do some kind of intensive language study and work, and him and all of our coaches have been so supportive in making time on the calendar and just supporting our players and their own education and development.
I see this question from Doug. Is there anything new that will be added or changed as the program continues to evolve? Well, first of all, one of the main things that we are thinking is, with this pandemic, a lot of things that we are doing are going to be now virtual. So that's kind of new for us, like virtual education, but also we are adding professional development for players, just to, like we said, just to thrive in their baseball careers, but also if at any point of their career they stop to play baseball, so they can have a second change opportunity in life. So we are doing that, the professional development, among other things. Emily, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, well, I'll add a little bit, and I just want to thank everybody for the really encouraging feedback and notes, the Henny-alls, the awesomes, the I'm a ball player too. It's awesome to hear from all of you. And yeah, I mean, we're always kind of growing and trying to adapt, and I think for everybody across every industry, this year has been full of new challenges. So as Pamela mentioned, we are moving towards a hybrid education program where we do some things virtual and some things in person. And we've taken the silver lining of that, which is we used to do most of our work with our players just during the season. And now we've learned that we don't have to only work with our players 8 months of the year. We can support them and use technology to help them further their own education and self-study 12 months of the year.
I see that Roger asked, what adjustments have you had to make since you started the program, and what has driven those adjustments? I think the biggest one has been the technology use, but Roger, I have to tell you, in baseball, it's all about adjustments. So sometimes adjustments happen in every day. And we have to be flexible and adapt. Sometimes we think we're going to be in a specific classroom, then we have another classroom or another setting. We just have to
or maybe in the
be creative.
clubhouse.
We just have to be creative, and adjust ourselves. But yes, it's constantly changing. I have to say that.
Yeah. One adjustments we made early on, Roger, was to try to have as many classes as we could for our players in the morning. Even though some of them are teenagers, they do really prefer to structure it more like a traditional U.S. form of education where they have their class in the morning and then go out and practice and train and hit the weight room. So that was one adjustment we made that was player driven, that has really supported their focus in class and making sure they don't show up completely exhausted. I see a question from Lindsay about whether they had the opportunity to work with players from backgrounds beyond Latin America or beyond the U.S. I'll answer that and say, yeah, we've had a few players from Korea and Japan in the past few seasons, as well as some staff members as well. And occasionally we have players from other countries, and we immerse them in our program and serve them too. Okay.
I don't think we have more questions. I don't think we have more questions.
Yeah.
Just again, like Emily was saying, we really appreciate all these kind words you have posted here in the comments. We truly believe in the work we are doing, and because we have seen the impact that it had on the players and on the team as well. So we're happy that you find our program interesting as well.
Absolutely. I think we have a few more minutes if any other questions come through. Otherwise, I'll say my thank yous. But yeah, the organization did just hire the first ever female GM in any of the 3 biggest professional sports in the U.S. So our general manager Kim Ing joined us a few weeks ago, and 2 years ago, I think the Giants hired a woman to be the first major league coach. So those all fit into our values of diversity and inclusion, and our player-centered approach for a bilingual team. So thank you all so much, and thank you for your questions and encouragement. And Pamela and I will be available if anyone has any other questions.
Go Marlins! Yeah.
Go Marlins!
Hello, everyone. I'm Akash Patel, and I will be facilitating the next session. The next session is how to connect your students with the world while being isolated from it. So I'm the lead facilitator. I'm looking forward to introducing our 3 mystery guests that you will have the opportunity of speaking with in the next few in the next few seconds from now. So we have 3 very exciting speakers from 3 different parts of the globe. Your task is to find out where they're from. We're going to use the target language English. We're going to ask them questions in English to find out where they're from. I would like for you to brainstorm open-ended questions about culture, food, currency, colors of flag, national anthem, national bird, anything that comes to your mind and your imagination when you can think of a mystery person. Where is the mystery person from? And we're going to be playing the first 15 minutes of Mystery Hangout, followed by me walking you in today's session on how you too could introduce your students to people from all over the globe, live and for free. So let me bring on our 3 guest speakers for today. Victor, I will not tell you their last names for the sake of the game, which is a mystery hangout. So we have Victor first, followed by Florencia and Elissa. Hi, Victor.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Elissa, and hi, Florencia.
Hi.
All right, guys, are you ready for the mystery hangout with our visitors from literally, we have folks from all over the globe playing mystery hangout with us this afternoon. And certainly, we would love to get to know you after they have figured out where you're from. Okay? Let's just start with the question: how are you today? Describe the weather in the place you are around. How do you feel today? Well, we can start all the questions with Victor, followed by Elissa and Florencia.
Doing great, Akash. The weather in a place which the guest will be guessing today is getting pretty cold. And, you know, sometimes it's a mixture of snow and rain, and it's all together. You can never guess. It's just a matter of luck. But things are definitely moving towards, you know, colder part of the spectrum.
Elissa?
Pretty cold and windy today over here. It's like, you know, continental winter.
And Florencia?
Oh, here is really hot. I think it's going to rain because it's like so hot. It's so warm here. We are almost in summer, so yeah, the weather is like all every day is with sun and all those things.
Yeah, such a wide diversity of weather and how you guys are feeling today based on the weather. Where I am at today, it's the onset. I think it's the onset of winter. It's starting to get chilly. It is cold. No wonder I have a jacket on. I wish I was out there, Florencia, where it's warm and beautiful. I'm not a big fan of cold weather, but oh well. So let's get started with our mystery hangout. We have some questions in the comments that I'll be following. And we are going to ask you some questions to find out where you're from. The activity is going to take 10 to 12 minutes. We'll ask you multiple questions, and then we'll see if any of our guests in the chat can figure out where you're from. Okay? So, Victor, the first question is, what is the typical food in your country?
It's a great question, Akash. We like to eat, and you know, typically the food consists of different sorts of meats and vegetables. It's very traditional, I would say, nothing exotic, nothing special. But at the same time, I will tell that, you know, that northern you move in the country, more meat you get in your diet balance just because of the temperatures. And clearly people need to eat more meat to stay warmer. At the same time, southern you move in the country, the diet consists of more vegetables because those regions are much warmer. And as for some of the typical dishes, I'm not going to tell you their, you know, certain names because you'll definitely guess. But let's say pierogi or blini is a few of very famous dishes, very well known in the country.
Perfect. Thank you, Victor. Elissa?
Yeah, so I'm gonna represent 2 countries. In my original country, we have a special dish, and I don't want to give the name either because that might help too much. Made with like kind of semolina with a stew of vegetables and meat, or chicken. And in my country where I grew up and was educated, we're really known for everything related to fries, steaks, and cheese.
Florencia?
Well, I don't want to give the name either, but I don't know how to explain because here we eat a lot of meat. We eat like every piece of the cow, every meat of the cow, and like we always do like barbecue, but we don't say that like that here. And here where I live, some typical food, it was, I will say, locro. I don't know if you can guess because that's so typical from here, from Salta where I live.
Terrific. That's from the province. It's locro, right? Okay.
Yes.
So, and I want to remind our teachers, our viewers, our educators, educational leaders, you guys are all global citizens. I want you to be in the shoes of a student from rural United States or a rural part of some country around the world, or an inner city student who has not had the opportunity to travel to, let's say, India, where my family's from. So in my country, Florencia, unfortunately, we do not eat any parts of the cow. So it's strange. Even the Catholics or the Christians and the Muslims, they can't eat cows in my country, unfortunately. But well, speaking of food, our second question, we've got another question. In your country or the city where you're from, how do you commute to school or to work? Like, do you use public transportation? Do you use a car? Like, what's the best way to commute to school or work?
So most people use public transportation just because city center from the place I'm from is extremely populated, and especially in the mornings and evenings, you hit huge traffic jams. I don't know if we can compare, but those jams are often compared to LA traffic or maybe some of the big Asian metropolitan areas traffics. So therefore, most people choose subway system, which is I'd say one of the biggest subway systems in the world. And at the same time, buses. I've always commuted to my school using the bus. Sometimes you hit human traffic jams too, but it's Do
you have a good metro system?
Yes, the metro system is very well developed, and I would say this is I can clearly say this is the most beautiful metro system in the world, because sometimes you can say that every different station looks like a museum. And that's true because the stations have different statues, obelisks, and paintings all over the walls, which represents country's national history, some traditional holidays, and other very traditional things for this country.
Terrific. Alyssa?
I think most of students walk to go to school in both of my countries, no matter how close or far the school is located. Where I grew up, there are many schools because it's an urban area, so we were walking, and if it was too cold, we could take public transportation. But that was mainly the most means of transportation we were using.
Florencia?
I would say the same. Like, public transport here is really used because here, you don't have a space for cars. I mean, like schools, and for example, my university is really far from here, so I need to go to college by bus, by the public transport.
If you have a national sport or a national animal, what is it? Victor?
So the most popular sport, there are a few of them, but very widely played and widely loved are football, as we call it, not soccer. And also ice hockey, I would say one of the very popular ones. And as for when it comes to the national animal, well, I think the mostly known animal is a bear, but it's arguable. Yeah, I've never seen bears in my country.
Alyssa?
So regarding animals, in my home country, that would be a little small fox from the desert that we call the finneck. In when I grew up, that would be the rooster, and that's also the symbol of our soccer or football national team. And I second Victor on what he said. This is football, and this is the sport that is maybe the most popular in both of my countries.
I am assuming. Florencia, do you have something in
Yeah,
common?
here, like soccer is like the religion of my country. So
Oh, since you mentioned religion, let's talk about the predominant religion in your countries. Victor?
Yes, so most of my country is Christian, but as I mentioned before, it's not a small country. So depending on different regions, you can have different religions. For example, southern regions can be Muslim.
Alyssa?
Where I was born, I think 99% of the population is Muslim. The state is also Muslim and follows like the Muslim rules and traditions. And where I grew up, it's a really secular state that rejects religion, and there is a mix of everything, but most of the population, I think, they're agnostic or atheist.
Florencia?
here, like, I don't know, there's a lot of culture here, but I think that the most, like, I don't know, I went to a Catholic school, and I'm going to a college that it's also a Catholic college. But here, yeah, I think it's like the Catholic school, like the Catholic religion.
Is the dominant religion in your country.
Yeah.
So just to get a little cheesy here, can any of you sing a little bit of your national anthem?
Okay. Do you want just the music or lyrics?
You could do either one. I could care less. You could.
Okay. I'll do lyrics not the lyrics of the music, just because the language might give it up. Okay, I'm sorry, this is gonna be terrible. Okay, that's enough.
Awesome, bravo, that was awesome. All right, what about you, Alyssa?
That was great. Should I do both? Because that would be really horrible to hear. I'm really sorry in advance. So where I was born, that would be with the lyrics, because that's pretty important. قسما بين زينة الماحقات تدن تدن. And when I grew up and educated, and I'm sure that most of you will recognize it because you hear it in every soccer game. It's Allons enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrivé.
That's awesome. Thank you, Alyssa. Victor, great job. How about you, Florencia? You want to give it a try?
I don't know. I will say like a phrase. Sean eternos los laureles que supimos conseguir.
Awesome. Well, you at least shared some lyrics from that, okay? So to help I see the comments, oh gosh, this is full of, a lot of folks are loving it. They love the way you sang or shared the lyrics from your anthem. So thank you so much. All right. So you see, teachers, this is something that would be such a neat opportunity for you to connect your students with real people, so they can make these lasting connections. You can inspire empathy, cross-cultural understanding, global citizenship. And especially if you're from the United States, you can teach your students to be so grateful for everything they have in this country. And to be grateful and to value education, because a lot of folks around the world are struggling right now in the COVID-19 crisis. And the United States is fortunate that every kid in most of the communities that I know, or the communities that I work in Texas, have the opportunity or the access to a computer and Wi-Fi or hotspot. I know that may not be the case in some communities in other parts of the world or in other parts of the United States. All right, for let's see the time. I may ask 2 or 3 more questions of you guys, okay? So the next question is, what is the currency in your country?
Okay, the currency is called ruble. I'm not saying the first word. And as a little add-on benefit and a hint, compared to US dollar and euro, the currency really fell down. It was much stronger before 2014, and for certain political and economic reasons now, it almost doubled in price compared to US dollars. So to get $1 US, you pay twice as more as you used to pay before 2014.
Okay. my first country, the currency is called the dinar, followed by like the adjective related to the country. And where I grew up, so it's part of the European Union. We founded the European Union, so we use the euro.
Terrific. Florencia?
We use the peso, but here now that peso it's meaningless.
Because of inflation? Are you trying to
Yeah.
say that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I have a bill, like, if you want, I can show you.
Sure. We would love to see if anybody has access to their currency. Kids love seeing the currency. Oh,
That's
I
our
see.
national animal. We have
And what's
all the
the one?
national
It
animals
looks
in
like
our
a
bills.
jaguar, but it's not a jaguar, right?
A jaguarete.
Oh, jaguarete. That's the little mini version of the jaguar that looks like a jaguar, but the mini version.
Yeah, it seems like a jaguar, but it's not.
Yep, it's quite a beautiful animal. A beautiful
Yeah.
animal. Definitely. So another question would be, what are the colors of your flag? I know this will give it away to a lot of our folks in the audience. But again, we have to remember we're speaking to a group of very multicultural global citizen folks from all over the globe. So by now, a lot of them have already guessed in the chat. Some did a good job. I thought Alyssa's was going to be the hardest. Yes, Cynthia, and to the rest of the folks, like right after this mystery hangout, I'll be leading you through a 25-minute presentation on how you could do the same thing in your classrooms. So please don't worry about it. I'll certainly be sharing information. And we have right now registered 1,200 volunteers from over 100 countries that could seriously be in your classroom for 20 minutes of sparking empathy. What a neat opportunity for your scholars to travel the world without leaving the classroom, especially during this time when opportunities like study abroad are unheard of because of COVID-19. And opportunities like study abroad are not accessible to a lot of our kids because they don't have the resources to travel. So the colors of your flag, we'll start with Victor.
Okay, so the modern flag of my country is white, blue, and red. However, before 1991, the country used a different flag, which was completely red. And I'll stop here.
All right. Alyssa?
So where I was raised and educated, the flag has 3 stripes: blue, white, and red. And my home country is green, red, and white, with a star and a crescent.
And a crescent. That might be the hardest one for our audience. Okay, Florencia.
Mine is very simple. It's like a light blue and white with a star.
Celeste y blanco. Con el sol.
Yeah.
With the sun.
With the sun.
All right, I'm looking at the chat. A lot of folks have already started guessing. So I do see somebody already guessed. Flor, you're from Argentina. Is that right, Florencia?
Yeah.
And let's see anybody else. Victor, are you from Russia? They all were talking about the metro system in your country. So there's all these comments. It's certainly, somebody had a comment in there. Victor certainly cannot be from New York if the metro system is the nicest.
That's a great point.
From New York. That's right. You got that right, David. He's not from New York. And Jeremy, no, Alyssa is not from Pakistan. That's another flag in an African country with a crescent. And I think Donna did a good job right there. She has it there. She said Algeria. Is that right, Alyssa? And the other country is quite obvious.
I think I have it right here.
It is. Oh, you've got anything behind you? Any artifacts?
That's the book, yep.
Yep, there you go. Alyssa is from Algeria and raised in France. You got that right, Aziz. So thank you so much for participating in this mystery hangout. I want to give our guests a little bit of time so each of them can introduce themselves, because I want to share with our audience today that our volunteers are working professionals. They give their lives to something that they're so passionate about. Like they're either university students, they're professionals, they're scientists, doctors, lawyers, teachers, reporters, they're researchers. They are passionate about something. And I want to make sure that before you say goodbye to these very fine people, you get an opportunity to connect with them and just find out who they are. So we'll start with Victor. And Victor, if you could just share with our audience we have folks from over 40 countries today logged in. So if you could just say hello to them and maybe give out your Instagram handle while you say goodbye to everybody.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. That was really fun. And yeah, I can read the comments. A lot of you really made the great guesses. As you know, my name is Victor. Last name is Oleynik. That's actually Instagram handle as well, victor.oleynik. I currently study at Arizona State University, but I'm from Moscow, Russia. I moved from there several years ago because my background is in journalism. I've been practicing investigative journalism, and my team launched a project called bewareofthem.org to expose human rights violations and government-led activity against civil society. We've been exposing individuals who are engaged in civil rights violations in the country, and I'm currently living in the US because I'm on political asylum. I miss Moscow and our beautiful subway a lot, but at the same time, I love America and currently lead research on hybrid warfare and disinformation. Thank you.
And Victor has joined several of our classes in the United States, even in Mexico, I believe, teaching students about, like, playing mystery hangout with them, just spending some time teaching them a little bit about his work. So as you see, Victor is a very inspiring person himself who has dedicated his life to investigative journalism and reporting on human rights violations in his country, Russia.
Thank you, Akash. Additionally, I'll be launching my courses on Russian history soon here at ASU. So if any of you are interested, I think they will be publicly available. And please reach out to me. I'll give you more details.
Terrific, Victor. Thank you. Alyssa?
Yeah, thank you very much for today and for everyone who's watching. I'm Elisa Yami. I'm a PhD student in political science at Temple University in Philadelphia. So I moved from Algeria when I was a kid to go to France, and I moved again last year to come to the US and study. I'm really grateful for everything that Happy World Foundation is doing. I'm having a lot of fun with students in different classrooms, and I know how important it is to study abroad and how important it is to encounter other cultures that people do not see in their daily life. So I really encourage every one of you to try to have this insight in your classrooms. That's something I would have loved to have when I was a kid, but my travels helped me to discover cultures in another way. But that's really important to just sensitize young people from their very young age. So thank you for that, Akash.
No, thank you, Alyssa, for all the work that you, Victor, Florencia do in classrooms. So we appreciate you, because I usually refer to you guys as the John Lennons of our nonprofit, folks who go around believing in a world without borders, in the sense that in a world where children can live happily, meeting folks from all around the globe and dream bigger. Someday dream to be an investigative journalist. Someday dream to get a Fulbright scholarship like you have, Alyssa, to travel from your country to the United States. So we're also inspiring students to dream big through these activities. So thank you, Alyssa. Florencia?
Well, thank you all for watching. I'm sorry if I can speak a lot, because here we have I don't know how to say, we are in our final exams, so I'm really stressed. But yeah, I love my country. I'm in college. I'm studying international relations in Universidad Católica de Salta, and I really, really love my city. Because it's so full of nature and animals, and it's also I don't know, you have a lot of freedom. You have a lot of these experiences, and I don't know, I love to do this because I'm trying to improve my English, because here it's really expensive to study English, and that.
And yes, for Florencia, it's quite a two-way street, because she has recently been working with classrooms in Chicago, classrooms in Colorado, in Texas, Oklahoma, Wyoming, California, that I can think of. So not only is she teaching them Spanish, but she's also learning English. And Florencia happens to be a twin. She has a twin sister And both the twins, and I'll tell you why twins are important to us in a little bit once we bid adieu to Victor, Alyssa, and Florencia and carry on with our presentation. So I'll tell you why these twins matter to us so much, like Florencia and her sister Agustina, and other twins that volunteer for our nonprofit. So from the bottom of my heart and from our audience from all over the globe, please accept my appreciation, my genuine appreciation for the work that you guys do to educate children during the pandemic, especially during the pandemic. You've been doing this before the pandemic. So I just want to, thank the three of you for taking your time today and joined us in our studio. So I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. And before you leave, I'm going to grab a quick screenshot with you guys. So the count of 3, 2, and terrific. All right, guys, y'all take care and have a great day. I'll carry on with a little bit of professional development with the audience for another 20, 30 minutes, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. All right, everybody. So I'm looking forward to your comments. I'll be just walking you really briefly and quickly through our journey in the next 20, 25-ish minutes, sharing a little bit about the work that we do. So I'm about to share my screen. And yes, thank you. Absolutely. Thank you to all these people who, so yes, there we go. So I'm going to share with you a little bit today about our nonprofit and about how you could bring these experiences into your classroom. So please, I know you see the website here, happyworldfoundation.us. The website, once you go on the website, it's probably going to say, hey, we're coming soon because we're getting a brand new website this weekend. So if you don't get access to the website, please go to our Facebook page, go to our Twitter page, go to our Instagram page, which is going to be in the last slide of our presentation right now. So please go to those 3 platforms and just send us a DM. What I mean by a DM is a direct message. Follow us, send us a direct message, be like, hey, I teach Spanish. Hey, I teach English in Syria, or I teach English in India. And I would love to connect with somebody from Russia. Or I would love to connect with somebody from Lesotho and Swaziland or from any other part of the world. And we will make that happen for you. So please look our nonprofit up, Happy World Foundation, Inc., on Instagram, on Facebook. You will see the handles in just a few minutes when I end the presentation on the last slide. The website currently, you will not see it until this weekend. It will just say coming soon because we're getting a brand new website that is so teacher friendly. So I want to walk you quickly through our journey. I am a twin and I came to the United States just like Alyssa to pursue a higher education in 2009 to become a nuclear engineer. But I did end up becoming a nuclear engineer. I quit that pursuit of an engineering degree and ran off to Oklahoma with my twin brother against our parents' wishes and against, we gave up a full ride scholarship we had at Iowa State University. And we moved to Oklahoma not knowing what we wanted to do. So we went to Oklahoma City Community College to pursue an associate's. I got my associate's in liberal studies, got a bachelor's degree in education and a master's in education, and ended up deciding to become a teacher, while my brother became a businessman, and he got his degree in business. In 2009, when we moved, we had such stereotypes of Oklahoma because we had never been to Oklahoma. We thought when we get to Oklahoma, we're going to be seeing cowboys and teepees. And to our surprise, we didn't see any of that. And, Oklahomans had stereotypes of us. They're like, oh, these guys are from India. And then, these adults would strike these conversations with us and be like, oh, so you're from India. I bet you can see elephants in the streets in India. And I would often want to joke and tell them, yeah, you sure can see elephants in the streets. Depends on how much you've been drinking. I did not say that to them. But that brings me to the idea, that we all have stereotypes. I had stereotypes of Oklahoma. Oklahomans had stereotypes of me. But we can dispel these stereotypes with dialogue, with anti-bias education, with what you just experienced in 15 minutes could help fight bigotry and prejudice. And I have to remind our educators of today that we have a greater task than teaching the content, than teaching the standards. Our task is to help children to be the global citizens of tomorrow, to help them champion the sustainable development goals, to help them become the global citizens so they can fight bigotry and prejudice in a world full of racial injustice and prejudice. So this is such a beautiful and a peaceful and a nonviolent way of promoting peace, in your classrooms. So the journey began in 2014 when I graduated with my elementary education degree. I traveled the state of Oklahoma during my student teaching semester, teaching in rural communities of Oklahoma where children had never seen a brown guy like me in a small town of 200 people. So I had such a blast teaching children about my experiences of working with elephants, making poo-poo paper. Yeah, you heard that right. Poo-poo paper is real. One elephant gives you about 200 sheets of paper per day. The elephants don't eat Russian food or Argentinian empanadas, or they don't eat burgers and fries. They eat grass, so you can wash their poop and turn it into paper. So I taught communities all across my state about my experiences because I was a global citizen privileged enough to have traveled to other countries. So I took those experiences, turned them into interdisciplinary lessons. As you can see here, students learned how to extract the DNA of elephants to study poaching patterns, to students learning about the conservation of sea turtles, on how my experiences of working with sea turtles in Costa Rica, Sri Lanka, and India, and learning about the science behind them. So when I shared these experiences, I saw the spark in the eyes of the kids, but I was like, wow, I'm only working with a couple hundred kids. What can I do to reach thousands of kids with my same message? I was like, I could do something. I could start with my student teaching classroom, invite my friends from all of these countries that I have traveled to, and have my friends video call these students so my students can without leaving their classroom, have an experience of Russia, have an experience of Malaysia, have an experience of Kenya. So that's what we did. We founded Global Connect, a database which started with a few hundred of my friends from Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and Snapchat, and now has turned into a database of over 1,200 volunteers from 100 countries that Skype, video call, Zoom call, Adobe Connect, name the platform. Our volunteers can use them all and teach your students live and for free about their countries. So here's my first experience in my first elementary classroom in Oklahoma City. My students are with their maps. They were trying to ask questions. Are you north or south of the equator? Are you close to the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean? And there they were talking to a group of orphans from India, as you can see in the top left picture. And the orphans performed an Indian dance. And then the kids were like, why don't we do something American for them? And back in the day, we did the Harlem Shake. And so to the right, we've got 3 individuals from Latin America, from Brazil, from Venezuela, Ecuador, from a local university in Rio. And they came and connected with the students, teaching them about their robotics, facilitating my robotics unit, and at the same time teaching them about the geography and the culture of their beautiful nations. So you see this live global citizenship happening in action. Students would have funny, funky questions like, hey, do you guys drink cow milk? And the people are like, no, we don't drink cow milk. We drink milk from water buffaloes. And kids have never seen water buffaloes in the United States, especially in some parts of this country. So they'll go, ew, how could you drink water buffalo milk? So I'm just sharing some of the many encounters that our students have had. And I want to emphasize 2 things here. One, which I mentioned earlier, empathy, the importance of empathy. Like in our American system, especially me being an immigrant coming from a third world country with limited resources, when I came here and I saw the amount of waste, the amount of neglect, and the amount of disregard for the resources that the students had, I said I had to do something. I had to connect them with students from Bangladesh, from India, from remote parts that had to walk for 45 minutes to make it to an audiovisual room so they could talk to their peers in the United States. So they would walk all of this distance, and my students would ask me, Mr. Patel, why do they have to walk all of this distance? Well, they've got to walk because they live distant places and they don't have access to public transportation, or even if they do, they don't have the money to use public transportation. So students automatically, I could see a transformation in their behavior, in the way they handled the resources in my classroom. So it was beautiful transformation that was led through the inspirational empathy that came out of the calls in my classroom. So students would ask, why, Mr. Patel, do they not have anything on their walls? And I would have to often tell them they don't have anything because they don't have the resources for the same. We also have in our database authors, bilingual, monolingual, authors from Alaska, from Peru, from different parts of the world that can come and talk to your students about their experiences or read books to the kids in a 30-minute video call. They can take them on field trips, or this young man who's an actor with the Nepalese film industry, showing the students a little bit about a profession that not very many students tend to choose in their lives. So we also tend to connect classrooms with classrooms. Like you can see here, a classroom in Auckland, New Zealand, connecting with classroom in Oklahoma City. Both the students on both the sides have got their maps, and they're trying to figure out. There's my student Riley asking a question. Hey, what's the currency they use in your country? What time is it right now? Do y'all use social media? Like, you just want your students to ask whatever question. It doesn't matter as long as they're using the target language. If you're in a language classroom, so you'll be happy if they asked anything. I just let my students have the freedom as long as it's appropriate to ask appropriate questions. Now, often our students can also make jokes and be not so kind. So it's teachable moments like these, like in 2015 when we had an outbreak of Ebola and an outbreak of Zika virus. I brought in a doctor from Brazil and a social entrepreneur from Liberia who could talk to the students about the tragedy of these two diseases. And my students automatically empathized, and they were like, wow, Mr. Patel, we did not know how bad this was, and we certainly want to do something to help the folks out and help these countries out of their pandemics, of these outbreaks. That's a bilingual author from Peru, one of the many authors we feature at our nonprofit. As the CEO of Community Recycling, a large organization in the United States that I'm going to briefly tell you a little bit about, and then I will start towards the other programs and conclude my remarks for today and leave some time for some questions. So this story is about a Title I classroom, my classroom in Oklahoma City, where kids don't have many resources themselves. But the CEO of a large recycling company reached out to us, and he's like, hey, I want to come talk to your students about what I do. So the students were like, wow, what an amazing job you do. What can I do to help you? So Bella's like, what can I do? So the guy's like, I'm going to send you a box with shipping paid for. Throw in your old clothes, your old shoes, anything that's gently used, and send it back to us. We sent it back, and a month later, he calls us, and he's like, Bella, look at your shoes. They're going to Sudan. Or Alexis, look at your shirt. They're going to the Philippines. So for the first time, my students at a Title I school had realized that you don't have to be rich to make a difference in someone's life, that we can all make a beautiful difference in someone's life. And that was a lesson in giving that my students learned through one of these many video calls that they had. They spoke to the students of Kiribati, tiny atolls in the Pacific Ocean that are being flooded because of global climate change. The next morning, I had reflections from students. They had a picture of their bed, and they're like, Mr. Patel, I don't have much money, but I think I can share my bed with one of these climate refugees. They had never heard the word refugees before they met the children from Kiribati. That's a visitor from the Kingdom of Bhutan, the only country on earth that measures GDH, or gross domestic happiness, of their citizens. It used to be a monarchy. Now it's a constitutional democracy. It used to be a constitutional monarchy. The monarch has decided he wants to give the people the right to pick their leader. And this is also one of the very untouched, beautiful countries, the last country on earth to introduce television. And when they introduced television, you know exactly what happened. They saw spikes in crime. So I was like, they would have been better off without the TV. So we started piloting the program in community colleges across the country, in school districts, and then now we serve classrooms all across the United States. In Exploring Languages classrooms, where we introduce people from Vietnam, Cambodia, from African nations, European nations, Latin American nations, just so kids could experience the globe and be like, hey, I met this person from here, from here, from here. And this is the language they speak there. And when I go to high school, I want to learn Vietnamese. Or when I go to high school, I want to learn German or French, and not just the traditional Spanish or any other language that's being offered in their school district. We have field trips. And even right now, in the middle of the pandemic, our folks will wear their mask. They'll walk you around a beautiful historic city of Colombia, or a beautiful national park in the United States. Like we have forest rangers at the Yellowstone National Park that will show you around the national park, or a zoo, or a fire station, or a police station. So you just have to message us. Send us a DM on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and we will get you started as soon as tomorrow. So if you want somebody to connect with your classroom tomorrow, I've got quite a few volunteers available. So just reach out to us in the next few slides when I show you our social media handles. So these are just some of the many encounters our students have had. Students in San Luis Potosi connecting with students in Dallas, Texas. And you see here, there's another set of twins on the bottom. And just the joy that you can see, it feels like a portrait or like a real painting, but this is a real group of students in a live video call with a group of students in Dallas that just had so much fun after sharing cultures and the way of life and the way school is done in their countries. The second program we have at our nonprofit is International Days. This is a program that we only offer in our geographic regions. The program that you just saw, we offer it in any state in the United States or any country around the world. So if you're joining us tonight from a different country, please feel free to message us. We would love to connect you with a classroom in the United States or from Argentina, from Chile, from South Africa. We would be honored to do that. This program is only for our geographic regions of Texas and Oklahoma, but it's on hold. As you can see, with COVID-19, we cannot bring in volunteers, but this program connected students with real humans in the classroom who would take their flags, take their food, take their cultures, take their dances, and just spend a full day of multicultural learning and exchanges with the students, forming long-lasting relationships and being mentors of color for our at-risk youth in inner cities across the 2 states. So that's our other program that we offer. They play multicultural games. And then we could turn that program into a school to college pipeline initiative, pairing at-risk youth with our international student volunteers who are career bound that will stay with them and check in with them every week of the semester. So a very successful program that led to, we have currently a group of researchers from the University of Arkansas conducting research on our school to college pipeline initiative to see what kind of an impact did putting mentors of colors with at-risk youth have on their dropout rates in high school. So beautiful program. Another program we have is Global Ambassadors Leadership Institute that is open to students and adults and professionals from all around the world. Right now, we are terminating our virtual 2020 Global Ambassadors Leadership Institute. So if you want to become a global ambassador, just like what it sounds right here, if you want a scholarship to turn your great idea into a nonprofit organization, please go to our website and apply for our Global Ambassadors Leadership Institute. Many of our ambassadors were served as delegates to the UN, have served as delegates to different international conferences around the world, have turned their projects into nonprofit organizations. So look into the program, a great scholarship initiative that would certainly look good for you regardless of your age. We accept participants from all age groups, professionals, or young college or high school students. Professional development is what I'm currently offering to you guys, training teachers on how they could use our platforms. So in the first picture in the top, you can see our 2 volunteers from Brazil joined in with a group of teachers, and they told them exactly how they feel participating into a classroom. And that's why I wanted to walk my talk. And that's why I brought in volunteers that actually serve our classrooms to show you guys how the calls worked. So I showed you at the beginning of this classroom, and now I'm going to lead you into how you can schedule your first call. And I hope several of you will send us a message and schedule a call as soon as tomorrow or as soon as next week before kids are out for the winter break or for Christmas break. So these are several of our classrooms, from university classrooms to high schools to middle schools to preschools that are also connecting with volunteers from all over the globe. So this is pre-pandemic. In the pandemic, we have several classrooms on Zoom, but due to privacy reasons and due to not having permissions for some students, I'm not sharing any of the pictures of the Zoom screens because, again, in these pictures, we've got the permissions to display these pictures. We also connect students from other countries with folks in the United States or Canada or Mexico. So this is Linda with the Global Seal of Biliteracy, as you can see in the bottom right. With the Global Seal, she mystery hung out with a classroom in Turkey. So what a neat connection. I'm speaking at her conference. And for the work we do, we've been honored by several organizations locally, regionally, nationally, internationally. That's me and my twin brother. That's the president of the American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages in our other program that we host at our nonprofit, where we honored another supporter of the Global Seal, David Bong, with the Global Citizen Award, who happens to join us today. And that's a program that helps us raise money for our programs at the nonprofit. And I believe, there we go. So we also have a mini grants and scholarships program that offers scholarships, and it's based on a grants proposal, and it's competitive, so anybody can apply for our grants, and you can receive anywhere from $500 to a few $1,000s for fulfilling your projects. We have supported projects in Africa, Asia, South America, Europe, almost every continent that I can think of except for Antarctica. So please consider applying for a grant. And lastly, I'm going to leave you with this. I'm a Spanish teacher right now in Dallas, Texas. So I learned Spanish in the year 2011 when I was in college, undecided, not knowing what I wanted to do with my life. So I decided, just like every other young person, to go on a trip to, like, a lot of young people want to go to South Padre Islands for spring break, or they want to go to Cancun, Mexico. I wanted to go to the Dominican Republic and make a difference, not just party it up like a whole bunch of young college students. So I was like, I'm going to go make a difference. But I was like, I don't speak the language of the country. What am I going to do? So I used Google Translate, the worst resource you could ever use, to type up a letter telling the strangers that, hey, I've got experiences working with elephants and sea turtles, and I would love to share my Indian culture with your students. And I sent that letter to 50 random people on Facebook, or to people who looked like they were professionals, who looked like they had great jobs. I sent them a letter saying, I want to come to your country and I need an internship. And nobody responded to this silly guy except for one person, the chief of staff of the First Lady of the Dominican Republic, who responded and said, Mr. Patel, the letter you sent me is grammatically incorrect. And I was like, ha. Of course, I know it's grammatically incorrect because I use Google Translate. And he started laughing and he's like, Mr. Patel, I love your energy and I would love to bring you to my country so you can share with our students. And I'm going to give you an internship, pay you $300, give you housing, and you're going to go around our juvenile detentions. You're going to go around our public and private schools. You're going to work with the First Lady's social projects, work with her programs for the orphans, and you're going to teach our kids about your culture and your experiences. So they provided me a full-time interpreter for that 3 weeks I was in their country. And at the end of my stay, the students bid adieu to me at the National Music Conservatory, where they threw a surprise, and I was on the national television dancing merengue with the students. So I felt so much in love with the culture. I decided to come back home, and I made a resolve that I was going to learn Spanish. So when I graduated with my degree in elementary education, with my certification in math, teaching mathematics at the high school level, I was like, I don't want to teach primary students, and I don't want to teach high school students mathematics. I want to teach something way more, I want to teach something cooler. I want to teach Spanish. But how am I going to do that? I don't have a degree in Spanish. So I'd already mastered Spanish by then. I took the exam. I passed the exam in both Oklahoma and Texas, and I became a certified Spanish teacher. And little did I know that my experience in 2011 would take me to a beautiful and incredibly inspiring ceremony 7 years later in March 2018, when I was a finalist out of 30,000 teachers, the top 50 for $1 million teacher prize. While I did not win the $1 million, I won multiple trips to this ceremony over the years to Dubai to connect with heads of state, to connect with Hollywood and Bollywood actors and actresses. But the coolest experience I had was under a palm tree in 2018 when I became a finalist. I saw Secret Service agents under a palm tree who were speaking Dominican Spanish, and they were like, hola, mi mano, como tu ta, que lo que? And I looked at them and I was like, whoa, that Spanish is spoken only in the Caribbean. So I started greeting them in my Caribbean Spanish, and they couldn't believe it that this Indian guy could speak Spanish. And they asked me, where did you learn Spanish? I was like, back in the day, in 2011, I used to be an intern for the First Lady of the Dominican Republic. And they said, you've got to be kidding me. She is right here in Dubai. and she is now the vice president of the Dominican Republic. So the next morning, they introduced me to her in front of the 5,000 people at the ceremony. She hugs me and she writes about me on her Twitter and Instagram, and she's like, this guy is not a pride of the United States. He's a pride of the Dominican Republic, because he came to our country not knowing any Spanish, and look at how he has mastered it, and now he's spreading and teaching that language to kids in an inner city, at-risk youth in inner city Dallas. So that experience truly changed my life. And then a month later, when I came back from Dubai in April 2018, I lost my twin brother, Happy Patel, to a plane crash in Arizona. So when I lost my only sibling, it was devastating, and I had to come up with a way to honor his memory. Before my brother passed away, I used to run a nonprofit organization, the same nonprofit. It used to be called Global Experiences, because Americans, just like all of us today, got some global experiences from the Mystery Hangout. So I changed the name from Global Experiences to Happy World Foundation. And this was the birth of Happy World when the Oklahoma State Teacher of the Year, my Director of World Languages in Dallas, Amy Anderton, and my very close Guatemalan American friend, Hilda Xavier, we established the Happy World Foundation with the mission of promoting global experiences so all children can live in a happy world free of bigotry and prejudice. And that's exactly what we do now. We've created the Happy Meals program that has distributed over 10,000 meals to the homeless, that was inspired by my students when my brother died. They fundraised money so they could give it to my family for the funeral, but we gave it back and we matched the funds so that we have now created a Happy Meals program for the homeless. We created a Happy Nonprofit Clinic that has helped over 53 organizations file for exempt status pro bono. So if anybody in my audience wants to start a nonprofit organization, does not know where to start, or is in touch with an attorney who's charging an exorbitant amount of money, we can help you at no cost to start your nonprofit organization, because both me and my twin brother believe in the power of startups and the power of nonprofits to create change in our communities. And of course, because of this involvement, I was invited by President Clinton to speak at his foundation in Little Rock, Arkansas, at the Clinton Presidential Center. I was invited by President Juan Manuel Santos of Colombia, who's a Nobel Peace Laureate, to speak at a panel at the Global Engagement Summit in Dubai, where we spoke on how education is leading to peace. And exactly some of the programs that we do at our nonprofit is fostering peace and cross-cultural understanding in the communities. That's the former president of Costa Rica, Laura Chinchilla, and one of my very close friends, CNN Heroes sister Rosemary Nairumbe of Uganda, who works with us, and we work with her to help her students who were victims of the Civil War and were kidnapped as child soldiers and now are being rehabilitated into technical schools across the country that Sister Rosemary runs. And that's my only professor from college who was honored as the Oklahoma Multicultural Citizen of the Year, and I was honored as the Oklahoma Multicultural Teacher of the Year in 2014, just a year after we started our journey of connecting classrooms with people around the world. That's our former governor in Oklahoma, Mary Fallon, honored by also our Texas governor, Greg Abbott, President Bush Sr., and several other organizations, certainly the Oklahoma House of Representatives that honored us with the Human Rights Award before and after the passing of my twin brother, the American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages that honored us with the K-12 Innovation in Language Education. And I recently was elected to the National Council of the United Nations Association of the United States of America. And as the chair of the education committee there, my job is to connect classrooms from across the United States and inspire them to connect their classrooms with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and to inspire global citizenship, which is what we already do at our nonprofit. So I'm going to conclude my remarks with our information. As I told you earlier today, that our website will not be live. Like, you can still click on the website. It's just going to say it's coming soon, because we are getting a brand new website this week. So that's our website. But please, right now, the best and the easiest way you can get to us is through email or through following us on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook. So go to Instagram, Happy World Inc., follow us. Go to Twitter, Happy World Inc., follow us. And Facebook would be facebook.com/happyworldus. If you also feel like you're not that tech savvy, you could text me or text the number 405-697-7147. Send us a brief message saying, hey, you're a teacher of this subject in this particular part of the world, and you would like to get started connecting your classrooms. We would be honored. Our turnaround time in less than 24 hours, anybody who reaches out to us, we connect you with people from all over the globe. So I'm looking forward to connecting with each of you. I am going to now stop screen sharing so I can see for the last 5 minutes if there's any questions that I can answer. So feel free to take a screenshot because in the next 10 seconds, I will stop screen sharing. All right, so I'll just look at the chat now and let's see if we have any questions in the chat that I can help answer before our time ends here today. Absolutely, Elizabeth. I'm so glad I ditched the engineering degree. I love doing what I do now, and I would never go back. Donna, I see the link in the chat. You could just reach out to us via email right now. That would be the easiest way. Or you can reach out to us via Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. The website should be up anytime soon. We're trying to get it sooner than this weekend. It's just that we're getting a very beautiful and a nice new website. Our last website was a little old school. So we're trying to get something that's very teacher friendly. Teachers can literally go in and sign up, and it's very cool. So we're getting a brand new, beautiful website. All right, it looks like if we don't have any other questions, we will conclude our session. I'm very grateful for all your comments, for your questions, for your incredible questions, because you guys did a fantastic job with the 3 volunteer speakers. I appreciate that. And I just want to give a shout out to Linda and her team. Yes, Sarah, the question is, when you connect a class with a mystery volunteer, is it typically with one other person, or you know what? It depends on what your needs are and what we have available. Sometimes we may just have one person available. Sometimes we have multiple. Like right now, we have multiple volunteers available. So right now, if you would like to connect with somebody, I could literally connect your classroom with 3 people at the same time. David's question, what is the country that you have most of the partner schools located in? Right now, this summer, I spoke at the 4th International Congreso de Educación in Argentina. I had the opportunity of speaking to 100,000 teachers in Argentina. So such a large audience. We have pilot projects all over the country in Argentina, from preschools to university. We have so many folks out there, so we're very excited. It's like a very special relationship that we have between Argentina and the United States with our nonprofit in particular. As you worked with the local tribes in Oklahoma, are there any exchanges? Yes, Nick, absolutely. If you need somebody from the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Seminole, I mean, you name the tribe, we have lots of tribal partners. Like especially this week, we had several of our tribal partners sharing with classrooms in the United States what Thanksgiving means to them as Native Americans. So if you're looking for a Native perspective, those are tribal nations. They're sovereign nations. So that's also global citizenship in action. If you would like to connect with somebody from a tribal nation, just DM us, send us a direct message, and I'll be happy to make that happen. We have about 2 minutes left. So if any other questions I see in the chat, I'll be happy to answer them. But yes, Nick, please follow up and I'll be happy to make that happen with any tribe that you'll be interested in working with. Oh, you would love to connect your Native tribe with our organization. We would love to have them. In fact, I would love to have them in my Discovering Languages class. You know, I'm also a full-time teacher apart from what we do at the nonprofit. I teach full-time Spanish, exploring languages in Dallas Independent School District. All right, terrific. If I see any other questions, or do you have projects or initiatives with rural schools in Colombia? Yes, Israel. We have plenty of partners in Colombia, plenty of partners in several cities around Medellin, around Bogota, around Cartagena. We have plenty of partners. I mean, trust me, if there is one country that we do not work with, like let's say you come up with a random country that I've never heard of and we don't have a volunteer from, let me tell you something. You just tell me that you want somebody from there. I send it out in a blast on our WhatsApp group for the volunteers, and they find me somebody from that country. So even though I may not know somebody from that particular country, we would love to get you somebody from that country through our many connections. So it's very easy for us to get to somebody that we may not have on our database right now. So I'm just trying to end with a message that the sky is the limit. I would never turn down a teacher who's like, I want to connect with somebody from Antarctica. We have made that happen. So if we can make Antarctica happen and somebody walking around with penguins with the kids, I think any country on earth is quite possible. So I appreciate your time, everybody. And I hope you have a fantastic rest of your week and the weekend. Thank you and have a good one.
Hi, thank you very much, Global C.R.E.D, for having us here today. And we thank you to the Seal of Biliteracy and the language community for not just joining us here today, but for being interested in the topic that we're here to speak about. I am joined today by an amazing panel. Truly, it is my honor to be among them. And I will introduce them as they come up and actually speak their piece in the panel. But I just want to kind of read their names right now. Gezer Ortega will be joining us today, Wendy Klein, Frida Adams, and then from our company, Genie, it will be Hans Fenstermacher, and then me, Kirsten Breck-Baker. And I just want to start by telling you a little bit. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Genie. And I want to tell you a little bit about who Genie is before we kind of dive into the panel, because I think that this will give you a little context of why we're here today. So we start our presentation. I'm just going to kind of go through a few quick slides just to kind of establish, if you will, our street cred in the language industry and why you may kind of want to listen to anything we have to say today. Genie is a mobile platform that connects you to a video or voice call with a live interpreter for on-demand language assistance 24/7. We've taken a very different approach to this industry. And we've, our whole team, our leadership team, our founding team, myself and my co-founder, Dr. Richard Brecht, we've been language people our whole lives. And we looked at the language service market and we really observed a need for a different kind of approach, again, to providing language services on demand to people who needed them. And at the same time, we were lucky to be a young, thriving tech company and watching all of the gig economy models popping up in various marketplaces, and to see an opportunity for us to take advantage of that kind of a model where we could literally connect interpreters from all over the world with varying degrees of proficiency and capability and talent, varying domains of talent and areas of expertise and certifications, and put them directly in touch with people who needed language assessments and assistance literally in seconds. And so we're very kind of pleased today that we now have interpreters in over 135 countries. We have customers currently in over 150 countries. We're doing interpreting now in dozens of industries, and that includes supporting over 40 plus areas of healthcare practice today. And the reason we do what we do, the reason why our whole team has been committed to establishing a whole new technology, a really brand new mobile platform built on entirely kind of new, not just technology, but also new concepts, new philosophies. And we're doing that because we fundamentally believe in this mission of putting the access to language literally in the palm of your hand, in anyone's palm of their hand, so they can have access at any time of day, because we believe that language is access. Language is participation. It is equity. It is power. In our minds, it's a fundamental human right. And we see right now that that is growing consistently across the world. And the focus on language and the focus on incorporating language in industry is growing also because of growing global patterns. And those patterns are about larger expat communities in different countries. They're about increased global commerce. They're about international content sharing through social media and everywhere else, as well as a fundamental and important increased focus on human rights and inclusion now across the globe. And as a company, this has all culminated for us in what we've seen now as a growing demand for language in many industries. And you see that this is a list you have in front of you of industries that we're currently responding to with language demand. But today we only have time to kind of focus on one. And today we're going to actually focus on healthcare as a use case, not just because it's so central, but also because it is so relevant to what is happening in the world today. The US has a promise that everyone, all patients, deserve access to care. And our position is that this promise is currently under threat. This promise is currently not being delivered. And there are a variety of factors for that. There are a variety of things that affect equity in health. But one of the factors is language. And language happens to be one of the elements that we can control. While there are other factors that are outside of our control, language is one that we can actually provide in order to overcome some of these barriers. And we see language barriers as being a leading source of inequity in healthcare access, of misdiagnoses and mistreatment. That's not rocket science. If you can't communicate, you can't communicate your symptoms. Someone can't understand how to effectively diagnose or treat you. And it's also contributing to patient illiteracy. If you don't have access to the information that is out in the community that everyone else has access to, how are you as informed as everyone else is? It's also contributing to patient mistrust. And this will lead to a lack of adherence in treatment protocol. All of these different things, which end up kind of waterfalling into different and kind of unfortunately less than effective outcomes at best, but loss of life at worst. And what we see now is with this burgeoning kind of use now of telehealth technology, that gap is widening. And with social distance, that gap is widening in terms of the people who we are able to treat and who are being treated equally and equitably. All of this is culminating in what we say is the US healthcare's multi-billion-dollar problem. And it's a multi-billion-dollar problem that is growing. So there are hundreds of thousands of caregiver-patient conversations happening every day. And those numbers of conversations continue to grow as the number of patients in our system continue to grow. And the number of patients in our system are continuing to grow right now for a number of reasons, including COVID, which we'll discuss in a minute. But the number of people in our country right now that don't speak English at home as a first language is also growing. And as we see that this is kind of culminating, as we said, in at best billions of dollars of lawsuits for our healthcare providers because of the misdiagnoses and mistreatments resulting from ineffective interpretation and communication. But again, at worst, it's resulting, most unfortunately, in loss of life. And COVID has only highlighted not just the problem, but also kind of the risk that we're taking by not having language interpreting and language immediately accessible to everyone. Also, therefore, showing the significance that language has in this industry. There are more patients in our system. That means that there are more languages and more language challenges currently in our system. Social distancing has meant that even though bringing friends and family along to healthcare appointments is not really compliant with protocol or law, that you no longer can bring friends or family with you to certain appointments. That means that you have a whole other set of interpreting issues. It also means that in-person interpreting is not available at a lot of the healthcare provider facilities where it used to be, or it's much more risky than it used to be to the physician, to the patient, and to the interpreter. And our move towards telehealth means we now have to be able to communicate with patients in a whole different medium, which now means that there is more pressure to ensure that everyone, again, has access to those telehealth consultations, to that medical consultation, to the mental health consultation, no matter what kind of technology they have at home. And all of this, which still needs to be done in the context of HIPAA compliance. So one other kind of point to add here, it's funny how many people are not aware of this, but it also happens to be the law. Both the ACA and the ADA protect patients by saying that healthcare providers have to provide on-demand, on-site interpreting whenever it's needed, no exceptions, no reschedulings, no turning people back and telling them to come back later, all at the healthcare provider's cost. And this shows that as a country, as a nation, we have actually embraced the significance of this. We've even enshrined it here in legislation. And so it means that we see the problem and we see how significant it is. We're here today to talk about the fact that it's now time for us to live what that really means. It's time for us to embody the significance of this and to deliver the language access that these points need in healthcare, let alone in the other industries, which we've referenced earlier. And the wonderful panel that I have today is here to talk about not just kind of the problems and how, those problems are manifesting in their various environments, but how we see the solutions, coming into play, how we see the access to language interpreting changing what those outcomes can be, and how an absence of language in the context that they're discussing is detrimental. So I'm going to turn over now the microphone to our first panelist. And our first panelist is Gezer Ortega. And Gezer is the lead faculty for research and innovation for equitable surgical care at the Center for Surgery and Public Health, Brigham and Women's Hospital, Harvard Medical School. Dr. Ortega is a health services researcher with a focus on developing and implementing solutions to address surgical inequities. He is also co-founder of the Latino Surgical Society. Currently, he has focused his research on improving outcomes for surgical patients with limited English proficiency, and we are quite proud to say that we are co-applicants with him for some grants coming up, which we're all very hopeful will kind of produce more wonderful work that Gezer has already produced. And Gezer, with that, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you for setting the stage. And I will talk a little bit about just this, the language discordance issue and the issue that we have within the United States within the scope of surgery. And so in 2017, more than 25 million patients with limited English proficiency were identified in the United States, which means that 1 in 12 are at risk for adverse events to language due to language discordance. And so I'll define language discordance here as a patient and provider not sharing a common spoken language. And then for the LEP status is just non-fluent enough to understand or engage in medical discussions. And we always go back and forth within the literature and in the academic world with the use of LEP. It may not be the best terminology, but it is the most commonly used in what we have currently in our academic world. And so with that, the impact of language discordance on health is huge. And this ranges from anywhere between acute conditions such as surgery to chronic conditions before, during, and after medical interventions. And they include, but not limited to, and Kirsten mentioned some of these, but understanding of the disease and the treatment is critical. Shared decision-making, satisfaction with care. It leads to uncontrolled high blood pressure and asthma. Studies have demonstrated worse medication and understanding and compliance, worse presentation for surgery and outcomes after surgery, longer hospital stays, increased readmission. And all of these lead to inefficiencies within our healthcare system. They lead to increased or worsening outcomes for our patients. But more importantly, one of the things that I want to highlight is that a lot of this is not even captured within the current literature and within our research, because there's so many interactions and so many encounters that happen that are not documented within the confines of our research. And so one of the complexity of this research and the work that we do is that, and I'm just showing the patient level factors here, is that there is so much that contributes to it. There are sociodemographic factors, there are clinical and psychosocial factors, behavioral factors, the care process itself. But I'm going to focus on the patient-physician systemic interactions and within that communication. And the reason I'm focusing on communication is because in 2015, the American College of Surgeons and the National Institutes of Health here in the United States met to discuss what are the key issues or the key interventions that can be done to address surgical disparities within the United States. And communication, specifically between the patients and providers, became one of the top items on their agenda to address in order to mitigate some of the disparities that we see in surgical outcomes. And those would be in healthcare outcomes, readmissions, and postoperative complication rates. And so with that, what I want to say is interpreters can help. Many occasions in which I've been working in, there have been instances where having a live interpreter, having access to interpreter services, having someone readily available is important, because when your patient has preoperative education or information that they need, or just education on managing their wounds or managing their care, it's important that they fully understand that so they can maximize the scope of their outcome. And so we can't rely on physical gestures, family members, or just minimal patient language knowledge. The decreased communication throughout the day due to increased work to get an interpreter have been some of the reasons why people kind of, stress the need for more readily available interpreter services. And then many forms are just not translated into other languages, which is crucial. I mean, we've seen most of hospitals will cover some of the more common languages, but there's so many languages and so many patients that we see on a regular basis that we just can't meet that need by just direct translation of these forms. There needs to be better interventions. And so I'm happy that we've been able to partner with Jeannie to look at some of these interventions and to figure out what these solutions are. And the next couple of presenters will also highlight some of these things.
Thank you, Gezer. Thank you very much for that. Just fascinating stuff and such wonderful work that you're doing. We really appreciate it. And we'll come back to some questions probably at the end of the panel. And with that, I'd like to introduce Wendy Klein. Wendy is Dr. Klein is a former internist who served on the faculty of the VCU School of Medicine for 25 years and co-founded the award-winning VCU Women's Health Center, which many of us have known about for so long. She is also a gubernatorial appointee to the Virginia Board of Health, upon which she currently serves. And most recently, which is fascinating, she was asked to serve on the Virginia COVID-19 Testing Advisory Council and the Virginia Vaccine Advisory Work Group, where she co-chairs the communications and messaging subgroup. So if you want to know what's kind of going on in the world of COVID and vaccine distribution and everything else, Dr. Klein here has all the information. And today, Wendy, we thought you could just sort of talk to us a little bit about what are the growing trends that you see right now in challenges presented by not having, the right language, why you see language as being so essential, and maybe just also a couple of comments on how that has changed with COVID, both in the context of your testing, contact tracing, and now vaccine work.
Thank you so much, Kirsten, and thank you to Dr. Ortega for doing some of the great work that you are doing. I am the boots on the ground, where for the last several years, I was medical director of what we call a safety net clinic, which is a clinic that takes care of the least served patients, those who cannot access healthcare in any other way, and who come to us with many barriers. When I came there in 2015, about 25% of the patient population spoke languages other than English. Last year, at our last count, approximately 60 to 65% of our patients spoke languages other than English. What we were using was a very clunky, older interpreting system that many clinics and hospitals use in the United States, where a patient spoke into one receiver, telephone receiver, the healthcare provider spoke into another. There was a remote interpreter through which we communicated. We were not able to appreciate visual cues. There was tremendous inefficiency in having to wait for responses. And I think a great deal of nuance was lost because there were no visual cues, and it was such an awkward system. Once we were able to use the Genie mobile app with on-demand interpreters, it made a huge difference for us. As Kirsten said, when COVID happened as well, we moved to using telehealth platforms a great deal of the time, and that it became even more important to have the mobile app with the on-demand interpreters, where we could call upon a multitude of languages to help us understand our patients and for them to understand us. One of the things that's lost, of course, is in the older interpreter systems is having the patients have a good opportunity to ask us questions and for us to validate that they understand what we want from them, because all of our recommendations are only as good, obviously, as the degree to which they are understood. So moving into this new technology has been amazing. As Kirsten mentioned, now we are faced with all the challenges of disseminating vaccine information, dispelling rumors, myths, misinformation, which is abundant, as everyone knows. And that's just one aspect. The other, of course, is COVID contact tracing. So there are so many uses for this new technology that has helped us take care of patients. We're happy to discuss questions at the end, but that was really what I wanted to say.
And Wendy, maybe you could just also comment on, what does it mean? What's the risk now if, we don't have kind of that immediate, really within kind of seconds, access now as we try to, roll out more COVID testing, as we try to kind of track, the contacts that have been made, and as you work with your commissions now on how we get vaccines to everyone?
It's as we said. I mean, it is critical that communication and interpretation be available, since, as you all know, COVID is changing and evolving our understanding, our treatment, our recommendations, days of quarantine, how to isolate, how to take care of your family, what things we need to do. The issue of vaccine distribution is going to be very, very challenging. So I cannot say strongly enough how important I think this is going to be for our team, particularly at Health Brigade and the other free clinics that are using Genie, where we can access interpreters, specific to the need. It speaks for itself.
Thank you very much, Wendy. I know we'll have a lot more questions probably coming in towards the end of the panel, but I really appreciate, you being able to kind of be here today and share, what is, again, like Dr. Ortega, Dr. Klein here has, on the ground sort of very relevant experience watching what's happening every day in terms of challenges where language, assistance is not present and the difference where it is. Thank you. And we'll obviously have time to come back to Wendy and everyone else. And in the meantime, I'd like to just kind of go over to our next panelist here, Frida Adams. And hi, Frida, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. And I just want to take a few minutes to introduce you. I was working on all of these bios today, and I have to say to everyone, Hans and I, from the Genie team, we just, we felt so inadequate putting bios together for you and Wendy and Gezer. You're just such an incredible, impressive bunch of people doing amazing work. And Frida is the faith-based organization liaison for Heart for the World Global in Las Cruces, New Mexico. She's also the former director of New Mexico Office of Border Health and delegate of New Mexico's Secretary of Health to the U.S.-Mexico Border Health Commission. She spent her career domestically and abroad in humanitarian services, and she's coordinated medical responses for New Mexico asylum seekers and currently is assisting shelters in Mexico as well, on the Mexico side of the border, housing asylum seekers as the facilitator for the Las Cruces Hospitality Coalition. So Frida, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay. Well, thank you for this opportunity, and hello, everybody out there. So I'm going to give you just a little more of probably an on-the-ground picture. I'm not an academic. I just take care of people. So I want to just make you aware of the situation at the border. I'm sure everybody saw on the news, a year or so, 2 years ago, when it all began to become newsworthy. What had been going on for a long, long time, and that was the surge of folks coming from around the world, actually, not just from Central America, through our southern border with Mexico, seeking asylum in the United States due to various factors and none of them good. Nobody does that if life's good where they are. You don't leave everything you've ever known to travel across the desert in 110, 120 degree heat in the middle of the summer, or the terribly cold winters with nothing but what you can carry, seeking safe refuge in a country that you've never even seen and the language that you certainly don't understand. Many of these are hill tribes people, indigenous folks that just have had unbelievable suffering and have made thousands of miles journey on foot to try to find safety and refuge. And so that's where I had stepped in first in my role with the state of New Mexico with the Office of Border Health. And then I resigned that position in order to work full time with the refugees and asylum seekers during that surge. And so challenges, current situation, when the Remain in Mexico program was instituted late last summer, which is the official name of its Migrant Protection Protocol, these folks were no longer allowed to come in to the United States and approach the first official, they say, and request asylum. They're sent back into Mexico to wait for an opportunity to have their cases adjudicated. And with COVID, then now none of that's happening. They're not having the court cases and stuff. So they're stuck. They're stuck in along the Mexico side of the border. Same folks, just on the other international border, just across, across the bridge. So I just want y'all to understand the current situation of those folks. We don't have good numbers. It's impossible for us to tell you how many people are there, but we do know it's tens of thousands of people who are in shelters on the Mexico side of the border. Some of them are out in the community, and those we certainly can't count. So it's hard to get a count, but it's tens of thousands of people. And the situation that they're living in is dismal. without adequate food, certainly without heat, without adequate medical care, without even many of them without even the simplest thing as a Tylenol for fever or a cough drop for their throat, much less COVID symptoms. They're doing the best they can. And so Mexico's done a pretty decent job of trying to care for them, but it's just overwhelming. And they just do not have the resources to adequate care. So when I'm saying all of that, the condition that they're going to come to us in is going to be a result of the conditions they're in now. So that's the backdrop of what's happening. And again, remember I said these are Hill Tribe folks, many of them, and some of them, they've come from Cameroon, many other countries. It's not just a Spanish language situation. So when they do come to us, when they do get across the border and are able to, and they go into ICE custody, they go through the Border Patrol, and then they're released out to us, which if the migrant protection protocols are reversed in January or sometime after January with the new administration, then these folks are going to be coming back to us. All this backlog plus other people are going to be coming in. These are mobile populations. I may have 24 hours to find out what's wrong with them, try to deal with anything that could become a crisis as they go to their destination. They're in shock. They're they're totally disoriented. They don't speak our language, and they don't trust us. And why should they? So having access to culturally and linguistically appropriate services is the game changer. It's the make or break for whether we can identify a health issue that could cost them their life while they're on the bus or on the plane, something that must be dealt with before they go. This is an ongoing thing. We were on the back of this, last year, and just trying to find people in the community, find people on the phone. So to have something like Jeannie, that would be accessible on their cell phone, or being able to, and then it empowers the person to do it and not depend on the doctor, because I have volunteers, they're coming in every hour or two, so that's a constantly changing situation. But to have access to, so that we could rapidly triage that patient and then give them instruction on what they need, that would build trust really fast with us, with our patients. Also, we're into contingency planning. I'm sure everybody knows that. We're looking at what will we do if that is reversed, and we need to build in the culturally and linguistically appropriate services to contingency planning as people come back across the border, come into our shelters for just a few hours, sometimes a day or two, till we can get them on a bus or on a plane and off to their sponsors. So, like I said, this is a make or break situation for healthcare, as well as travel arrangements and other things. We can use it for other reasons, but I'm a nurse. I'm going to look at, can I keep somebody from dying along the way that's made this journey, and we can get them safely to their destination. Just ongoing challenges, access. The best thing that's ever been invented is no good if it doesn't have access. So having access to that service, the technology, the financing for this, we need grants, we need organizations to help us be able to afford that, and the well-trained interpreters. And many of these folks speak ancient languages up in the mountains of Central America. I saw the same thing in Asia. So it may be very hard to find interpreters, and so we certainly couldn't find them. And that's where a company that's their job to have these folks available for us at a call up situation is so important. And remembering that the mobility, that's also an ongoing challenge. They're on the move, and trying to establish, you cannot do a 5-page history and physical. You've got to be able to quickly identify the major needs, and just cutting that time where I may have 5 or 10 minutes with that patient to decide, can you get on the bus, or do we need to send you to the hospital? So anyway, that's kind of what I wanted to give as a backdrop for this situation. I'm really excited to see what's coming in Jeannie and other services that we could do to provide the very best for these folks who are the most vulnerable people, who deserve absolutely the best that we can offer them. So thank you.
Thank you, Frida. I'm sure you've got everyone's, oh, I think I just lost you there. I was going to say, I think you've got everyone's, attention. And one of the things that you said that's just so critical.
I'm having technical difficulties. I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I think I'm off mute. Can you hear me now?
Barely. Go ahead and try your question. I'll see if I can hear it.
Okay. All right. I'll try and turn myself up here a little bit.
Yeah, it's just, it's broken. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Apologies. I was just making sure that to add or to emphasize your point around the culture and language.
Yes.
And how, as we always say, they're inextricably linked. You cannot understand one without the other. And that cultural component is just so fundamental, and that it is one thing to have access to, bilinguals and to interpreters. It's another thing to be talking to somebody who understands, the part of the world that you come from, and that it's not, Spanish is not Spanish is not Spanish, and so dialect nuance and cultural nuance is just so critical, I think, as we go forward and look at these issues. So thank you for bringing that up. Thank you.
Yeah, we do Google Translate. That's the best that we could do. But to have, and if anybody has never been outside of their culture and unable to speak with anybody, and then be sick or have a family member sick, be in a crisis, if you've ever been in that, then you know what we're talking about. But that's what we're facing. So to have that voice, to have that person that knows the right thing to say and how to say it, it's not just the words. It's translating in a way that they can receive it and be comforted and feel then more comfortable to share. That is absolutely essential.
I mean, talk about being able to kind of defuse a potentially very charged situation versus, further charging. Thank you. Thanks so much, Frida. I appreciate it. And with that, I am now going to turn it over to my wonderful esteemed colleague, Hans Fenstermacher, who is our Global Talent Ambassador at Genie. I'm so proud to be able to say. But Hans is also, he is a language person. It's just in his DNA for 4 decades. That'll shock you when you see him. You won't believe he's that old, but for 4 decades, he's been in language space. He was an interpreter. He started a language services company and sold that company. He has been in senior positions in, the most kind of esteemed language organizations like the Globalization and Localization Association. So we're so fortunate to have him here at Genie. And I'm going to turn it over to Hans, who is just going to talk a little bit more about, the fact that we're trying as Genie to kind of respond to the market. But we do want to just say that this is fundamentally a place where we just want everyone to get access to language. You can do it with Genie or you can do it with others, but we just want you to get access to language. So Hans, with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Right. Thank you, Kirsten. And it's a pleasure to be here among such esteemed company. Very glad to sort of have all this context framed for the conversation, and to sort of tell you how we think Genie fits in. Basically all the things that we've been talking about, the sort of the diversity needs, the language access, the fact that situations are urgent, the fact that mobility is needed. We saw all of this need as we started up Genie, and we said there has to be a way to provide a more sort of mobile, flexible platform that can give the language access right away to the providers and the people that need it as quickly as possible. And whether you're a hospital or you're a clinic or you're a mobile crisis unit or it's a home visit, whatever it is, it's critical that that language be available and accessible right there on the spot. And so we developed the concept and platform around Genie to be this community of interpreters who are trained, who are medically qualified, who are ready to go and work on these difficult topics, but also immediately accessible and can jump right on an audio and video call, so that we can incorporate as much of the sort of language and cultural aspects as possible in that response. And in addition to that, we wanted to make sure that this platform was something that was affordable. So many of the previous sort of traditional technologies and providers in the space relied on technologies and systems that were antiquated, that were slow, that were large, that were expensive, to the point where only really large organizations and hospitals could afford them. And we wanted to make sure that we could get this language access into the hands of everybody, so that the health access would be available to everyone, independent of whether they could afford it or not. And sort of one of the last key points to stress is that we wanted to make sure that this language access was fast. We wanted it to be something that didn't take a lot of time. It didn't take a lot of steps and a lot of hoops to go through to get to somebody. You heard Dr. Klein mention having to sort of have special equipment and having to have sort of all sorts of tasks and steps that you had to go through in order to reach an interpreter. We wanted to make sure that the distance between the person who needed the interpreting and the interpreter himself or herself was as short and as small as possible. And so we looked at the market and we said, you know, there has to be a better way to move away from the massive sort of infrastructures that existed for labor forces that were paid and that were expensive and therefore had to be, had to increase the cost of access to the healthcare interpreting, to technology that was old and was very difficult to move towards the mobile and flexible environments that we're all trying to deal with, and ultimately, you know, ending up with a very high price to pay in order to access that. And for us, Genie was the flip side of all of that. How could we be nimble? We could develop an assetless model that allowed people who are expert interpreters to be on the platform, to respond to the needs of the market right away, and at the same time create a cost structure that emphasized affordability and also emphasized a way of being able to pay the interpreters more so that they too could participate fully in this model. And so we're very proud to say that, as Kirsten mentioned, we have interpreters in over 135 countries, and that for a lot of them, this is a way for them to earn income in places where they have great difficulty earning the income. And so, we wanted to kind of respond to both sides of that marketplace and being able to provide affordability and access and flexibility right there, at the point of care. And so basically we developed a platform, an app that works very quickly, that in a couple of taps allows you to access an interpreter who can then come online and be there with you by video and audio so that you can engage with that interpreter right away whenever you need to, in as efficient and flexible a manner as possible. And I can show you here, you'll see that we have a very simple interface, because the idea is choose a language, choose your need, and go. And if I tap the button here on our app, basically, if I were in the field, if I were doing a home visit, if I were somewhere in a clinic, if I were in a tent hospital somewhere, I would be able to tap, and within a few seconds have a language interpreter come online and help me out as needed. And the idea really is for that access to be in your pocket, to be fast, to be affordable, and to basically be there when you need it for as long as you need that access. And so you can see that if you were out in the field somewhere and you needed an interpreter to connect, that interpreter would be able to be available to you at a moment's notice and provide the help that you need, as you need it. And I'm sorry. Hi there, Jose. I'm doing a quick demo here for folks across the internet, just showing them the accessibility of the Genie platform. Thanks for picking up so quickly. We appreciate it. I'll let you go. Thank you. But as I said, the idea here really is for fast, flexible, affordable, and immediate access to language. And we're very proud that we're moving quickly forward to add many more languages. We're especially very interested in working with folks like C.R.E.D and the free clinics like Dr. Klein's to be able to bring this sort of access to populations that really need it the most, and in a manner that is actually doable and affordable under the current structures. So with that, I think I'll turn back to Kirsten, and we'll see. I don't know if we have any questions, perhaps from.
We have a few. We have a few here, so I'm gonna read one or two of them out. And one of the questions, and I think Gezer, this might be a good one for you to respond to, if you don't mind, is to talk a little bit about some of the personal, informal interactions in healthcare that are just not always the formal physician-patient, right? But even kind of like that less formal, whether it's patient intake or it's when you're moving kind of a patient from one place to another. Some of those communications, which may not always seem so significant because they're not delivering the diagnoses, but yet if they're done in someone's language, what kind of a difference can they make? Oh, I think you're on mute, Gezer.
Sorry about. There was a study demonstrated, I'm happy to answer that question, that the average person in a hospital has about 60 different encounters with 60 different individuals or more. And so you could imagine that the provider, the physician, just being one of those encounters, and they may encounter multiple physicians because now most of the care is delivered by a team. And so they're residents, medical students, multiple different specialists. And so within each one of those, I think there are multiple opportunities in which if you had an application that was readily available, would assist the patient as well as the providers in doing so. But a lot of the care also happens at different levels. It's not just between the physician and the provider, but within nursing, within radiology, within the physical therapist, and so many other people that contribute to the healthcare team and contribute to the health of that patient. I will also, just because I saw one question in the comment about the medical terminology. And one of the things that is nice about Genie is that there are HIPAA certified and medical certified interpreters that help specifically with this. And so they're familiar with the medical terminology. But I also think one of the things that's key and that helps is also even having a conversation with the interpreter prior to the encounter, because you can kind of give the interpreter a heads up as to, okay, hey, this is what I'm about to tell this patient, and it may be sensitive or it may be something complex. And just having that conversation helps the interpreter also kind of get to speed and just be okay. For most of the things that are very common, most interpreters and kind of see it on a regular basis, it's pretty straightforward. But there are some rare or more complex situations which you kind of need to take more time and in addressing those.
Thank you, Gezer. I pretty much knew there wasn't a better person to answer that question. And I think we're slowly running out of time here. So Hunter, you'll let us know if we've got to kind of exit. But I did see that Jeremy Aldrich kind of did put up a question around, what can community colleges and high schools do in order to produce more qualified interpreters? And, we think that, education often responds to market need. As well as drives market need, but there is a response factor in there. And as language is so absolutely fundamental to everything we do, just like math, we see the significance in education take off. We would like to see language not just treated as its own kind of vertical, but we would like to see language treated as, sort of the thing that sits beneath all these different, kind of functional areas and different subject areas. Because again, what language does to every kind of subject area is essential, but we do absolutely support kind of more certification. And I think as programs see that there is so much more kind of career path oriented work in interpreting and in language translation and just language services in general, there will be more of those. And I see one more question here. Hunter, do we still have time for one more question, or are we? Oh yeah, we're gonna have to wrap it up. Info at Genie. I am CEO at Genie. If anyone needs to contact me, please do. We'd love to continue this conversation with anyone. And I just really want to thank very much our panelists again. Gezer, Wendy, Frida, Hans, thank you so much. And thank you everyone again for your interest in what we do. We aim to leave the world a better place. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the Global C.R.E.D Biliteracy panel with the title, The Importance of Improving Language Skills in a Professional Environment. My name is Valentina Filomenova. I'm the moderator for this panel, and we are exceptionally fortunate today to have representatives of Indiana University as well as UNAM, Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, joining us today to discuss the topic of why should universities partner with outside entities such as communities, businesses, NGOs, etc., to maximize opportunities for those with language skills. And how can they, or how are they? I am Valentina, and I'm a sociolinguist with a dual PhD from Indiana University in linguistics and Spanish, and also with a graduate certificate in college pedagogy. I have designed and redesigned and taught project-based, problem-based service learning and community engagement courses in Spanish, linguistics, and communication at the undergraduate level at Indiana University, and I have also run the UNAM's Linguistics Labs community service in Mexico. As a graduate student, I have been involved with UNAM in indigenous language documentation and my own dissertation research. And currently, I am founder and coordinator for the IU Mexico Gateways Shut Up and Write community, which is open to all, so just ask. I am fortunate to introduce today the panelists, which we have 5. So we'll start with Indiana University panelists that are joining us today. I will start with Teresa Nichols. She is the Grant and Program Manager of the Center for the Study of Global Change at Indiana University. She coordinates the Undergraduate Global Service and Peace Corps Preparation Program and the Indiana Language Roadmap Initiative, among many other projects. She has a PhD and MA in anthropology from Indiana University, and has long-standing research interests in cultural heritage preservation, international exchange, and indigenous rights. So welcome, Teresa. Good to have you with us. I will invite now to join us Dr. Christine Everett. She has been with the Institute for International Business at Indiana University since 2010. And in her time with the Institute, Christine has used her deep background in program development and management to develop and manage a number of new innovative and collaborative programs, which include Business is Global and the Global Business Institute. As Director of Programs, Christine enjoys working with all of IIB's amazing program managers and help them meet the objectives of their programs. Before joining the IIB, Christine held a number of roles in the Kelley School of Business MBA program, including her most recent position serving as the Director of Operations and Diversity. In this role, she was responsible for delivering a series of leadership skill development modules for the first-year MBA students, evaluating the curriculum offerings of the MBA program, and leading the organizational effectiveness efforts for MBA program office. She holds a Bachelor's of Science in Business with a concentration in Business Economics and Public Policy from KSB, and a Master of Science in Education with concentration in Higher Education Administration from IU. Welcome, Christine. Good to have you with us. And also from Indiana University, we have a student representative. Clayton Underhill is a junior from Washington, Indiana, majoring in international law and institutions and Spanish, with a minor in public and environmental affairs and a certificate in underwater resource management. At Indiana University, Clayton is a part of Hutton Honors College and Hudson and Holland Scholar Program. Within the Hamilton Lugar School, Clayton serves as a member of Global Student 7 and a member of Sigma Iota Rho. After graduation, he hopes to participate in Teach for America or the Peace Corps before attending law school. So welcome, Clayton. Good to have you with the Indiana panel. Now I will introduce our UNAM, Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México panelists. We will begin with Dr. Mohamed Farid Chanan Velarde. He's the head of the English department at UNAM's School of Political and Social Sciences. He's professor of English as a foreign language at UNAM School of Political and Social Sciences. He teaches English language and literature at UNAM, at the School of Philosophy and Belles Lettres, He holds a bachelor in English language teaching by the Ministry of Education in Mexico and a postgraduate continued education international training for ELT professionals by Lambton College of Canada. He has also completed various continuous education trainings, such as the Advanced American English Immersion Program in California State University, Long Beach. He is a holder of the Certificate of Proficiency in English by Cambridge University Level C2, Common European Framework of Reference, and a holder of the Bilingual Diploma by the International Baccalaureate Organization presented in by the United World College of India. Welcome, Mr. Mohammed. Good to have you. Bienvenido. And finally, our UNAM's student participant today is Selena Sarai Lopez Arce. She is a Mexican student of communication sciences, currently specializing in journalism. She is also a research assistant at the Pan American University in the Department of Communication, where she has published a book about the socio-digital agenda of the political election in Mexico in 2018 as a co-author. Selena is also a diffusion assistant at the Mexican Association of Communication Researchers and creates content for an independent online media. She has taken several courses in the Knight Center for Journalism in the Americas and the Mexican National Electoral Institute. In her free time, she works as an independent podcaster and writes different story genres, and she has won a local writing contest in 2013 for a short story. Good to have you, Selena. Welcome, bienvenida. This is a wonderful panel, and we're excited and fortunate to be collaborating between two universities, Indiana University and UNAM, around the topic of the importance of improving language skills in a professional environment. We will have about 5 minutes per panelist to discuss this topic, and we will have about 10 minutes at the end for Q&A. Everybody who's watching us on any social media, please feel free to use the comment section. We will use your comments throughout this talk to address them at the end. So welcome all the panelists, welcome all of the viewers. Thank you so much for being here. And I will leave the floor to Teresa Nichols to start us off. Thank you.
All right, so let me go ahead and share an image on the screen just so you have another perspective besides our lovely faces. So if our wonderful technical facilitator could also show this image. So the reason I love to start with this image is I think it's a great reminder that even in the heart of the Midwest, we are still very much an international presence. This is a map from the Indiana Economic Development Corporation from early 2019 that shows there are over 1,000 companies scattered throughout the entire state of Indiana, not just the greater Indianapolis area, that rely on foreign direct investment. So these aren't even just the companies that do international trade, importing or exporting. This is just foreign direct investment. And I love this as a visual and a reminder that Indiana is a very multilingual and multicultural state. And so it's really important for universities that we make sure that we're preparing our students to both live and to work in these multilingual and multicultural communities. So I think it's also very beneficial, as we've had in this panel, to talk about ways that it's really important for universities to reach out to businesses, to nonprofit organizations, and to find ways that we can have our students get experiences using their language skills, but also, again, familiarize them for the types of jobs that can use these types of global competencies. So some quick facts about Indiana for those who aren't as familiar, since this is a global C.R.E.D event. Indiana has more than 275 languages that are spoken throughout our state, and over 8% of Hoosiers speak a language other than English at home. So whether a graduate, from IU goes on to a career in healthcare, like the panel before us, or goes into a job in a variety of different businesses, it's likely that they either might encounter an international marketplace, or they could be serving a multilingual community here in the States. So I wanted to just share really briefly and then get to the other wonderful panelists, some of the work that I've been doing with colleagues on IU's Indiana Language Roadmap Initiative, which was originally started based on a grant that we got from the Department of Defense. And so what we did was we created a strategic statewide plan to think about how we could strengthen world language learning and also strengthen Indiana's global ties. And so this was a really collaborative process over 2 years. We had input from businesses, healthcare, NGOs, educators, and representatives from local and state government. And since creating that plan, we've started offering small grants for community projects, again, among those various different sectors and in different parts of the state, to kind of encourage communities to raise awareness of the different efforts they're doing, but also to give them some needed financial support and to give them a little bit more recognition in their community that they're doing something that is a statewide priority, that we do value this multilingual, multicultural efforts. Another thing universities are really great at doing is kind of creating spaces to raise awareness of different resources and compile and connect people. So I know Christine at Cyber will talk more about that as well. But it's been really beneficial to kind of use our status as, a statewide university to think about what are the different resources we can leverage from our faculty, from our students, to some of the financial grants we have to support communities and what they're doing. Another example that I wanted to just briefly highlight is, for example, as part of this project, because I've gotten to speak to so many people outside of the university, I was reached out to by the Indiana Commission of Higher Education, which is a state government agency, and they were really interested in raising awareness of the financial aid scholarships that they offer for underrepresented students to go to college, but they really wanted to intensify some of the efforts outreach efforts they were making to people that speak heritage languages. So refugee, immigrant families, people that, they could certainly have the English resources, but it would be really meaningful for them to have that in their heritage language. So we were able to connect them with wonderful IU faculty and language students in Arabic, Korean, Kinyarwanda, and Swahili, and they were able to do that as a class project this semester. So this has been a really interesting time doing virtual work, but it was really great for them to do this kind of project-based learning, something that's going to have a tangible benefit in communities around the state, and to encourage more students to know that they can go to college and have that financial support. One consideration, as I've experienced working from a university and trying to work more with businesses and with NGOs, is just being really mindful of the different time frames and constraints that we're all on. I think especially businesses, they have so much potential to really pivot and turn and respond to demands, whereas universities were based in this infrastructure that there's certain ways that we do things, and sometimes it takes us longer than our business partners would like. It's also it's been incredibly valuable and rewarding to be in more communication with people in different sectors, to understand what their needs are, and also, again, to just have that space to connect people. So, for example, we have a really great Luna Languages Services interpretation translation company that in the past couple months, because of the pandemic, they've done a lot of virtual free trainings online. So kind of signal boosting that, encouraging students who are interested in language to think about, there's so many different companies that are incorporating language into their diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, into their language access plans. So to kind of think about the very broad variety of careers that could be out there and how their language could be beneficial. So those are just a couple quick examples, and I'll yield the floor to some of my other colleagues to share their perspectives. Thank you.
How about the perspective by Christine Everett? Would you like to share with us?
Sure, I'm happy to. So as was mentioned, I am with the business school. And I am with the Institute for International Business, and we have a kind of a two-pronged, more external-facing role here at the university. And so we work a lot with various grants given by the State Department or different aid granting entities. We also work a lot on a grant here through the Department of Education, which Teresa mentioned, the Center for International Business Education and Research, or CyBER. And I like to joke that we were a cyber before cyber was ever even a thing, with obviously IT and technology. The main purpose of CyBER is to help promote and increase U.S. global competitiveness in the international marketplace. And so as it pertains to today's discussion, the really fun thing that we're able to do is help connect students to businesses. And we primarily try to connect them to small businesses who don't have as many resources as multinational corporations. Indiana, we have a lot of small businesses. And what we're able to do is leverage our funding from the Department of Education to help small businesses hire students to help them internationalize, and that can be done in a variety of ways. Sometimes a company will have an idea, maybe they've been approached to send something overseas and they want a student to help them learn more. Other times they want students who have the language skills to help develop packaging, help develop manuals, help translate all of the materials that they have in order to go to market. So it's a wide variety of things. The fun thing here at Indiana is that we do have so many students that have language expertise, whether that be they grew up with it and they're heritage speakers, or they started learning in school. A lot of students at Kelly do study abroad, and so when they come back, it's great to be able to set them up with companies so they're able to continue to use their language skills. 90% of the world's consumers live outside of the US. And so, for students who have language skills, it gives them a leg up in, obviously working with companies as they start to begin their job search. And I think that's really, it in a nutshell. The business piece makes it really easy. We're constantly connecting students with companies. Obviously, the big thing is always they're looking for, internships or full-time jobs, but a lot of times companies, they like to have students help them, whether it be on an internship or even sometimes on a class project. We're fortunate we have a number of faculty who are also multilingual, and so being able to put together a group of, a faculty member with a group of students and have them work on a problem for a company is a win-win. And I think that's pretty much it. It's pretty straightforward.
Thank you very much, Christine. This is very valuable. I would like to bring in Clayton as a student perspective from Indiana University with several majors and minors, which is actually becoming more and more common in the United States to not just major in one thing. So maybe if you would like to share your experience with us, Clayton, go ahead.
I'd be happy to share my experience with you all. So I am a student in the Hamilton Luger School of Global and International Studies, and my engaged learning opportunity has been realized through my Spanish major. I have had the opportunity to help teach the fundamentals of Spanish to elementary school classes on a weekly basis here at one of the local elementary schools, and that's really been an amazing experience to be able to actually connect what I learn in class to my community, and it's given me a sense of responsibility, and it's really nice to get out of the books and see your major take force and see it take force in the kids that you're teaching. And I know my major, Spanish, we do that in some of the schools, but there are also programs at IU such as Arabic Flagship, and they are teaching multiple languages to these students. And I have to say, I'm somewhat jealous because I never had that opportunity in school. But that's just another one of the driving factors is I would love to have all these elementary school children be able to speak Spanish, Arabic, to be at least bilingual, because it's really just the most critical time in their lives to learn a language and have that opportunity, and to be able to connect that to my major while I'm at IU, it's a very fulfilling thing. And I'd love to talk more about any of the benefits and of this program, such as the ability to network with Spanish speakers in the community, to utilize my Spanish outside of class, and just have a good feeling of contributing back to the community. And that's all because of this engaged learning emphasis that some of my teachers here at IU have given me. So thank you.
Thank you, Clayton. This is excellent. We would like to invite Professor Mohammed to speak to us about his experience and perspective from within Mexico. So he's a professor at UNAM, as has been previously introduced. So please share your experience with us.
Yeah, hello everyone. Thanks for the invitation. And yeah, I'm very glad to hear of your experiences with the students and how you can look for ways how they can connect with the professional environment. I'm going to talk about my experience as a professor at State University, which is it's amazing, but it has its limitations. So we have a bunch of students who are lacking in their knowledge of a second language. In this case, everybody's trying to learn English at the university. Most of them first language is Spanish, right? And the reality is that, well, we have just 4 terms. They have 4 terms during their degree where they can study English. We can offer only 4 levels that go from the initial to the intermediate levels. So when they graduate or when they finish their studies, they find themselves as lacking in their English confidence or their language skills. And all these internships or potential jobs are taken from the graduates of the private universities, where they have very good English classes and they learned they learned throughout their degree, the 8 terms or the 9 semesters of their degrees, and they were taught their core subjects in English, right? So when they graduate, they have there is a considerable difference when we compare them with the students from our university. So I think that the big challenge for us is to try to expand on the number of core subjects from their curricula that can be taught in English, at least some of them, maybe not all of them, but some. And the other big challenge is the professional training, right, for all the professors that can be carried out through CPD or a continuous professional development, right, where we can train some of the professors from the different degrees in order to teach their subjects in English, right? And the other thing is the certification. We need to promote more students to be certified because that can motivate them and that can foster more interest in developing their skills, so that when they finally come out, they have true opportunities and they are truly competitive in the professional or in the jobs market, right? And that's it for me.
Thank you very much, Professor Mohammed. And I would like to hear now the perspective of Selena as a student from UNAM, a journalism student. And we have already heard that she has done several things within and outside of the university. Would you tell us a little bit about this experience, Selena?
Yeah, sure. First of all, thank you very much for letting me be here. Just like Teacher Mohammed just said, there is a lack of English, especially in Mexico, and it's not only about English, it's about all of languages. We learn English as a second language, in my case, since I was a kid, but because I went to a private school. When you go to a public school, most of the time, language, especially English, is an optional. So you don't have the obligation to start learning, or even if you want to learn French or I don't know, Korean, any other language, it is a very difficult thing to make do, not only because we don't have a lot of experience in this field, but also because it is so difficult. They put it as like it's so difficult to do that we lost inspiration to do it. In my case, like I said, I've studied it since I was a kid, and I am very grateful for it. And I think it has opened many doors to me, like we were just talking about, of course, working and research in the first place. In the school, that university I am going, it's National Autonomous University of Mexico, we are doing research because it's political sciences, social sciences. And when you know a different language, it opens you many doors, because if you don't find, like, I don't know, some concept or some study that it hasn't been done in Mexico, you can search it, like, I don't know, maybe in the United States, maybe in France, and it opens you many doors in case that you can actually know what is going on in the world. But it doesn't stay just in school. When we are like in the real world, for example, in the case of Mexico, we have a very close relationship with the United States. And we are very interested in, for example, now what is happening with Donald Trump and Joe Biden. And most of Mexicans couldn't understand what was happening between this election, because they didn't know enough English. And also there is, I would say, a lack in the learning of English, because we are looking at this and we teach, we learn the most basic of English, but we don't make an exam to prove it. I know a lot of people that they say, I know English, but when they sit and, for example, watch a conference like this or watch a TV series, they are talking too fast because we are so used to people talking like slow for us to learn. And this is like the same for many languages. I think it is very important for us to learn English or to learn any language, especially in Mexico, in the first place, because like we have said before, it opens a lot of doors, but also we open to a different world. We learn about different cultures. That is so important, especially with a world that is practically erasing all of the limits that we have because of social media. We can learn a lot about cultures, a lot of studies that have been put now in the world because we know, for example, French. We can have a lot of job opportunities, or if we like to be independent, we have a lot of opportunity to have our project have a little more reach than if we are only staying in Mexico, for example. I think it is very important because when we make connections, we don't stay in Mexico. We go all around the world. Doesn't matter what language we speak. And just for ending this, I would like to talk also about being shy or being like making yourself little than you are, especially because we have a lot of stereotypes in Mexico, not only for United States, but for a lot of parts of the world. So when we learn a different language, like especially English, because it's like a very necessary language, we are practically raised bilingual, we believe that we can go out of the world. We don't hide ourselves in this Mexico that, of course, we are not perfect, and we would like to make it better, especially new generations like me, like young people, would like to change not only Mexico, but we like to change the world. It is very known as how our generation wants to change the world. It's in studies. So we can do that if we are just closed up in our language, not only because to be able, for example, participate in politics or in some social sciences, but because we can hear what other people believe, what other people need. This also applies for native languages in Mexico that are so ignored right now. I think it has been like 2 weeks since they recognize them as national languages, and that is not good because they are our past, they are our prehistory, and we need to pay attention to that because if not, they're going to disappear. I mean, of course, English is not the same case, but if we can communicate with our own people, with our own country, we can do a lot of that. So just like Teacher Mohammed just said, it is optional, at least in college, to take English or to take another language because we lack of it, because we feel that is not important, but it actually is. I think it is very important for us to learn another language, whatever you like. It's not English to English and that's it. But I think it would be very useful for us to understand not only that English or any language opens you doors, but that also can open you to a different state of mind, to hear other people, to another culture, and most of all, to be updated. Because as we are moving, the world and social media is moving with us. That would be my opinion.
Thank you, Selena. This is very valuable. Now that we have heard from all of the panelists, I'm just going to add a little bit of my own perspective because I have seen Indiana University and UNAM. And I think just one little thing that has impacted me positively a lot about UNAM that has a lot of potential in this area is community service. And this is something that I have not seen being required at American universities. And here, students of all majors are required to complete 480 hours of community service in order to graduate. So this is a huge potential for students to get some hands-on experience. I have not actually seen many opportunities that are bilingual, that require language skills, such as English language skills, as Professor Mohammed was also commenting. However, I have seen opportunities for people who are studying indigenous languages, which is amazing. So speaking of biliteracy, right, we're not only talking about these major global languages, but also minority, marginalized languages that are ethnic languages and ethnic heritage of the for our respective countries and communities. So thank you everyone for such wonderful perspectives. If there is anything you would like to ask each other right now before going into questions and comments from our public, I think this is a wonderful opportunity to network for another 5 minutes or so. It could be either students reaching out to the professors who are offering all of these wonderful opportunities for advice or anything, or it could be, you know, among the various departments that are presented here. If you would like to learn something from your colleague, what would that be?
I would like to say something, which actually Clayton gave me the idea that you mentioned that you are practicing your Spanish skills teaching in elementary school. Is that right?
Yes.
Which just gives me a wonderful idea that we have like very few students, just like Selena and other students in the School of Social Sciences, who already speak very good English, as you can see, and that could give could do some of their community service as helping other students, their peers, in improving their language skills. No, that would be an interesting thing, an interesting thought that just Clayton's experience gave me. No.
No, that would be an amazing idea. I think you guys could most definitely do that. And Selena, I'd like to know what kind of community service do you have to do? I mean, 480 hours, that's quite a bit. So what do students typically do?
Well, we have a little help of university, of course. They gave us a list of, I don't know, many other universities or maybe some entertainment industries. It depends a lot of on your grade and your career. But what we do is like for 6 months or so, we have a part-time job. It's basically a part-time job, but without the pay, because what they are paying us is with the credits for us to complete this service. We can get graduated if we don't do this. It is kind of like we can do practices, we can learn a lot, but also, as we said, it is made as community service because it is our way to start helping the community, the world, Mexico in this case. In my case, I haven't taken it yet because we take it in the last grade, in 4th grade, and I am 3rd. But what if we don't like, for example, all of the industries that the university is offering us, we can search for our own. For example, I want to make it at the ONU, at the WHO, I think it is in English, and I can do it because one thing that Mexico is very good at is that National Autonomous University of Mexico has a very good standard, and if you say like, hey, I am from here, I want to do this, they say done. But because you need to do these hours, you need to do this, you need to do that. And I think a lot of things that help is that if you are studying, for example, in my case, journalism, they put you in the journalism department. If you're studying finances, you go to the finance department. So we learn a lot of things. We earn job experience and we are completing our hours so we can get graduated too. It is very common for students to stay working in the same place they did their community service after they got graduated, because people like a lot how we work. I think that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, you know, Mohammed and also Clayton and Selena sharing your perspectives of some of the things you've done outside of classes, experiential learning. You know, we have a global service and Peace Corps preparation program at IU, and so we require that students do a service learning class and that they do an internship. And it would always be wonderful if there's a language component, but it can be difficult for us to find opportunities where if you're a Spanish major, where like it's an internship or it's a service opportunity that explicitly has a Spanish language requirement for you to do that kind of service work. I know our colleagues at the IU Southeast campus, their Department of Modern Languages, one of the ways that their seniors can kind of do like a capstone project is they can volunteer at different organizations, usually those benefiting refugees or immigrants, and so they could use their language as part of that internship to work with a nonprofit organization. But I think, unfortunately, you know, those placements can be a little bit difficult to find. And so it's not a huge number of students that do that, but it is such a really beneficial opportunity for them because they get to practice their language, they get to better understand their community, and they get to give back to a nonprofit organization.
Excellent. And I don't know if Christine has any comments or questions to the panel first, or anybody interested in anything business related that could be addressed to Christine. Take a minute or a couple to talk about that now, and then we'll move into other questions and comments by the viewers.
I have a question for Christine that I could also just email you about, but I'll do it here where there's a lot more people. So since we work a lot with K-12 schools, we always get questions about, K-12 schools don't have a lot of money. And so they're always interested in businesses, both because they want their students to think about job outcomes. They want students to think about how they could use a language in a job, but also to see if businesses might be willing to fund certain initiatives, like things that would support their language students. And their biggest question is always, how do I reach out to a business? How do I know how to talk to? How do I know if they care that I'm trying to work with language students, that I'm trying to encourage them to lose Spanish or to learn Spanish or Korean or Arabic?
I think that's a great question, and probably some people that work at the business school won't like my answer, because I say you should, just reach out, because if you don't ask, they can't say no. Now, obviously, doing some research in advance and trying to figure out, okay, would this company maybe be interested? And obviously, if it's something with Japanese, and you approach a company, with so many foreign companies in the state, so if you were to approach a company that maybe is originally from Japan, they're probably going to be more, interested in providing some funding, as opposed to if you approach a company that has nothing to do with, that particular language or culture or world region. But, I think right now it's a hard time to be asking, but everyone's still asking companies for donations. And I think companies, they like to give to schools. I think they like to see that they're helping young kids and students progress. And so I just say, do a little bit of research and go for it. Now, I know the university has a very, very extensive development system. And if they heard me say that, they would not be very happy. So I have to follow all the rules. But obviously, a public school teacher throughout the state of Indiana, they don't have to follow IU's rules. They might have to follow their own rules. But you don't ask, they can't say no.
Well, that is an important piece of wisdom. Thank you so much. And thank you all of the panelists. This has been incredible. We have received a lot of great feedback in our comments here. A lot of it is just great job, great ideas. Wonderful to meet you and hear about all of this. And we do have a couple of questions. So Linda Ignatz is really interested in learning more about how universities have created these partnerships with businesses that want to internationalize. And I imagine that this would be either a question for Christine or Teresa. Either of the two of you might want to answer that question, perhaps.
Do you want me to start, Teresa? We have taken, it's been a kind of a long-term approach. When we started with the funding, we thought, oh, companies are going to be so excited, and we'll be basically, we'll have so many companies, we won't have enough money. That has not been the case. We've really had to advertise and really just go out and meet companies. We've developed a really extensive network here in the state with the Indiana Economic Development Corporation and the Small Business Administration, and they have branches throughout the entire state with advisors, and getting to them so that they're aware of the resources that we have available so that they can share the information. And then we've also really it was kind of dumb luck where we put together a lot of lists and do a lot of Google searching on different small businesses within the state. And sometimes the emails, we get nothing. There are no responses except take me off your list. And then other times it's, oh my gosh, this is an amazing opportunity. I want to hire an intern. And so, it's a combination of, is the company ready? and then is the timing right? And sometimes we will reach out and they'll say, yes, I want to do that, but I'm not ready right now. And unfortunately, we've heard a lot of that the past 9 months, where a number of companies were really hoping to start looking into foreign markets, but then with everything going on, they just needed to focus on keeping the business running. And it's easy to say, well, 96% of the world market is outside, but you still have to make sure that you can keep your doors open and pay the employees that you have before you can, add the additional things that go along with exporting. So, it's a lot of just, you have to be super, what's the best word? I mean, we've been persistent.
Yeah, I know Christine and her colleagues also spend a lot of time trying to kind of go where businesses are and hearing their concerns and getting a sense of where they're active, because you can't really raise awareness of opportunities unless you know where people are looking. Somebody pointed out that they loved the IADC map that I showed, and I think Indiana, compared to some states, is really great about trying to highlight its international connections. They have a whole section of the IADC website that talks about international. But I think, not every state, unfortunately, does have that. And it takes, a lot of time and effort to encourage businesses to think about also sometimes native English speakers as part of that international part. I've gone to a couple panels where they talk about how language competency and proficiency is so important, but they don't always expect that from some of their American workforce. And so it's kind of a two-part thing where we want to make sure that students see different ways that they can value those competencies and how that can work in the workforce, but also talking with companies too, like, hey, if you have this demand, you don't always have to have, a native Japanese speaker. Sometimes what you really need for a variety of positions in your organization is somebody that has some Japanese language background, but also some cultural flexibility, some cultural knowledge, and some global competencies that would also be really beneficial in a lot of different parts of your workforce, not just, having an official interpreter translator. There are a lot of different roles within your organization that benefit from that. I want to make a shout out to the Hawaiian Language Roadmap Initiative, where they've done a really great job working with their State Department of Labor to make it more clear when there are job openings if there is a language competency that's required. Because I think another issue we see sometimes is when we have students that go out in the workforce that have a language competency, it can be difficult for them to see what are jobs that exist where this is going to be valued, this is going to be beneficial. And so I think that's something that a lot of states, including Indiana, could do a better job of highlighting those types of jobs and making sure that recent graduates and heritage speakers can find them.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Christina and Teresa. We have about 2 minutes, and there is a question for Mohammed from Linda. She says, how can programs like the Global Seal of Biliteracy provide services and promotion of our language credentials to support your students to improve their language skills? And also, how might the Global Seal provide professional development to your professors that can support them? So feel free to think a little bit about this and maybe speak for a minute or two to these questions if you have an idea off the top of your head, or maybe we could just look for Linda afterwards.
I'm sorry, I had some connection problems. I didn't hear very well the question.
Yes, it's actually in the comments section right next to the private chat section. So she says, how can programs like the Global Seal of Biliteracy provide services and promotion of our language credentials to support your students to improve their language skills? And also, how might the Global Seal provide professional development to the professors that can support them?
I really don't have an answer to that, but it would be great that we could have some help for training for our professors, absolutely. But we haven't worked with the SEAL so far, but it would be great, yeah.
Wonderful. I think this is a wonderful networking opportunity here with the Bilingual SEAL. And so we will look for you, Linda. Thank you so much. I believe that most of the other comments were just way to go. Keep up the great work. And everything was excellent. And wonderful wishes to Selena and Clayton Lucy Di Leo says, as a high school world language teacher of Spanish, French, and Italian in New Jersey, Clayton and Selena, it is impressive what you are doing. Keep up the good work. So thank you all for your participation. Thank you for our viewers. We will have to unfortunately wrap this up. We would like to keep talking about this, but let's just stay in touch, and feel free to comment on the videos on the social media. I'm sure we will be checking them out and answering any unanswered questions still. So thank you to our wonderful panelists. Thank you to Indiana University and to UNAM for joining the efforts. This has been great, and all the best to all your efforts.
Hello, and welcome to my presentation titled Not Lost in Translation, Using Economic Data to Make the Case for Seals of Biliteracy. My name is Mo Kantner, and I'm the Director of State and Local Initiatives at New American Economy. I want to thank Global C.R.E.D for organizing this amazing event, and we are really privileged to be a part of it. I'm going to start this presentation by just giving a brief background on who New American Economy is, and then dive right into states around the country that have seals of biliteracy and how NAE works with those states to make the economic argument for seals of biliteracy by framing the conversation around original research and data. So NAE is a bipartisan research and advocacy organization that was founded 10 years ago to bring together more than 500 political and business leaders from all 50 states who believe that immigration is fundamentally an economic issue and who wanted to talk about immigration in a different way. So to do this, we work by using original research to quantify exactly how immigrants are an economic asset at every level of our economy and in every community, and then use this narrative to bring together leadership across industries, across the aisle, and across cities and states to work towards policies that reflect the reality that we need immigration. So NAE is actively working in close to 100 communities, from mayor's offices to chambers of commerce to civic organizations, as well as in more than 20 states with state legislators, with business leaders and policy staff to help develop policies that are more inclusive and to show with data the economic benefits of immigrant integration to each community and state. So specifically, we bring together cross-sector stakeholders by utilizing original research to bring everyone to the table. So we work on a number of issues related to immigrant integration, but today I'm just going to focus on one, and the reason that you all are here, state seals of biliteracy. So since I know that Global C.R.E.D and any of the viewers watching this right now might work with biliteracy credentialing in a variety of ways, I'm going to focus in on where our organization has been working. So for us, we work with state legislatures or governor's offices. And so our work focuses on seals of biliteracy for high school graduates who are proficient in 2 or more languages, and it's given by a school district or a state, and it appears on the graduate's diploma or transcript. So we work specifically on seals of biliteracy for high school graduates. And currently across the country, there are 37 states and Washington, D.C. that issue seals of biliteracy for graduating high school students. We at NAE have worked in around 11 states as they were considering seals of biliteracy, working by providing research and data to help make the case for why this is so important. So what is the data? How can we put this policy into a perspective that an elected leader can understand? Let's start by framing our understanding of the demand, starting with the current labor force. As most people know, our country is getting older. By 2065, the median age in the US is anticipated to be 42, and 10,000 baby boomers are reaching retirement age every single day. This means that we will soon be, and in many industries already are, facing a shortage of workers. And that's not just supposition. We know this for a fact. Across the country in 2018, there were over 12 open healthcare jobs for every one unemployed healthcare worker. So this also translates down into different states. In the state of Washington, there are 21 open healthcare jobs for every one unemployed healthcare worker. In Georgia, there are 16 open healthcare jobs for every one unemployed healthcare worker. So we know that certain industries are desperate for more workers, and we know that immigrant workers can be a really crucial part of filling those workforce needs. We've seen the dramatic impact that our aging population is having on the healthcare industry. And the top two occupations that are going to experience the most growth through 2026 are personal care and home health aides. And immigrants are helping fill these gaps. So they are almost twice as likely as the US-born population to be both physicians and surgeons, as well as home health aides, and really fill in those gaps on all ends of the healthcare workforce spectrum. Additionally, if there is one thing we've learned from the COVID pandemic, it's that the need for culturally and linguistically competent care is high. The disease does not care if you speak English, and it certainly doesn't care what country you were born in. We know that the immigrant population is especially vulnerable to this disease and are also more likely to be working in these frontline essential worker positions and less likely to be receiving federal supports. Knowing that there's already a workforce shortage across the country, we're finding a real need for foreign language skills. In the DC area alone, we find a 148% growth in job postings seeking bilingual workers and a 131% increase in job postings requesting language skills. So the demand for language skills is outpacing even the general demand for workers, which is what we're consistently seeing across the country. Additionally, we're seeing a huge and growing demand for different types of language skills. In the top languages needed across the country, the demand doubled between 2010 and 2016 alone. There is still, perhaps unsurprisingly, a huge demand for Spanish speakers, but we're seeing increased demand for workers with French, Arabic, Chinese, Portuguese, Russian, Korean, and German language skills. And in the past, we've used data like this to partner with organizations like state-level TESOL orgs and advocates for seals of biliteracy. We can demonstrate through data the increase of both immigrant and native-born US residents who speak a language other than English at home. And we use data like this and data showing how the demand for workers who are multilingual has grown over the last decade to push for these seals of biliteracy in several states. And numbers like this help us frame the conversation for state leaders, but they can also often be helpful for bilingual job seekers themselves. So let's take an example and look at the top 5 industries for bilingual jobs in a place like the DC metro area. So we find that finance and insurance tops the industries in increased job postings with a 162% increase from 2010 to 2016, followed by professional, scientific, and technical services. You think of your attorneys, research laboratories, et cetera, with a 159% increase in bilingual job postings, followed by healthcare and social assistance with a 156% increase in demand for bilingual workers. So these industries are in high demand and tend to have a wide range of skill requirements. But what about individual employers? In 2016, if you look at the top 10 employers who list a need for bilingual workers, you'll notice that it falls into the trends of the demands by industry. A lot of financial institutions, professional or research institutions, and healthcare employers. And if we look at what are the jobs in demand for specific languages, we can actually see a bit of variance there. The most in-demand job for Spanish speakers and most in demand across any bilingual job is customer service representatives and salespersons, whereas the most in-demand job for Arabic speakers is interpreters and translators. So if someone is seeking to become an intelligence analyst, perhaps learning Arabic is the best route. Now, all of this is great and helps paint a picture for why seals of biliteracy can be useful, but what is the actual impact? The impact is that across the country, immigrants, of who the vast majority are bilingual speakers, are having an astounding effect on the US economy. So paying over $450 billion in taxes and having $1.2 trillion in consumer spending power means immigrants are having a really significant impact on a local, state, and a national level. So being able to quantify the economic impact immigrants are making in local communities has really been NAE's key entry point in working with leaders across the country. So we really aim to work with a very diverse group of stakeholders, including state and local leaders and immigrant communities, and then look to firm up those conversations by using our data on the demand for bilingual workers. So as an organization that focuses on the economic imperative for immigration reform, we see Seals of Biliteracy as a really good entry point into some of the more conservative states like Florida and Iowa. This is something that can really create goodwill and bring legislators together and helps open the door in places where immigration in general can sometimes be a little bit too hot of a topic. So I'll wrap this presentation up by leaving you all with a resource. Immigrant taxes, spending power, and entrepreneurship rates. You can find all of this on our website on Map the Impact. And Map the Impact is an interactive tool that includes data on all 435 congressional districts, the largest 100 metro areas, and all 3,000 US counties across the country. And it's a really great tool and resource for those who just want to quickly access some of that top line data surrounding the role of immigrants in their community. So I will leave it at that. If anyone has any follow-up questions or need anything, we want to help. It's been a really great experience partnering with Global C.R.E.D on this conference. And so thank you all for listening. Connecting people is what we do. So please reach out if you need anything or if you have any questions. And thanks again.
Welcome to our session today, which is called Why and How to Study Chinese Now. And Now stands for Networking, Opportunities, and Worlds. My name is Bob Davis. I'm the Executive Director of International District Partnerships and Special Initiatives at the College Board. And I'm very, very excited to introduce our panel today. First, we have Dr. Shuhan Wang, who is Project Director of C.R.E.D at Asia Society and is also President of ELE Consulting International. Welcome, Dr. Wang.
Thank you.
We also have Cleopatra Weiss, who is Director of Chinese Learning Initiatives at the Center for Global Education at Asia Society. Welcome, Cleopatra.
Thank you, Bob.
And last, we have Dr. Wu Xinyi, who is lecturer at Chinese Language and Culture Program at the Joseph H. Lauder Institute of Management and International Studies at University of Pennsylvania. Welcome, Dr. Wu.
Hi, thank you, Bob.
So before we jump into the conversation, as we were planning this presentation, the group set out some learning goals for our audience. So I want to walk you through those quickly. Our audience will walk away with a deepened knowledge about how to increase access and equity to Chinese programs, reframe Chinese both as a global and local language, connect Chinese learning to local communities and resources, employ flexible, relevant, and up-to-date methodologies for delivering instruction and professional development, and connect Chinese learning to a range of academic and career pathways. So we have a lot to cover in an hour, but I think that we have the right group to do so. So why don't we jump right into it? So the first question I have, and this is for the group, is about the now, the networking, opportunities, and worlds. I really like this title, and I think that it's really relevant to what we want to discuss. So I was wondering, can you each describe why you feel that learning world languages, and particularly Chinese, specifically is important in 2020 and beyond? So why don't we start with Dr. Wu?
Hi, hello everyone. From my experience, I've seen more of our graduates going to China to work for the Chinese company. Sometimes, they also want to work in office in China for a multinational companies, or even want to start up, their own companies in China. So we feel, the importance of learning Chinese for these students, so they are able to communicate and connect with the local people and the local communities. And on the other hand, we also see China has rising as a power in terms of economics and the trading, and there are so many opportunities in China. And China has, made every effort to attract foreign talents, like, some of our students. So we do see it's very needed to learn this language, in 2020 or even beyond.
Great.
That's my perspective from my experience.
Yeah, thank you. Cleopatra?
Yeah, so for the younger generation, particularly Gen Z, and students who are currently in high school and middle school and elementary school, their future career is probably doesn't even exist yet. And they are more than ever going to have to compete amongst their global peers. So not just their peers in the United States or even North America. And on a global looking at the global situation, the United States is probably one of the only countries where learning a foreign language seems to be such a high barrier. In most of the world, being bilingual is very much a standard. In China, people learn English from kindergarten or first grade, and so in order to leverage and to be competitive globally, our students definitely need to learn a foreign language, and Chinese is definitely one of those languages that is becoming increasingly important in a business context, in a global context, in an international relations context. And so it's definitely a language that can be leveraged for a future career and to be more globally competitive.
I totally agree. Dr. Wang?
Yeah, I agree with what's being said by Xingyi and also Cleopatra. I like to take maybe a different perspective, from the socio-cultural, political, educational, economic, and all those different and medical perspective. Especially in light of the fact that we are all in pandemic right now. And so the need for international communication and collaboration is more urgent than ever. And so I do think that the now, the N stands for networking, and we really need to engage with more people to solve problems of this kind of magnitude. And another problem come to mind is climate change, and the opportunities, the languages take us to different opportunities, and we also have to actively seek opportunities to advance our learning and also to make out. And another thing, the real world application, and has just everything about language learning in the 21st century. We can no longer afford just studying the language from the textbook and ends with textbook. It has to have real life implication, and that's going to bring the joy and pride, and also the actions that we all of us can take together. I think it's very, very important.
I totally agree with all your points. And I think I would have answered the same of each of you. So I'm going to add one different perspective, which is maybe a little less academic, but there's also just a lot of fun involved. The Chinese diaspora world is huge, right? And you can find it around the world. And there's really a rising sort of youth culture, music culture, art culture. And so I just think that there's a lot of really fun ways to connect through Chinese language that maybe people haven't thought that much about yet. But also because China itself and the Chinese speaking world is still sort of emerging, right? And so I wouldn't be surprised if the next big sort of, brand of music would be like Chinese pop, like K-pop, and people connecting that way. So there's a lot of fun opportunities out there, as well as professional and academic opportunities. So stick with it, learners. Cleopatra, question for you. So this is about the opportunities, and I know this is something you're really passionate about. So in order to give students the opportunity to learn Chinese, they must have access to do so, and also have access to learning resources must be distributed in an equitable way. Can you talk about both the challenges of doing so and some effective solutions that you've seen?
Yeah, so the Age Society, we have 96 partner schools across the U.S. in K through 12 that have Chinese language programs. And one of the first things that I did once COVID hit was to talk to some of our school leaders and ask them how they're responding to COVID and what are some of the challenges that they're facing. And one of the things that really struck out to me, and I think has become a very strong conversation amongst educators, is the fact that there is a disparity of access and in a lack of equitable access. One of our school leaders told me, quite frankly, that he was shocked because some of his students didn't have access to the internet at all. We think of the internet as being something that everyone has access to. This is the 21st century. We're living in the United States. We're a developed country. We're a first world country. So obviously everyone has the internet, but that's not the case. Not everyone has computers. And so, I think at least this conversation is being more and more addressed. And schools have found very much creative ways to deal with that. So one way that schools have found to deal with that is to have partnerships with different corporations to provide laptops, work with some of the telecommunication companies to provide hotspots for students, and really deal with at least the access to the internet, because that's really key. The other aspect is really the opportunity part. And, I'm old enough to remember the time where, you had this thick Chinese language dictionary and you carried it all around with you and you looked up words through this dictionary, because I'm pre-smartphone and all of those good tools. But now, now that I'm learning Spanish, I'm learning Spanish through Duolingo. Duolingo is just the app on my phone, and I just play the games a couple of times a day. And, that's how I'm learning Spanish, which is a completely different shift in how we learn languages. And I think teachers have a unique opportunity to access such a wide variety of content, not only on YouTube, but for example, I watch most of my C-dramas on Netflix right now, and they have really good translations, and they have the Chinese subtitles if you want. They even have a lot of the C-dramas translated in other languages like Spanish or Korean. And so we're really dealing with a unique access point for students to engage with language and to engage with authentic materials in that language. And I think teachers who are more successful are using those materials in order to better engage with their students and provide relevance to their students.
Absolutely. I mean, it's interesting. For so long, we've talked about how the teacher was the resource, right? Like we can't get teachers everywhere that there's a demand, right? And now but we always have talked, well, not always, but for the last decade or so, we've talked that technology will be the solution, right? And in many ways it is, but only so if people have the technology still, right? And so I think that what 2020 is really showing us is that we need to be more careful about assumptions we're making about access to technology, both at schools, but more particularly in homes. It's definitely a learning moment for us. I laugh, Cleo, when you talk about your giant dictionary, though, because I remember when I was a student in China, that was like the moment when you got the big one, right? And it was expensive, and you had to carry it around, and there was no English, and it was like, oh, now I'm looking up words in Chinese. But I mean, the resources that are available now, and relevant resources that are available now to Chinese learners. I'm so jealous. My first textbook was all about Mary buying a bike so she can go to Tiananmen Square, and that was like the big thing that happened in the book. I think we've come a long way in some of these areas, but we have some ways to go.
Yeah, may I also add some points to this topic, because I think the opportunity is so true that the pandemic exposed and hastened the disparities between different classes and areas, rural and urban areas versus suburban areas and so forth. And I do want to address another issue that is that I totally agree that digital tools in the virtual environment really open up the space, for learning. And so that will be a thread of conversation that we need to continue, because when we go back to the classroom situation, we also know and cannot sort of abandon what we have learned through this experience, in the virtual and digital, and how do we continue that to add to the face-to-face classroom learning. I think that's going to be really helpful and fruitful for that matter. And one issue is that we do notice that, among teachers and students, they might suffer some kind of a fatigue as well, and so the social emotional care and the social emotional dimensions of teachers as well as the students need to be addressed, and we need to pay more attention to those issues as well. Yeah.
For sure. That's a great point. It's such a, y'all please.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr.
Yeah,
Wu.
may I also add example to that? One of the challenges we face as a teacher, teaching online courses is the time zones. In the summertime when we have students in different parts of the world, we find really difficult to find a common time that everybody is awake and energetic to take our class. So we have to be really accommodating. We have some students who still work in China, but they decide to, come back and, pursue a graduate degree, but there's in China. What can we do? So we all have to wake up very early in the morning to make that, time difference, a 12 hours difference. So I think, like Shuhan said earlier, it's very important to address this issue of, the fatigue for both teachers and students. We don't want to see students, still sleepy when taking a language course, but in a traditional classroom, that's not a problem. But this is a problem right now that, we still have to discuss, even in, for spring or for next semester, we're still doing online courses. We're still facing, those issues. Yeah. So I think, that's the example. I think it's really, echo Shuhan's point on that.
Thank you for mentioning that. And if I may just take a moment to give a shout out to all the teachers who are just doing such amazing things in this time. I mean, it's really remarkable to see what everybody's doing, and also to the students who are proving to be incredibly resilient. It's just, I think it's incredibly inspirational. So thank you to Dr. Wu and to all the other teachers out there who are making this work. And I wonder if there, as we talked about, we might learn some wonderful best practices and see some new learners. There may be an emerging type of student who's called a digital learner who learns best in this environment, right? Who prefers it, and then others do not. So I think it's just, beyond sort of the sadness of the time, there's some really interesting lessons to be learned. I want to move to this idea of world language and local language, right? So a big part of making a world language a local language is connecting learning to local communities and resources. So what can we do? How can we reframe Chinese as both a global and local language? I'm gonna open it up to anyone who wants to answer.
Maybe I'll take the first step, and then everybody else can chime in. I think for every world language, we really have to think about that, Spanish, French, or whatever, because there are local communities that are using the language, and again, when we talk about world languages, we tend to think about the world, and of course that is the case. For example, Chinese is a global language. It's the largest it's a language with the largest number of native speakers, in the world, and also has many countries and regions using it, as an official language. But there are also a substantial number of Chinese diaspora in different parts of the world, as well as different learners in different parts of the world. I remember last year, my husband was doing his international scientific volunteer project in Kenya in the safari, and a lot of local people came to him and tried to engage, in Chinese. And so it is a global language, but it's also a very local language, And another thing is that, again, I want to go a little bit to the, sort of thinking about educational reform in this time. And I do feel that it's too narrow to approach language learning just purely from educational learning a language or from the economic utility. Chinese was hot in over the past 10 years or so because people viewed it as a ticket to jobs in the future, And what the fact is that China has the longest uninterrupted civilization in the world. It has so many neighbors and so forth. But when we look at the US social studies curriculum, we know China is probably just one chapter in 6th grade and then maybe in 8th or 9th grade, So we really need to take a hard look at our curriculum and really to try to figure out how can we teach the world in the 21st century context, to our students through our language, English language arts, and also social studies, science, and all the different curricula area. I think that's a very important approach that we need to think about. And another thing is that, China, and I think a lot of Chinese teachers feel pretty confused and perplexed about how to deal with the different, different sort of framing about Chinese language in China. And particularly in some areas, they were being accused to teach a communist language, And the fact is that we really need to understand better in order to have critical ability to assess, what is real information versus fake information, and to form our own opinions and perspectives about the world and about how we can move on and really engage in world peace and health and prosperity together. I think that's really the most important sort of mission in language learning and teaching.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd love to echo Shuhan's point. I think we need to break this narrative that students must go to China in order to speak Chinese, because it's really a false narrative, and a lot of other languages don't have that same narrative. So, for example, I am learning Spanish. One of the reasons that I'm learning Spanish is because, well, I'm from Florida, and I do feel a little weird that I don't speak Spanish, and I'm from Florida, but also because, in my day-to-day life living in New York, there are a lot of Spanish speaking people, and I happen to like to engage with people and to talk with people. And I just assume, like, you know what, if I wear my turban and I speak Spanish, maybe someone will think I'm Dominican and I'll have a great time, right? So, I think it's that narrative that we need to push much more in terms of, engaging with local communities. So I'll give an example that echoes Shuhan's point about Kenya. My husband's from West Africa, and we fly to West Africa mostly every year to see, his family and, visit my mother-in-law and have a great time. And the first time I went to West Africa, I get on the plane, and the plane is maybe, I'd say, 60% from West Africa and maybe 30%, people who are Chinese, of Chinese heritage, who are working in West Africa, and then 10% other, right? And as I, go to, my husband's from Sierra Leone. Every time I go to Sierra Leone, I always have these amazing conversations with people from China. We go to the casino and go to the beach, and you go to there's like, they don't have a Chinatown, but they have like a Chinese compound that has like a Chinese grocery store and a few other like Chinese restaurants and things like that. And you really get this interesting sense. And having traveled a lot around the world, I always meet Chinese people and I always have a great time conversing with them in Chinese. But in the US, in the US itself, there are a lot of Chinese communities. So for example, in New York, we have Flushing, which is a large Chinese community. Usually universities have, Chinese students there that are going for study. You have Chinese Saturday schools, is what you call them, are like for heritage speakers. And there seems to be such a missing link to have our students engage with those their peer students who are of the Chinese diaspora living in the United States. That's not a small amount of people. And we have to have them forge that connection. Otherwise, they think, well, if I'll never go to China, then why learn Chinese?
I totally agree. I mean, it's funny to me, having learned Chinese in college, et cetera, there's a lot of people scratching heads in the 90s while I was doing that. But what I've actually found is that as I've grown older and I've traveled the world and been able to go to countries on almost every continent, I always can find a Chinese speaker. My wife and I went to Paris. I don't speak a lick of French, right? And people were not being particularly helpful, right? When I was trying to ask directions. And I quickly found, oh, here's a shop with Chinese people working there. They were wonderful at giving me directions, et cetera. So Thailand, et cetera. So it is increasingly a world language, right? Because it is a world population. And that's really helpful. But I just think there's a million different ways to connect Chinese, and that we have to remember that global issues and global narratives are also local issues and local narratives, right? What impacts the world impacts us at home as well. So, you can start using Chinese today in your community. I guarantee it. And as you become comfortable doing so, as you as a person expand, your ability to connect with people is going to expand as well too. And it'll be fun, it'll be exciting, it'll propel you forward. And so, what starts at home will definitely bring you around the world. So stick, again, to the learners, stick with it. It's quite fun. Yes,
Well,
please. Yes.
Let me add an example from a teacher's perspective.
Great.
So we recently trying to do a group project in our curriculum, which means that students will look for local NGOs or companies or any organization they're interested in to help those people do a little service. But the only requirement we have for students to speak Chinese only. So some of the organizations they have been engaged in include like church or YMCA, the voters organizations, and then there is the Chinese restaurants. So we really give them the opportunity to engage in the local communities, and we feel like their Chinese has improved a lot because they get to interview some Chinese people, they get to talk to the restaurant owners, they get to do a little service around the Chinatown, or they even become the customer service people or hotline phone call people. So they help those Chinese voters who cannot speak English to vote. I feel like it's the Chinese really help our students to improve the local community, and they are really enjoying this kind of a projects. So I mean, just like Shuhan, the Clarapata said, it's if you really engage yourself in the local community, you feel like Chinese. Learning Chinese is a lot more significant than just learning the language itself.
That's right. I'm a little jealous of Dr. Wu's students. I'm just going to say that sounds like a great program to be in, honestly. So let me ask the next question, which is about also part of the now. A big part of the now is being up to date, right? Flexible and relevant, both as educators and learners. Where are we now as an educational community in this aspect? And where do you think we should be heading in this? So Shuhan, can I ask you that one?
Yeah, I think this is as I said earlier, that the pandemic really sort of advanced us by 4 years, 5 years, because like one time one colleague said, if we are going to say everybody will do virtual learning and blah blah blah, or we'll probably do a lot of pilot and study and feasibility study and this and that, and now all of a sudden in March, everybody just have to jump in and swim, or sink, right? And so it really gave us it sort of expand our knowledge base and the know-how, right? And there's no question about the willingness. You just have to do it. And so we do it. So I guess that is, in a way, the positive side of the, the Chinese always think about yin yang, right? So there's a dark side, there's a bright side. And I think that in a way, that's the bright side. And teachers are learning to be more flexible and also, like Xingyi was saying, more accommodating and this and that. And but of course we know that teachers also need support pedagogically because they were not trained to teach virtually, and the whole different ways of teaching is very different. Even the materials or how you show and use materials will be very different. And students likewise also need to probably have some kind of training, can benefit from some kind of learning strategies and training on how to learn effectively virtually. And also earlier, everybody said, how to identify, maybe use a lot of, like a YouTube or shows or songs or movies, whatever it is, to add to the curriculum and the textbook, And so we all have to be more flexible. We all have to kind of really open up our mindset and our willingness to try different things, One thing is so funny is that over the summer, my family, we start having Zoom meetings, family meetings, and stuff like that. And I have 5 grandchildren, and the youngest one is 2 years old, so he's too young to study. But the others are like from 3 to 5, 6 years old. So my daughter said, hey, Papa, why don't you just give your grandchildren some online lessons to make up for what they miss, So I said, yeah, let me learn it, because that way, when I work with teachers, I know the issues and challenges that they face as well. So go figure, try to offer online courses with the 3, 4, 5, 6 years olds, And one time I remember, so it was so funny that my grandson, who's 3.5, and so I tried to get him engaged and copy, color, and do all different things. And he was kind of like, and so how do you grab him virtually, And so that type of thing. And then at the end, my daughter came in and checked on him. And so I kind of say, I'm not sure Ali was so engaged. He didn't really draw pictures like what we said we would do. And my daughter said, okay, where's your paper? And then she turned around and she said, Ali, you should draw pictures on the paper, not on the wall.
Ooh, uh-oh. This is online instruction gone wrong, yes.
Totally. Those are some kind of funny examples, and I'm sure teachers have tons of stories like that, But that kind of show us that we also have to start thinking about how do we do this online learning, more flexibly and more relevant and effective. But in terms of learners, and I do feel that, for example, I will stop right here. I do feel that it's also important for learners to identify some local role models, or national or whoever, some role models of learners, because as we are having this conversation, Bob and Cleopatra, I think you two are great role models for a lot of students, and hopefully for our audience, in students in the audience who would think that, you learn the language, you study abroad, and you are able to find ways to use the language and your knowledge of culture professionally. And I think that's such an inspiration for students.
Well, that's very kind of you, but I would hope
you.
they would look higher than me. I know that they could push themselves better, but thank you so much. Dr. Wu, I wanted to kind of follow up on this question though, just spontaneously to ask, because one of the things that I always wonder about is checking for learning, right? Because we do so much out of that in the classroom. How has that been as a teacher in the online environment? Is it difficult to make sure that the students, to guarantee that you know that the students are actually learning what you hope they are?
This is one of the biggest challenge. I think it's very hard to check if they are really learning. One of the things we do is to have some online tools to have students, actively reading the articles. They can annotate, or they make a note or something about articles so everybody can see. Other things we do is do like discussion forum. We kind of force them to make comments or leave any notes, on the discussion board, carry a conversation. And then, we also give them assignments, doing like, voice thread or other watching videos, something like that, trying to see if they have some products we can actually, it's tangible things we can actually see to make sure they're learning. But it, just like you said, it's very difficult to track. We're still thinking, how we gonna, actively engage them in our conversation. I have to, most of the time, I do not talk much in Chinese. So I leave that time for students to participate. That way we feel like, I can check them by, having them speak Chinese. So, I feel the challenge in a traditional classroom. This is a lot easier. Either do a formative assessment or do a summative assessment is a lot easier. But now it's really difficult. We also change, the like midterm or final on paper exam to like writing an article instead. So it's there's a change of that kind of assignments or assessment. So yes, definitely. We're still trying to figure out, different ways to assess students. Yeah, but
It sounds like it. And Cleopatra, so Cleopatra and I work closely together. We've worked on a National Chinese Language Conference together, but we also do an online professional learning series, right? That's related to NCLC. So I was wondering, Cleo, if you could talk a little bit about how you've had to pivot, you and your team this year, to make sure that you're still engaging teachers and providing the great resources that you do.
Yeah, so we all know COVID has been just like this single most, or at least the biggest disruptor for K through 12 education, at least in recent history. And as COVID kind of started to happen, we've been on the phone talking to our teachers, talking to our school leaders within our network, and talking to our partner organizations like the College Board, and that's why Bob and I have such a great rapport. And one of the things that we found is that obviously during March, this was kind of a do or die moment. There was no runway, no, way to plan. It was just like, let's survive and figure this out together. And so the expectations weren't that high, but moving really into the fall, it was time to really excel in the online learning space. And, we've been talking to our teachers within our network, and there's a realization now that with the rising COVID cases, even some of our partner schools that migrated back to a hybrid model now have to switch back to online. And the spring doesn't necessarily look all that great either. And so for them, really sharing best practices and giving them a community and a platform to share best practices with each other, how to use certain tools, how are they integrating technology in their classroom, how are they dealing with parents. I think parents are a very interesting part of this conversation that in a traditional classroom doesn't get brought up very much, because parents are now co-educators with you. And that relationship has to be quite strong in order for online learning to be successful, especially in the lower grades. And high school students can very much independently learn if that's what they really want to do. But in elementary school, there's no way. I have a colleague with a 6-year-old. There's no way a 6-year-old is, e-learning by themselves. It's not happening. And so, there's kind of the two conversations. First is how are you using technology and integrating those tools to be successful in e-learning, and making sure that we're providing that platform for them to share best practices, and two, how do you engage with parents? And I think those are the two conversations that even once we go back to the traditional model, we'll still keep having, because as Shuhan said, we basically leapfrog 5-6 years into the future. And once you leapfrog, you can't go back, right? So what comes out of COVID will be very much interesting to see.
Absolutely. And you know, I have an 8-year-old, and I can tell you the e-learning is going hard. It's difficult, but what I'm excited about is I'm now going to enroll her in Shuhan's class, which apparently is going great. We're gonna put paper all over the walls first. We're just gonna let her be in it.
Can I also share one example?
Please.
I think that really, you know, what Cleopatra said about the family-parent connection really brought this to mind. That is, I've seen some classes, you know, and it's just amazing in the sense of it really, as I said earlier, that it opens up the space, right? So we're not confined in the classroom. So, you know, the kitchen could be your classroom. So a teacher was teaching how to make some Chinese food, you know, dish. And she's using her kitchen as example. And it's like a cooking show. It was really fun. And then, you know, the assignment for all students is to cook a dish, you know, of your family heritage or whatever you want to do. And then they have their parents, you know, involved, and they were doing the cooking in the classroom because they are teaching sort of sequence, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, and first you do this, and this is ingredients and whatever. And it doesn't have to be a Chinese dish. Whatever the students, you know, home dish, whatever it is. It was really wonderful. And everybody loved the project. Parents loved it, you know. And so that kind of just increased the bonding between the parents and the children, and gave the parents a more sort of deeper understanding of what's going on and what are the possibilities in the Chinese classroom. You know, it really is a part of your life. That's the idea.
Right.
Yeah.
And that really kind of comes back to our earlier discussion about making it local. Like there's nothing more local than you're home and you're doing this, right? And now go find this and go, you know, talk about this and what's really in your home, right? Most of our students probably don't live in a traditional Beijing hutong, right? They live in a house somewhere in America, and that's what they were going to learn. So I think it's actually sort of exciting, right? As you've all mentioned it, we've had to propel in some ways, and I think that parent involvement, you know, they're gonna understand much better how their students are learning as well, what type of learner they are. I know that one of the conversations that often comes up in Chinese language learning in the United States is that parents feel it's difficult to support their students because they may not be Chinese speakers themselves. But now I think they're going to feel much more empowered to do so because they're going to be able to see how their own students are learning day to day. So there's some great potential here. I wanted to talk a little bit about the why, right? And so for those of you who've been involved in Chinese language education for a long time, I've been doing it now for 150 years, as you can tell. You know, when I first got started in the late 90s, there was a lot of kind of head scratching, like why Chinese, right? I mean, this was you know, not something that was very common. And then the 2000s, you know, happened, and it became much more of a understanding as China became more of a global power, and they were opening up. And of course, the Beijing Olympics was a big moment where there was a big spotlight on China. Now things have shifted a little bit again, right? We are kind of bringing things a little bit home a little bit more. Resources are less, right? It's a little bit harder to get. So I was hoping we could talk a little bit, you know, about the why. And you know, with the growing awareness of global interconnectedness, it's become has less so. However, it's important to keep the why in the now. So why now is it important to learn? And also, what opportunities do you see emerging for learners of Chinese in both their academic and career pathways? So Dr. Wu, can I ask you to start that off? And also, could you talk a little bit about the program that you work in? Because it's such a fascinating program.
Yeah, definitely. Yes. So yeah, I want to kind of briefly talk about my program and see how we can incorporate that now into our curriculum design.
Great.
So we offer a joint degree program in MBA at the Wharton Business School and MA in Arts, School of Arts and Science. So the students, when they graduate, they will have a both MBA degree and MA in International Studies. The reason we have this joint degree is we believe as a global leader or business leader, they have to have some understanding of the people and the cultural in the target country. So that's, the goal we want to, our students to achieve in the end. But, so language is a very key component of a student really understanding or connecting with the local people or local culture or communities. So when we teach, or we not just teach the language itself, we want to teach a content about this country. So the students use the language to understand, develop their critical thinking skills, or their, understand how the business practices in China. So, in our curriculum, the some of the issues we address, including, the social economic issues, the geopolitical issues, the social concerns, even the cultural practices, like, the education, like the industrials, technology, AI, robotics. These are some of the topics we all cover right now, but in Chinese, not in English. So we want students to have some kind of knowledge about China while they studying their professional skills in a business school, so they can link their knowledge in one school with the practices in another. So we felt that students, by engaging in this kind of a dialogues in target language, they develop their linguistics proficiency. At the same time, they can build their cultural competency. So in the future, they can become a global professional who is proficient in this country, and then can understand the people, connect with the local community, and can actually make a powerful impact in the world they choose to be. So I think this is in this sense, I think I want to say learning a language just not a language like 150 years ago, like Bob will say that when he started teaching probably, but it's really about learning the knowledge about that country using the language. So I think this is the direction we're heading right now, and I think it's really important that you see how language can open that door for you, not just like Shuhan saying getting a ticket to that job, but a skill will benefit your lifetime. That's what I would say.
Interesting. Anyone else want to?
Yeah, sure. So, circling back to the equity issue, when we visit our partner schools, there's a kind of sad trend, where in the upper middle class or rich neighborhoods, the schools with Chinese language programs are very much well supported. And the reason as to why learning Chinese is not, a difficult question. Most of the parents are saying, well, my uncle or my husband or my wife does some connection or business with China or has to fly to China throughout the year, and I want my child to be competitive and have the highest level of advantage, and Chinese is a way to do that. And therefore, they put a lot of money and effort into their Chinese language programs. But when you go to rural areas, I'm personally from a rural area in Florida, and you go to lower income schools or schools within a lower income tax bracket, the reason to learn a foreign language seems to be waning. And this to me is very much an issue of equity, because for someone who is of an upper tax bracket or from a higher class family, quote unquote, their access to wealth and their access to opportunity is not going to live or die by Chinese. Whereas, someone from a lower income tax bracket, that could be the defining point for them, for their career and for their professional development. Personally, I would say learning Chinese definitely changed the trajectory of my entire life. Just to give you some context, I went to the University of Southern California for undergraduate, and that's where I learned Chinese. And the first time I actually went to China. And then after I graduated, I spent the better part of all of my 20s. So 8 years living and working in Beijing, and eventually doing my MBA at Peking University. But during that time, a lot of people ask me, like, why do you live in China? Why China? Why Chinese? And I always tell them, my time in China wasn't, what I take away from that is not necessarily about Chinese culture or Chinese language. It's about opening my mind to these new experiences with different people from all over the world. I met people from Libya, I met people from North Korea, I met people from South Korea, I met people from the African continent, I met people from Latin America, I met people from Europe, and you gain so much understanding about the world, about different cultures, about different perspectives, and you realize yourself to be very American, first of all, which is always a shock to Americans. You're like, no, I'm not that American. And then you also realize that people have a different point of view than you, and you're able to understand different world events and situations from completely different contexts. And from my career opportunities, it's definitely been a defining situation for my career. And I think even though, with US-China relations being difficult, if you can use that word to sum it up, the engagement of China will not just go away. It doesn't matter the political context. China is here to say there's over 1 billion people in China. Their economic power is going to continue to grow. The United States is a world leader. So, for the younger generation who is interested in learning Chinese, this could really mean for them, a certain level of competitiveness. And then from a personal standpoint, it really does help your global understanding.
And that's, that speaks to the network, right, in our now, right? I mean, it's very much that. And you talked about how when you're a student in China or anywhere, right, when you live abroad, you meet people from other countries, right? You're not just there only interacting with locals. I also studied in China and taught at a university there. And yes, there is this tendency to sort of push the foreigners together in some ways, but in the right program, you're pushed together, but you're still only speaking Chinese, right? It's a really an interesting dynamic. I have friends that I made in Beijing who, I've kept in touch with for my whole life, and just to watch what they've done with Chinese there's such a huge range of ways they've engaged Chinese plus. So I like that idea, is sort of what you're doing, whatever it is you're doing, plus Chinese is going to just open your world, right? Because it just means you can do what you're doing in twice as many opportunities than you would if you just did it in a monolingual way. So it's really exciting. I'm as excited now as I was as a young learner. Actually, I feel like there's probably just a lot more opportunities, and the why becomes clearer, but the why continues to evolve like everything else, right? So it's very exciting. What other sort of networking opportunities do we see, or what other networks are we seeing for learners of Chinese?
Yeah, I'll take this question as well. It's interesting when you're outside of a community, you don't tend to know much about it, right? So as someone who lived in China for 8 years, who speaks Chinese, my husband and I, when we were thinking about where we're going to go, it was time for us to leave China, and we were thinking about going back to the United States. I was like, well, which city should we go? And we were thinking about where we had, the largest community. I was like, what? I know a lot of people in New York. And when we moved, and my husband also knows a lot of people in New York as well. And so when we moved to New York, a lot of my other friends that I met in New York was like, Cleo, did you ever live in New York before? I was like, no. They were like, you didn't go to school in New York? I was like, I went to school in LA. They're like, how do you know all these people in New York? I'm like, oh, I know them from China. And they're like, but your husband also knows all these people. Oh, he knows them from China too. And it's just like very funny to to have those types of communities of people who shared a similar experience as you have, right? So most of my friends are returning, we call them expats, so returnees back to the US from China that I know from Beijing. And just speaking on, what you mentioned, Bob, about the kind of opportunities. When I first went to China for study abroad, well, actually, it was the second time I went to China for a study abroad. It was during the financial crisis. And so most of my class was college students, but then there was this other group of students that got fired from like Lehman Brothers and Goldman Sachs and had 10 years on Wall Street, and was just like, what, China's a fun place and it's cheap. At that time, it was really cheap. It was cheap. So let me just hang out in China and learn Chinese. That's something to do. And so I had all these friends like that. And then when I graduated from university and I came back, they were still in China. I was like, what are you doing in China? They're like, oh, we all got job offers because they had 10 years in Wall Street and China didn't get as hard hit by the financial crisis. And now they're all back in the US because they had 10 years of Wall Street and then had significant experience in Chinese financial markets. And now that's in Chinese language, and now they're in the US, and so they're making multi-million dollars. But that's besides the point. There's so much opportunity despite what industry you're in, and then there's this whole community of people that are attached to that community. And just like any other community, that community is fostered, and it's a good networking opportunity. So, for example, we have a WhatsApp group that's specific to people who lived in China. There's also one that is specific to people who lived in Beijing, who live in New York. That's enough of amount of people that have a whole community on WhatsApp, and we talk to each other, and people are like, oh, I need this, or I need that, or do you know this person doing this? And it fosters a lot of connections, and we have meetups. Well, not so much now because of COVID. But I just think that it is a community that, if you learn Chinese, and especially if you end up living in China as an expat, you'll definitely be a part of.
Yeah. It's funny. I just saw my brother-in-law recently. He's a big gamer, and he was saying, I wish I could speak Chinese because 75% of what's going on in the gaming world is in Chinese. And he's like, I just feel like I'm missing out. So yes, Yuhan. And we have about 5 minutes left, so I want to be mindful.
Exactly. And I just want to kind of add a few more points that have not been talked about, and probably more to the why question and also the networking question. In addition to the social, cultural, or the wonderful benefits that we talk about, and cognitively, being bilingual, brain research have shown that bilinguals have advantages, that they are better in executive function and so forth. But there are two other points I really want to make. One is that I feel that the now is also for career technical education. Mm-hmm. We really need to introduce more Chinese and other world languages into the career technical education arena, because there are so much need for servicing people speaking different languages, in the hospital, in the hospitality, in the like an electrician or plumbing, construction, you name it. We need to emphasize that, and so that the job opportunities for students coming out of those programs will also be broadened. And another very important point of why we need to study Chinese and another world language is really through the study of other language and people. You get to know your own language and people better. And that's such an important point that it's like a white elephant in the room that we don't recognize it. We don't think about it. But when you're saying that you need to say it this way, and they're holding on to their dear English, like, their lifeline, right? And it's really and when you go abroad to communicate with people, in the language. You know, people are not going to say, hey, tell me about how much do you know about how Chinese people celebrate Chinese New Year? They will say, what is the biggest holiday in America and how do you celebrate it? You know, and then you have to really know why you celebrate it, how you celebrate it, and all the different things so that you can be an ambassador to other people. And that is how you engage other people as well. And I think that is a point that we really need to emphasize. You really get to know your language and your own culture, your own value system much, much better. And that is so important.
Absolutely. Well, listen, we've come to an end. This hour went by so quickly. I feel we could probably talk for another hour, but I want to thank each of you for being part of this conversation. I could not be more pleased to be here now with all of you and to be part of this field. And I also want to thank you for all that each of you have done to contribute to this field and continue to do so. I'm very proud to be colleagues with you and friends, and I hope that this presentation will be useful and inspiring to our audience. And I look forward to doing it again in the future and seeing in a couple of years where we are now then and how we can continue to propel Chinese language education, both in the United States and across the world. So thank you, everyone, and happy Thanksgiving. We're recording this right around Thanksgiving, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob.
谢谢.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Linda Ignatz, and I'm the Executive Director of the Global Seal of Biliteracy. So welcome to Global C.R.E.D, and welcome to this session, Game Changer. What is the Seal of Biliteracy, and what does it offer? So this session is really designed for you as a language content and service provider to really inform you about the state and the global seals of biliteracy and what they mean to you, to your business, to your planning, and how they can support and maybe energize some of the things that you're doing. So let's just start just with an introduction of who am I? So first of all, I've spent 40 plus, maybe it's more, years as a high school and as a college Spanish educator. And most of the probably last decade practically, I've spent as a Seal of Biliteracy advocate. So in 2012, I learned about the Seal of Biliteracy, which at that point in time was really just in the state of California. And in my state of Illinois, I saw as a language teacher that it was what I needed to engage my students and get them excited about language learning. And I saw it as a way to get students not just taking a language to meet some college requirement, but really taking a language to get good at it, to actually to do well as an incentive. And so I became at that time an advocate to get a state seal of biliteracy for my own state of Illinois. And have since that time worked to assist other states as they work toward their own state seals. And in 2018, left the classroom to go bigger and take on this incredible mission of the Global Seal of Biliteracy and make the possibility of a language credential possible for anyone who was interested in getting certification for their language skills. And so maybe as a result of those efforts in 2013, I was recognized with the Golden Apple Teacher of Excellence Award. And in 2014, I named the 2014 ACTFL National Language Teacher of the Year. And just currently, I serve on the Joint National Committee for Languages Board as a Board of Advisors member. And so all of that to say, I'm pretty passionate about languages, and I'm mostly driven by the opportunity to help language learners level up their skills and then leverage them for the future. And that's really, truly what this session is all about, is how you can be a part of that mission with me. So let's start with a little introduction. So what is the Seal of Biliteracy? Essentially, it's a recognition that's awarded to certify language skills in 2 or more languages. The state seals, of which you may become familiar or have already known about, are in most cases awarded just to high school seniors, in most cases in public schools that have opted to participate in the program. For me, that was my initial experience, and actually as the pilot school for the state of Illinois. And it was because I saw language learners as just doing seat time. Language learners, by and large, were taking a language for 2 years to meet some sort of arbitrary 2-year language requisite for meeting a college entrance requirement. And it was like 2 and out the door. And they were there just to get by. So getting by to get that requirement or on their transcript meant all I really needed to do was to get a C. There wasn't any commitment to learning, being there to learn the language. It was being there to get that check off on my transcript. And I saw that as an unfortunate thing when some of them actually had some good language skills. And so we would see that huge drop off after second year. And so that just frustrated me. And so when I read about the Seal of Biliteracy, I just, this is something students will want because it will connect to the future. And so I actually wrote an article about that in Education Week called The State Seal of Biliteracy, It's a Game Changer. And here we are several years later, and I believe what I wrote then even more strongly today. And so what does it represent? It's really a way to not just provide proof to an employer or an academic institution that someone has a language skill in 2 languages, but it articulates for the student in a way that they can't do themselves. I had a student who had scored a 4 on his AP test, and he told his employer, oh, I got a 4 on my AP test, and his boss said, well, that's nice. And then when he said, I got to get the Seal of Biliteracy, and he's like, wow, you must be really good at Spanish. I'm going to give you a raise because I bet you can talk to our customers. Because it's difficult to explain what a test score means to someone who's not in our world. But a document and a certification communicates very easily to a layperson about language skills. And in fact, for the Global Seal of Biliteracy, that's why we've used the term fluency in our titles, because it communicates to the layperson about language skills. In most cases, the Seal of Biliteracy for the state seals, as well as for the Global Seal, is determined via testing, external testing, and rated on the ACTFL's proficiency scale. In the United States, one of the languages must be English. And it could be your first or second language, but there is an exception if you're from the state of Hawaii for the Hawaii State Seal. Because it's a bilingual language, you could get your state seal in Hawaiian and German. And again, based on the ACTFL scale. One of the things that's important to note, because it's always a confusion for people, is that the difference between bilingual and biliterate. So bilingual is oftentimes just that sort of communicative piece, speaking and listening. Biliterate incorporates the idea of literacy, so there's also reading and writing. But we do have some languages, some of our Native American languages, that don't have a written form, which was why, for example, New Mexico has a seal of bilingualism and biliteracy as a way to show respect for those languages. So multilingual, obviously, more than 2 languages. So we see that as well. And I'll share with that in a minute. So the Seals of Biliteracy for me is a way to kind of use gamification to engage learners. Because very for what I've seen is for the very first time, learners started to care and take autonomy over their own language learning because they had a carrot and a goal that was big enough and bright enough and shiny enough that they wanted to go after it. And thinking about gamers, gamers compete against themselves. They compete against the game. They don't necessarily have to have someone else to compete against. And we've lost that in the classroom. People aren't learning for learning's sake, but we see that with the Seal of Biliteracy. They want it so that they are willing to do and figure it out. Okay, so if I didn't do it well this time, well, I'm going to try it again. What can I do this time? And it's the same thing that we see in the sports arena or in the music field. It's a skill that takes practice and sometimes takes a few redos before we do it well. And so the Seal of Biliteracy has created a paradigm shift. Language coursework is not there to meet just requisites anymore. It's now about achieving proficiency. And so someone's not there to take 2 years. They're actually coming in with the concept of, I'm going to be there for the full 4-year sequence, and I'm going to pay attention and do my best because at the end of that sequence, there's a test that I have to do well on. The other piece about the Seal of Biliteracy to me is that we need not just a paradigm shift in terms of our thinking, but in terms of our language. We don't want to call it a trophy. We want to call it a tool, because a trophy is something that just sort of sits on the shelf and collects dust, sort of like, the award that you don't know what to do with afterwards. We want to help our students understand that this skill is something that they can use as a tool to articulate what they're able to do, and they can use that and leverage it for the future. So they need to begin to talk about that as not as an award, but as a credential. And these micro-credentials document skills that can be used for future opportunity. Then we also can think about the idea of gamification in the sense that there is some tiered certification, whether that's through benchmark testing earlier or through the fact that we have 3 different levels, for example, with the Global Seal, and it gives the opportunity to continue to level up. And each time you take a test, that's feedback that will help you understand where you are, what improvements you've made, where you might be weak, what you still need to do, and your ongoing journey. And it allows language learning to be a lifetime love instead of a one and done, pass, fail, test my senior year. Lastly, it provides some great benefits to academic programs as well as to employers. It gives you an opportunity to identify and measure skills that benefit everyone, the individual, as well as an employer. So just as a quick kind of summation of the state seal programs, and they're sort of the game basics, you'll notice that these are just a few of the state seals, they're quite different. I mentioned earlier that New Mexico has that sort of bilingualism and biliteracy. I'm in Illinois. We just have our Seal of Biliteracy, but my neighboring state of Indiana, they have the, they call it the COMP, is the Certificate of Multilingual Proficiency. So they kind of did one better than we did. And each one is unique and has its own sort of criteria and its own guidelines. And typically, it is only awarded to high school seniors. And there's some pluses and some minuses to that. It makes it a special senior honor. And in some states, they do allow the senior to earn it earlier. But in many states, they have to take the test the senior year, or maybe in the junior or the senior year. What that means is if a student has tested earlier, maybe because they were in a dual language program, or took the AP in the junior year, they might have to take it again their senior year, or they might just not take it and then they don't get the certificate. It also means that the student can't necessarily leverage it for early admission opportunities they might apply for before they actually get the award. For the state seals, they do, again, each state is completely different. Some schools have to apply for the Department of Education. In some cases, it's the student who applies. There may or may not be reporting required there may be an administrator that needs to oversee the program. There might be recognition costs. There may be, again, they determine the cost of testing and so on. How to play? Well, schools have to play by the rules, whatever those state requirements or guidelines are set up. Obviously, they will need to organize testing, and is there any kind of recognition that might be done? And in some cases, some schools are must opt in. Sometimes if you're in a district, all schools must participate or none are allowed to. Sometimes public schools are only allowed to. Other states also allow private schools. It just depends on the state. And again, each one has its own proficiency level and different types of tests or requirements of evidence. So it's it's varied according to the needs of the state, and that's obviously their prerogatives. The Global Seal of Biliteracy is a little bit different. It is not a government entity, so we have the sort of freedom of doing things a little bit differently, and so our game basics are unique. First of all, you can play as an individual. So someone could apply as an individual. That's been important for someone who is in, for example, a school district that did not opt for a state seal but still has language skills and wants to be recognized. But they can also apply as a group. And we have a number of schools that participate in both a state and a Global Seal program. And that's actually can sometimes be a very complementary situation where, for example, if they have a character language and it's an intermediate high state, for example, my state of Illinois, that's very, very difficult in a 4-year program. And so some of the Chinese students might get at least the Global Seal at functional fluency, and maybe they wouldn't otherwise be able to reach the state seal. But we also see situations, for example, in the state of Washington, where we have a number of the dual language students who are graduating at advanced low, and they have a state seal at intermediate mid. So they would not normally be recognized at the level that they have achieved with their state seal. So I think it's the best thing is how can we best honor the students and what will best serve those needs. When we look at the state seals, we talked about they had a skill in 2 or more languages. It's the same for the Global Seal. In that way, they are exactly identical. Where can you play? Learners can test anywhere, and there are consistent rules. So it depends. One of the issues sometimes with a state seal is depending on what state you are, universities may not know what your program was, but with a Global Seal, it's the same everywhere. And there are, again, 3 tiers of play. So functional fluency, working fluency, and professional fluency. This gives you a little bit of a glimpse of what those state seals look like. The majority of states have a certificate or their award at the intermediate mid-level. They have a number after it. They have 2 awards, maybe like gold and silver or bronze and platinum. We have some states that allow for maybe a test, but they might have another option. For example, a seat time option or a grade point average option as well. And we also have a couple of situations where the state may have certain languages might have a different set of criteria because it's a more difficult language to learn. And so you'll see the Global Seal levels above and how they fit together. So there is wide diversity among the state seals, as you can see. If you want to learn more about your state seal of biliteracy, the Global Seal has a great bank of resources. We have not just research and data, but also this interactive map. You can click on your state and be taken to a page that features the state information. So it'll have a basic overview. It will have tests that are commonly accepted by that state. It will also have the law or the school code for that particular state and a link to that state's website. So everything kind of all in one place. If you're looking for a particular language, what kind of tests are available for Vietnamese, for example, you can go to our language page and find a list of tests that might be available. We have tests that are available in over 100 different languages. So this is what the state map looks like for the state seals. There are 40 states currently that offer a state seal of biliteracy, and almost all of the other states have a state seal in some kind of process. So you see that won't be too long, hopefully, and every state will be recognizing students who have bilingual skills. For the global seal, it looks fairly similar. In this case, we have 42 states. We have applications or global seal certifications in process in all of the other 8 states at this point in time. And we've also issued states global seals in Mexico and Japan, and have applications in 3 other countries at this point in time. So why the seal of biliteracy? Well, as I mentioned earlier, it motivates learners. The diagram you see here, this survey comes from a study that was done and published in Foreign Language Annuals. And the students were asked to what degree did they see the value to a seal of biliteracy. And students who were interviewed included students in language, students who had dropped out of language, English language learners, and students who had not taken any language at all. And what we found was that 80% felt that that would really positively impact future employment opportunities and careers. It wasn't a big deal for better grades. They really did see the career connection. In fact, one of the students, there's a quote here, he said, well, my Spanish 2 teacher told me about it and I thought it'd be good to get a scholarship, so I decided I would, get a seal. I mean, he made a decision to go, to work hard for languages because he thought he could get a scholarship, because payoffs really do communicate well to language learners. And some of the other reasons why students want a seal of biliteracy. They want to stand out and distinguish themselves on early admission letters, college applications, job resumes, CVs. They want advanced placement, potential college credit. So there are 5 states that offer college credit for state seal recipients. They want to quantify or describe their skills. These are 4 examples of students who were able to leverage a seal of biliteracy. Taylor was able to use her seal of biliteracy in Spanish to get internships, scholarships, to work with NGOs and gain further experience in the language as well as in business. Annabella used her 2 global seals, one in Chinese and one in Spanish, to get admitted to Cornell University. Austin used his functional fluency global seal in Spanish to get a scholarship at Michigan State University. And Georgia used her global seal, working fluency in Japanese, for advanced placement at University of Washington. So we see students using something that articulates their skill set for benefits. We also have seen that a school that adopts a seal of biliteracy sees a retention increase in upper levels, especially in the advanced placement numbers, because the advanced placement test is one of those tests that can qualify for a state seal. So that's part of what drives it. The second piece is that it typically takes that length of sequence to get to that level of skill. And so you'll notice that it's across all 4 languages that within 2 years, typically the AP numbers tend to double after adopting a seal of biliteracy program. And that's a pretty impressive piece to happen, especially in some of our languages, smaller languages that sometimes struggle for enrollment. I like this quote where the student said, before I was like, why am I in this class? It gives you a motive to finish. And I think that's really, truly exciting. For the global seal of biliteracy, it's also available to not just adults, but also to college students. And college students are those who are uniquely in a position to want to add something to distinguish themselves and set themselves apart on a resume as they're applying for colleges and for the workforce or grad school. and medical school and so on. And this is Anna. She got a global seal in both French and Italian. And she just said having the seal was really, can help getting a job. And she got great application options because of her global seal. So it's a good idea because we saw that at both the high school level as well as at the college level that students see the connection. So if I'm providing language content, that's a great way to think about making the connection. How am I making a connection with content, with the world of work, with a seal of biliteracy or a specific language proficiency level and skill set? And so if we think about this context of the oral proficiency levels in the workplace, this is a poster downloadable from ACTFL or pre-printed, and it lists professions that correspond to specific areas of work. I mentioned earlier that we use the fluency term. When someone asks you, do you know a language, and they're a layperson, and you say yes, the first thing they say is, well, are you fluent? As a language educator, it's like, that's the last thing I want to own up to. Like, I know everything I don't know. But it's a typical conversation piece. So we tried to clarify and quantify what is fluent. And so functionally fluent is the first time you're able to sort of play on your own. You can get by. Well, maybe it won't be pretty, but you can independently act in the language. And so we see those skills at that level. Those repetitive pieces of a cashier or a sales clerk, or, someone who does the same tasks, helps someone fill out forms and so on. And we have working fluency at the advanced low, the K-12 language teacher, the person, the nurse, the person who's, can do that past narrative, and the customer service rep. Well, what happened? And our advanced high, that person with professional fluency who has fairly sophisticated language and in terms of being able to use the language for very specific and academic purposes. And so it helps students to see that, it's not an all or nothing proposition, that their language skills have purpose at each level, but they can continue to grow them and then open up new doors of opportunity. The global seal is specifically serial numbered for that purpose. And so it allows them to add it to their resume or to their CV or right onto their LinkedIn profile not under awards, because that's nice, but actually under something that shows what you can do, licenses and certifications. And so that's what we really do want to highlight, because it is something that relates back to the can-do statements. It's what I can do. And pay differentials or bilingual pay are oftentimes linked to the need to have these credentials. They can be found in the health industry, oftentimes in government service work, and in social work jobs and others where language might be required with customer-facing events. And this is an example of that. This comes from ZipRecruiter, that the average nursing salary was $70,000. American Nursing Association said that there's an average national pay differential of about 7%. But according to ZipRecruiter, the bilingual nurse average was $85,000. So it certainly pays to be bilingual if you're a nurse and you have working proficiency in a language. But this is something else. As a language service provider, you might also consider, and those are the benefits to educators. And as a language service provider, you might think about how educators can partner with you to create that pipeline of translators that you might be working with. Because often, and how can you support and serve educators? Oftentimes, educators have sort of left their own language skills behind. I often joke that, I don't write very much anymore. I write passes, and that's definitely at the novice word level. And so you need to think about how, the experience of a language educator in testing gives them an experience of what is it like to test, but also gives them perhaps an experience they haven't had a while in terms of extensive, extended listening at higher levels of skill. As extended writing, something they haven't done recently, but they generally don't write long essays to their students in terms of, feedback on a test. And so these are all things we need to think about. And that was the feedback we got from Angelo, that when he earned his Global Seal, it really helped him understand, how he was going to help his students improve. And the idea of leading by example. And it may also help as we think about how we align our goals for proficiency outcomes, so that we really think about are we aligning that begin with the end in mind, all of that curriculum and all of that work for a global seal or a state seal of biliteracy as the outcome? Are we doing that along the way with that kind of outcome? Because learners sort of need to know their current level. Are we identifying this is a novice high task? This is an intermediate low task? Are we being, really helping them understand the language of proficiency as they are working through tasks? And the more they understand those pieces, the more informed the feedback will be and the more autonomous they can be about their skills. The other piece I think becomes more critical and more important as they get to that sort of intermediate mid is where the stall happens. And we've seen this as we've looked at thousands of tests, is where they have enough language to get by and to get lazy. So rather than adding the more sophisticated vocabulary, they just stick to the easy level 1 vocabulary that they've always used. And so how is it that we sort of force the issue? How do we continue to grow their language while recycling past vocabulary or past structures, but really set up the learning so that they can continue to grow their skills? And I think one of the most important things as language content providers is how do we create an experience, whether it's through project-based learning or connections with native speakers, or the real world, to actually continue to grow their skills. Because it is, in fact, experience using and applying the language that will not only be the most rewarding and the most engaging to student interest, but also require the more higher sophisticated levels of language use to finish and complete the tasks. And that's the exciting part, because a student doesn't have to stop with one level of a global seal, or in some cases, as I mentioned, some state seals, in fact, because they can continue to level up. And so as we look at that concept of testing, benchmark testing is incredibly important. And we see this in a number of different scenarios, because when you provide feedback, then they know what they have to do next. That was one of the other pieces we found from the Foreign Language Annals study, was that schools, after a couple of years of implementation of a state seal program, oftentimes began to implement benchmark testing. Otherwise, the student waited till their senior year, took the test, and found out they didn't make it in maybe 1 or 2 areas, and it was too late to go back and do it again. And that's disappointing. But if your student knows ahead of time that that's a weak area, they take autonomy over their learning and begin to make changes. And that's the important piece. And so when we begin to see that, that's an important lesson for us as curriculum, is where, is there a way that you build into your own kinds of assessments? This is an assessment of at this level. Those kinds of things where they can begin to see their own benchmarking. I mentioned again before of how to find a test. This is an example of that. It's available in over 100 languages. The proficiency test should measure not just what they understand in terms of the listening and comprehension, but also what they can create on their own. It measures that quantity, that quality of vocabulary, as well as the length and organization. One of the issues we might think about as a content provider is oftentimes we see this with proficiency tests, is that they have, it's not that they haven't done a listening test activity or a writing test activity or a reading test activity, but they haven't done 5 or 6 of them in a row before. And so they lack endurance. And that's oftentimes the breakdown of the intermediate mid student, is they don't have stamina or endurance. So that's something to think about as a language content provider, is how can you build that in for the student? And so again, we mentioned these are all based on the actual scale for the Global Seal beginning in 2021. The Global Seal of Biliteracy will also be adding some selective CEFR, Council of Europe scale tests as well. So back to that leveling up concept of gamification. When a student gets back a 4-skill test, these can really provide them with some information that will help feed that, again, not just the learner autonomy, but the spirit of the leveling up. Very few individuals will have the same score in all 4 skill areas. If I'm shy, maybe my listening is going to be higher score than my speaking. But if I have a Spanish-speaking grandmother, maybe, my listening is going to be great and my speaking is going to be not so bad either. We have different strengths and weaknesses. But what we often find is that a student's strength, and we've looked at thousands of tests, their students' best strength is usually 2 sub-levels above their weakest score. And so what that means is when a student finally gets to the functional fluency level in all 4 scores, they're usually at the advanced low in at least one, maybe more than one of those skills. And so the student does not say, I'm functionally fluent. They say, wow, I'm at advanced low. I just have to fix my reading. And it really gives them a sense of making progress. And that's important because typically students are measuring themselves by grades. And if I'm a B+ in September, I might still be a B+ in March. And I feel like I didn't get any better. I did get better because the March grades reflected more work and more responsibility and more content that I had to know and be able to do. But it still feels like a B+. I didn't get to an A-, so I didn't improve. Whereas when you begin to show this kind of improvement, students will be able to see what they've done. And it's more exciting for them to know that they're making that kind of progress. I want to talk just a minute about heritage learners. The same thing is true about all learners, but this particular example happens to be for heritage learners because they also have strengths and weaknesses, and sometimes they will surprise you because they have better strategies, and sometimes their accents fool you. So here's an example of one particular heritage class where you'll notice that 11, the majority in their listening were all at the advanced, the majority were at the advanced in listening and in speaking. They were mostly at the intermediate range, but there were still some of the advanced. In reading, that went down. And most, we still have a majority in the intermediate range, but an awful lot of them were now in the novice range for reading. But for writing, it was almost completely opposite. They were almost all in the novice range. So this is sort of a wake-up call as you think about if you're creating content materials for native speakers, that you might want to shift some of the sort of the percentage of materials that you are providing to them because of these kinds of needs. Again, this is based on the actual scale. So when we look at these proficiency tests, we see that sort of leveling up happen. This is a group test score. This one happens to be from the Stamp 4S test by Avant. And you'll notice those speaking scores. We have 7, 8, 6, 7, 7. So in this case, we look across with the exception of just, we've got everyone. In this case, functional fluency would be a score of 5. So everyone is qualified for functional fluency. The next level up would be our working fluency, which would be a 7. And not everyone has qualified all the way across for a 7, but a few have. No one is qualified all the way across in every skill area at a 9, but a couple have in a couple of areas. So you'll see how that varies. And that's just, but that gives you the idea of how that gamification can begin to work. But so there's real power in benchmark testing and that idea of being able to level up. And so when students know that they can get more, they'll oftentimes do more. In Albuquerque, New Mexico, their state seal is at the intermediate low level. So there wasn't a lot of incentive to work hard. So they brought in the global seal to use together with the state seal. And so the first fall had several got to the intermediate mid-level, a few at the advanced low level. The following spring, it turned around. We got even more. We had 11% measure to level up because they had something to work for. And that's pretty exciting to see. And that meant college tuition money and all sorts of other things for those students. That's really exciting. And so when we think about those AP test scores or some of the other scores that students can get, this is what it does for them. And this is something to think about as you're working with a school district and the seals of biliteracy, is that these enrollments in these upper levels do things for the schools that aren't as obviously just in the language department. So for example, 4 years of foreign language count as part of the 16 hours core required for Division I and NAACP academic eligibility. That when students take their AP or IB exams, that those count in the college readiness indexes and the college curriculum breadth index for college preparedness. It also impacts, especially for our heritage learners and our English language learners, underserved populations, which also contribute positively to the U.S. News and World Report rankings. Now, that information also makes up part of the state school report cards. Graduation rate, when students can get credit, for example, for a heritage language. When a heritage Spanish speaker does well on the AP test with their Spanish, and that closes the gap, prepares them more likely to get, advanced placement for college. All of those things that go onto the state school report card, well, that impacts things like home buying, and that impacts things like your property taxes and your home values. Almost half of home buyers between the ages of 30 and 39 say they use the school report card in making their decision on buying a home. So think about that when next time you're selling a world language curriculum to an administrator. The needs of English language learners are huge. This is a map from the 2017 census piece that came out. My own state, almost 24%, almost a quarter, have another language spoken at home. These are those emerging bilinguals. And this is going to impact the needs for dual language programs, which is going to shift and change the kinds of language content that you might be providing for high schools in the future. As these emerging bilinguals start younger, they might be interested in content language coursework at the high school level. We see, again, the impact of benchmark testing for them in Chicago public schools. This is an incredibly powerful piece here that 2/3 of the Chicago public school students receiving their seals of biliteracy were either current or former ELs. And it's because they do pathway awards starting at 5th grade and then 8th grade and then 12th grade. And when they started that, you see the big jump in the numbers of recipients. That's also true in the importance of the high school transcript for these happen to be Chin refugees in the state of Texas. The study was done by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation that found 21% of students in Washington state needed those competency-based world language credits based on testing to graduate. Oftentimes, if you don't have a world language credit, you can't get into a four-year college. And about a third of them were Spanish heritage learners. So we think about that. We think about the impact of these communities of heritage learners that will continue to grow in dual language immersion programs, which have been the favored program because of their efficacy in these communities. You can see that they are growing. The fifth number one was actually surprising to me, was Vietnamese, but they are actually growing in numbers. And so we think about these are the students that are then coming into high school, and they're going to want a different kind of language program. They're going to want content in different languages. So that's something else to consider for the future. The other piece to think about is the pipeline you have as language service providers if you're in the translation and interpreting business. Just to give you an idea of the growth, look from year to year for the state sales. This is 2015 to 2019 in just my state of Illinois, and how quickly these numbers have grown from 504 the first year to 6,200 students in 5 years. This is at the intermediate high level based on testing. These are the state numbers, the cumulative state numbers from 2017-18, according to the sealofbiliteracy.org, almost as about 91,000 students in 1 year. That means close to 100,000 students a year are graduating with some kind of seal of biliteracy. Now, it might be at intermediate low, mid or high, or maybe advanced low. That's huge. We can also add to that the incredible number of students that are receiving global seals. You have an amazing pipeline at your disposal. And so when we begin to look at these numbers, it's a pretty exciting piece. In fact, what we think is that if we can connect, and that is the purpose of Global CRED, to connect you with this pipeline, that we, will be able to, fill classrooms, and we'll be able to fill the need for those translators and interpreters for your future. So how does someone get a global seal? They go to theglobalseal.com. They complete our application. We have both an individual application as well as a group application process. The application can be done before or after testing. Once testing is complete, test scores are submitted to us, copies of the original test score reports. And then, although we don't charge or cover the cost of testing, there is no cost at all to the certification process. We send free of charge, no shipping, no cost whatsoever. The personalized, customized certificates, they're serial numbered. They are embossed with the seals that reflect the level of fluency certification to the schools and or to the individual. So thank you. I want and hope that you will be the game changer in thinking about how the seal of biliteracy might change your game for your industry and your business. And think about what resources it might be able to provide you. I'm certainly at your service if you need any more insight or assistance. And of course, I'd like to invite you, whatever your age, if you're bilingual, to get your own CRED. So thank you for listening and for raising the value of bilingualism by documenting skills with the language credential. Thank you.
you.